Commander of the Apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. Robbers in Mangai Town. Tang Zheng didn't know what the Alliance was doing, and he didn't have time to pay attention to it. With the popularity of Light Yuan, Tang Zheng is now the happiest. The enthusiasm of the people in the Northern Territory to exchange Light Yuan has exceeded Tang Zheng's imagination. On the first day alone, Tang Zheng received 1.3 million funds, bringing his funds to 2 million. The enthusiasm on the second day did not decrease, and Tang Zheng received 1.1 million funds again. The third day was slightly less, 950,000. I thought it would decrease day by day, but I didn't expect that there would be another increase on the fourth day, and he directly received 1.45 million funds. This is because many survivors who heard the news came to Ziguang City and exchanged their vital jewelry for Light Yuan. After 4 days, Tang Zheng's funds reached a huge amount of 5.5 million. Even if it will gradually decline in the next few days, it is still a lot. Now he only needs a map and hundreds of thousands of zombies to kill, and he can upgrade to the leader. Ziguang City now is like the central city of the Northern Territory. Survivors from other bases come to Ziguang City like country people entering the city. They would rather walk for several days to come here for a big purchase. All kinds of commodities in Ziguang City are now selling like hotcakes. The characteristics of Hanyu people are that they want to buy their own homes when they have money. All enterprises and shops in Ziguang City now put up advertisements when recruiting people. The most effective and popular advertisements are to recruit what kind of employees and how much monthly salary they will receive. People have jobs and money, and consumption has also been boosted. All walks of life have begun to flourish in Ziguang City. Even once when Tang Zheng walked on the street, he saw a store selling adult products, and some people actually went in to buy them. Now taxation has also begun, and the taxation work is temporarily handled by the Ministry of the Interior. Seeing the popularity of various industries, Tang Zheng is also very pleased. The success of Guangyuan is even more important than his success in building a jewelry store, and it will bring a continuous source of income to Ziguang City in the future. But Tang Zheng also found a problem. That is, the sales of cars are not as good as imagined. Especially some luxury cars, sports cars, etc. The number of sales is very small. Those who sell them are basically rich people in the city. The reason is also very simple. The road is not good. Now the roads in Ziguang City have been completed. The inner and outer cities have all been built and opened to traffic. Even an overpass has been built at the central intersection of the outer city. Some people who were hired to work are transplanting green belts on both sides of the road to make the city a green city. But this is inside the city, and the roads outside the city are not so good. At present, there are several roads under construction at the south gate and the east gate, which will lead to the distant highway. After all, Ziguang City was built in the wild, without a road foundation, and it is still a bit troublesome to build. The roads before the end of the world were in a dilapidated state, because no one maintained them, which greatly restricted the development of Ziguang City. If the automobile industry wants to sell well, the roads outside the city must be built. At least the roads from Ziguang City to Fengcheng, Shuanglin, King, Keiki, Lombardy, Hezhou, Mobi Shazhou City, etc. must be opened, so that Ziguang City will truly become the core of this area, and it will be convenient for survivors to travel, and the car sales will gradually be driven up. All the engineering troops of the Ziguang army were deployed. Fortunately, Tang Zheng also had a very rich foundation of building materials, and the progress of the road was also very fast. At the same time, the two units of Ziguang City, the thermal power plant and the wind power plant, gathered hundreds of employees and hired thousands of survivors to start laying power grids outside the city. These power grids are planned to lead to the major survivor bases. After all, not everyone is willing to come to Ziguang City. The concept of leaving one's hometown has always been rooted in the hearts of the Hanyu people. Jiao Yun told Tang Zheng that the next mapping project is at EV station, so the power grid began to be laid in advance. At that time, no matter which base wants to connect to the TV signal, it will have to connect to the power grid arranged by the Zhuang army. It can be imagined that the survival base at that time will probably have to connect to the TV signal, otherwise the base will have problems. If everyone does not have a thing, then there is no problem. If someone has it and you don't, then there is a problem. Now the Zhuang army is building roads and laying electricity together, trying to connect to the surrounding areas as soon as possible. These things are reported to Tang Zheng every day, which makes him feel a little overwhelmed. Of course he knew that these things were important, but Tang Zheng really didn't want to manage them. But he didn't have many good professional talents, and such things couldn't all be handed over to the survivors. Maybe if he was promoted to the leader, this trouble would probably be solved. So on the 5th day, after issuing the light yuan, Tang Zheng wanted to be lazy. After working day and night for the past few days, things in the city have gradually been sorted out, and they are no longer as chaotic as they were at the beginning. He dealt with some urgent matters, and then wanted to lead the team out of the city. He had 2 of the 4 conditions for upgrading to the leader that he had not completed. One was the number of killing 2 million zombies, and the other was 10 mapping buildings. For the mapping building, Tang Zheng had completed 9 of them, and the last one was the TV station, which Jiuo Yun had not yet completed. For the other 2 million zombies, Tang Zheng had killed more than 1.4 million, and was still short of more than 500,000. Tang Zheng wanted to get the 2 million kills before Jiuo Yun finished mapping. If it were in the past, it would definitely be troublesome to kill 500,000 zombies, but now it won't be so complicated, because Tang Zheng can control Chen Filong. Chen Filong is a very unruly person, but now there is a bomb installed in his brain, so he has to compromise, which Tang Zheng knows very well. But Tang Zheng does need him to contribute his strength to help the troops kill zombies. If he can summon 300,000 zombies at a time and let the troops kill them at will, then the efficiency will be fast, and it won't take too long to recapture a county town or even a prefecture level city. But Chen Filong's ability is not so good now. Last time he controlled more than 200,000 zombies, it was completely exhausted in a few hours. He had to give up control because of a headache, so it's hard to say whether this will go smoothly. But one thing is certain, if Chen Filong controls some of the zombies, the battle in the wild will undoubtedly be much easier and more efficient. Just when Tang Zheng was ready to go out tomorrow, a message came. The message came from the radio. The person who spoke was Yang Linling, the leader of the manor base. Who did it? Who is so bold? How dare you sneak attack the caravan I sent to Zhuang City? Damn it, I sent out a team of 50 people, but when they passed by Mangai town, they were all wiped out. They ran back alone to tell me that my 2 antiviral Sera and 300,000 light yuan were all robbed. Speak up. Who dares to admit it? If you have the guts, just come to me directly. Who are you to do such a despicable thing behind my back? Jonathan, was it you who did it? You son of a bitch. You bastard. You only know how to ruin my good deeds. I will never let you go. A string of Chinese curses came from the radio, and Tang Zheng frowned slightly when he heard it. What happened? The caravan coming to Zhuang City was ambushed in Mangai town. Before Tang Zheng could figure out the clue, Jonathan replied on the radio. Yang Linling, I've had enough of you, this unreasonable thing. You really don't have the demeanor of a Hanyu noble at all. You curse like a shrew and simply disgrace the nobles. You ask me, and I want to ask you something. Yesterday, our international base's caravan passed through Mangai town and was also ambushed. My goods worth 400,000 light yuan were robbed and many of us were killed. It was you who did it. There is no one else but you. You are still crying thief. I'm not done with you yet. Jonathan was going crazy. He had already suspected Yang Linling, and now the other party actually cursed him. This made Jonathan, who had suffered a lot of losses, furious. This person had been targeting him inexplicably from the beginning. The 2 bases are now almost sworn enemies. Hearing Jonathan's curse back, Yang Linling of course refused to agree, and immediately cursed back. The 2 people were arguing with each other on the radio, and they even agreed to duel, each bringing their own people to fight, a life and death duel. At this time, another base leader spoke on the radio. I'm Kinziana Lau, a member of the Northern Territory Survivor Alliance, from the logging base. I thought I was the only victim, but I didn't expect that there were two of you. The day before yesterday, my caravan was also attacked in Mangai town, and the losses were huge. It seems that there is something wrong with that place. Young Lin Ling and Jonathan, who were arguing, stopped. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. Qin Xiaolao continued, I think that leader Tang Zheng should intervene in this matter. The business environment around Ziguang City is not safe. Who will dare to go to Ziguang City to trade in the future? Anyway, I won't dare to go there until the problem of Mangai town is resolved. Hearing Qin Xiaolao's words, many people on the radio agreed. Ziguang City is now powerful and almost the leader of the region. It is also their responsibility to maintain a safe environment around it. Everyone wants to go to Ziguang City to trade, but they must also come back alive. At one time, many people called Tang Zheng on the radio, hoping that Ziguang City could intervene in this matter and wipe out the robbers in Mangai town. Hearing this, Tang Zheng also felt that the matter was not simple. He came to the first floor of the official residence and checked the sand table. On the sand table, the location of Mangai town was very prominent. It is located at the junction of Ziguang City, Fengcheng, and Mobi, and is a turning point on the provincial road. Many survivors travel to and from Ziguang City. If they don't take the highway, they have to pass through here. It is about 230 kilometers away from Ziguang City. It is a large market town with a population of about 200,000. Now there are also more than 100,000 zombies entrenched there. People used to pass by there and pass through the dirt road in the wild. Unexpectedly, robbers appeared in this place, and they committed crimes frequently. Tang Zheng really couldn't ignore this matter. The description in the radio said that there were about 200 robbers. Tang Zheng instinctively felt a little strange about this matter. The robbers committed crimes, and it was impossible for them not to know that these were caravans traveling to and from Ziguang City. According to normal thinking, they should move to another place after each shooting, so as not to be liquidated by Ziguang City. But it is not logical for these people to commit crimes frequently in one place. Just when Tang Zheng was confused for a while, he received another message. News from the fifth company. After listening to the news for a long time, Tang Zheng made a decision. The armored company, as well as the first and second field companies, will go to Mangai town to suppress the bandits. Set off immediately. If you leave the city to go to Mangai town now, you will definitely not be able to come back tonight. The earliest will be tomorrow noon. The rumbling of the troops out of the city attracted the attention of many people. When the Ziguang army left the city, someone in Ziguang City quietly talked on the walkie-talkie. Speaker, the main force of the Ziguang army has left the city. About 1,000 people have left. They will definitely not come back tonight. Tang Zheng has not left. He is still in the city. Chapter 152. Perfect. 3 more chapters. 400 monthly tickets plus. At the Northern Alliance base, Xi Jinshan slapped his thigh excitedly after hearing the report. It's done. The main force of the Ziguang army has left the city. It has been found that 3 companies have already left, including their armored forces, and the 1st and 2nd field companies. Now there are only the 3rd and 4th field companies in their city, as well as the artillery unit and the city guard company. It can be said that their strength is at its weakest, and it will be difficult for their 3 companies to get back before noon tomorrow, so tonight is the best time for us to act. Besides Xi Jinshan, his counselors were all there, but at this time, the expressions on everyone's faces were much more resolute. A few days ago, they had sent away the survivors of each base through Bifengdu, 3,000 people in each base, not one less. So at this time, they had no way out, and could only work together with Xi Jinshan. When the transaction was completed, Xi Jinshan proposed a plan to lure the main force of the Ziguang army out of the city by attacking the Mangai town caravan, and then take the opportunity to raid Ziguang City, and everyone agreed. In order tonight's action, they even let the troops get on the bus and prepare to go to Ziguang City. Now that the main force of the Ziguang army has left the city, the time seems to have come. However, some members of the parliament still asked worriedly, Speaker, this opportunity may only come once. We must be fully prepared. I have to ask. I can't figure it out. Even if our people set out, they can't enter the city when they reach Ziguang City. The guards are so strict during the day, and the convoy may be discovered as soon as it approaches. After 7 o'clock in the evening, it may be a good time to act. The gates of Ziguang City are closed, and no one can go out or come in. What should we do? Xi Jinping already trusted these members of the parliament at this time, so he simply told them his overall plan. Basically everything is ready. I have planted a lot of insiders in Ziguang City, and even contacted 2 mercenary groups. When our people arrive tonight, they will cooperate with us to seize the south gate of Ziguang City. As long as we get control of the south gate, our people will enter the city from the south gate, and take down Ziguang City in one fell swoop. Hearing this simple and concise plan, the members of the parliament were very worried. Speaker, this is a bit inappropriate. First of all, I think it will be difficult for the insiders to take down the south gate. As we all know, although Ziguang City allows the carrying of weapons, heavy weapons are not allowed into the city. Even the weapons sold in Ziguang City must be reviewed, and the delivery location is generally at the city gate. Machine guns and grenades must be stored at the guard post at the city gate, to prevent the armed forces of the survivors from becoming too powerful in the city. As for things like tanks and armored vehicles, they cannot be driven into Ziguang City at all, and even light machine guns cannot be brought into the city. The people inside only have rifles. How can they compete with the defenders? As for the mercenary group, I'm not making fun of them. These people have good combat effectiveness, but it depends on who they are compared with. They may not be brave enough to fight with the Ziguang army in Ziguang City. Our insiders have the advantage and they will definitely follow. Once they are at a disadvantage, these people run faster than anyone else. Now Ziguang City is a mixed bag with a large number of people, and the Public Security Bureau is underpowered. They hide for one night and leave the city the next day. How can they be on the same page with us? Xi Jinping smiled. Then what do you think is the key point of the problem? The congressman immediately answered decisively, weapons. Only if our internal accomplices have enough heavy firepower and can fight head on with the defenders of Ziguang City, this battle will have value and basis for action. Otherwise, if the south gate cannot be taken, no matter how many of us there are, we can only stare blankly outside the city. The wall of Ziguang City cannot be knocked down by a few shots. Xi Jinping asked again, then what kind of firepower do you think is enough? At least there must be some flame guns, some sniper rifles, some rocket launchers, some light and heavy machine guns, and the number of internal accomplices must not be less than 1,000. Xi Jinping nodded slightly. Then let me tell you, this time the internal accomplices I organized have a total of 1,500 people, and they are currently waiting for weapons in Ziguang City. As long as the weapons are delivered to them, the battle can start immediately. How do the weapons get into the city? This is a dead end. Xi Jinping stood up at this time and came to the map behind him. The map above is a map of the Northern Territory. However, Xi Jinping tore the map off, revealing the second map inside. When people saw it, their eyes widened. It turned out to be a map of Ziguang City, and it was divided into 2 parts. One was a plain map, and the other was a 3-dimensional map. Everything about Ziguang City was drawn very well on it, and it was obvious that the person who drew the map had put a lot of effort into it. The city walls, rivers, the cannons in the inner city, and even the Guan mountain area, which was always shrouded in smoke after the end of the world, and whose top could not be seen, were all drawn on the map. Xi Jinping personally served as the narrator this time, because he knew the plan best. Look, everyone. This is Ziguang City. Ziguang City covers an area of 10 square kilometers, and has more than a dozen city gates. Their city has a curfew. The city gates will be closed at 7 o'clock in the evening. No one is allowed to go out or enter. Before 7 o'clock, we have almost no chance to attack the city, because the convoy will be discovered by the defenders before it gets close, and their cannons will open fire. So our action can only be started after 7 o'clock, under the cover of night. And their city walls are almost unreachable, and the city gates are also extremely strong. They cannot be opened by external forces. They can only be opened by the winch on the city gates. This is a valuable experience our troops gained when they were stationed in Ziguang City. So our only chance is to seize a city gate. I will target the south gate. Then the question is, how do we get our weapons into the city? How do we avoid the defenders, enter the city without being noticed, and then hand them over to our internal response? This is the key to the success of this operation. Now everyone, pay attention here. As he said, Xi Jinping pointed to a city gate. Everyone looked over there. That was the water gate of Ziguang City. As everyone knows, there is a water gate in Ziguang City. The source of Fengming River originates from Ziguang City. You all know that the water of Fengming River is delicious, but you probably have never thought of going down to the water gate to investigate. The other council members felt a little ashamed. They really had not thought of this. Xi Jinping smiled proudly at this time. After I asked Lion Nat to garrison Ziguang City, I sent people to carefully explore Fengming River and the water gate, and I know the place very well. Now let me tell you, the average water depth of Fengming River is about 10 meters, and the depth of the water gate can reach 25 meters. Their water gate, the seemingly indestructible iron gate, is actually only 3 meters underwater. Below 3 meters, there is actually no protection. And I can also tell you that the banks of Fengming River in Ziguang City seem to be building a high-end commercial area. There are no businesses settled in yet. It is very quiet and there are almost no people. And I have selected a large number of people who are good at swimming, especially practice diving, and are equipped with professional diving equipment. These divers, or frogmen, will transport weapons from the bottom of the water to Ziguang City this time. I have already figured out the rules of the patrols of the garrisons on the city walls. As long as we avoid their patrols passing by and then go into the water at a farther place, our frogmen can quietly transport weapons to the city. As for the searchlights on the sentry towers, they also strafe in a regular pattern, and the inner city area will not strafe at all. So as long as we enter the water outside the range of the searchlights and enter the water gate, our weapons will enter the city smoothly. After the people inside get the weapons, they can launch them at any time, and this will have the basis for success. After hearing Xi Jinping's plan, everyone present finally had an idea in their minds. Everyone's first reaction was that the speaker was worthy of being the speaker, and he was indeed very shrewd. He actually thought of a blind spot like the Watergate, which was completely beyond their expectations. It was beyond their expectations, which also meant that it was beyond the expectations of those in Ziguang City, and Tang Zheng would not have thought of it. So once this was done, this operation would have been more than half successful. But there are still members who asked, "Speaker, what about those mercenaries? They won't leak the news, right? You know, ordinary mercenaries probably don't have the courage to deal with Tang Zheng." Xi Jinping laughed and said, "Don't worry, how could I not think of this? The mercenaries are not operating in the city. Before we start the operation, the mercenaries will faint outside the east gate, just to attract the attention of the defenders. They don't even know why they do this. How could they leak the news? Besides, the mercenaries I found are not ordinary mercenaries. They are all notorious mercenary groups. Such mercenaries want to enter Ziguang City and people don't allow them to enter. How could they leak the news?" Hearing Xi Jinping say this, the members present finally felt relieved. Ziguang City does prohibit some notorious mercenary groups from entering to prevent them from disturbing the city's public security. These mercenaries cannot enter Ziguang City, so they don't have many ways to make money. They hate Ziguang City and Tang Zheng to the core. They should be happy to be able to mess with the Ziguang army, and they will not leak the news. After Xi Jinping finished speaking, the complete plan was formed. The people from the alliance arrived first, and lurked around Ziguang City. Weapons were sent in from the Watergate, and the insider received the weapons. The mercenaries made a feint outside the east gate, which should be able to attract some of the Ziguang army to the east gate. Then the insider launched an attack at the south gate, and took advantage of the number advantage, to take down the south gate in one fell swoop. The south gate was opened, and the alliance troops outside the city rushed in, and the overall situation was settled. This set of plans was linked together, almost seamless. If everything went well, Ziguang City would fall tonight. The only thing was that Tang Zheng might run away. After all, he had a helicopter, and the helicopter troops on the alliance side had not been trained yet. However, without Ziguang City, Tang Zheng was just a tiger with teeth pulled out. If he ran away, and there was no need to worry at all. Soon, the whole parliament passed Xi Jinping's proposal. This time, each alliance sent its elite troops out, organizing a total of 3,000 people. Now check the time. As the commander-in-chief, Xi Jinping took the initiative to check the time with everyone. The current time is 2:45 p.m. The alliance troops will set out now, take the small road, and hide in the Guan mountain area near Ziguang City before 6 o'clock. At 7:30, the troops approached the south gate of Ziguang City and waited 3 kilometers away. At 8 o'clock, the frogmen were dispatched, and the city capture operation began. Thanks to the book friend, copy and convert to regular for the 1,500 coins reward. Thank you old book friend. Chapter 153 Night Attack. Night falls. The busy day of Ziguang City is over. No, to be precise, it is the busy day of Ziguang Army that is over, and the nightlife of Ziguang City has just begun. At 7 o'clock in the evening, all the gate winches of Ziguang City turned at the same time, and the gates fell down with a clattering sound. From this time on, people in the city are not allowed to leave the city, and people outside the city are not allowed to come in. If there are caravans coming from afar, they can only rest outside the city tonight and wait until the city gates open at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. The city is still brightly lit. Ziguang City, which has 2 power plants, has sufficient electricity supply, and many shops have neon lights. The streets and alleys are crowded with people in hotels and restaurants. The stalls of kebabs are emitting fragrance, and people are drinking and chatting, discussing that the Ziguang army will go out of the city today and will definitely eliminate those robbers who don't know how to live or die. In some high-end consumption places, people can also sing and dance, drink tea and massage. In the bar, men and women who have been suppressed by the end of the world for a long time are reveling. From time to time, a pair of wild mandarin ducks hook up together and find a place to vent their passion. Luxury cars, fine wine, neon lights, and hazy night colors constitute the nightlife picture of Ziguang City. However, this is the central and western urban area of the outer city. In the eastern part of the city, it is relatively quiet. There are not many people living along the banks of Fengming River. The high-end residential area here was built not long ago, and the decoration has not been completely completed. On both sides of the riverbank, there are rows of shops. A wide road has been built on the riverbank, and there are also white marble railings on the bank. The transplanted green belt has been transplanted here, and the evergreen pines stand tall and straight. Many of those shops have been sold, and are currently in the decoration stage. Some even have plaques, and the names are very ambiguous. Names such as Night Fragrance, Yihenglau and 100 Flowers Pavilion make people know what they are for at a glance. There are even some building ships in the river. During the day, workers paint the boats, each with bright colors and pink curtains. It is clear what this is for. This is the place where people will drink wine in the future. In the Hanyu Empire, this kind of thing is not illegal, and after the end of the world, this kind of thing is inevitable in survival bases everywhere. This will be the future Ziguang City's gold-consuming cave, and it is also an important part of driving the economy. Although it has not officially started business yet, it is already possible to imagine the grand scene here in a month. The people who worked during the day have left, and it is now empty. Occasionally, patrol motorcycles from the Public Security Bureau pass by the street, but they will not stay here for long. They just run along the river and do not allow anyone to come here to fish at night. A street side shop called Yihenglau. This is a 5-story independent building, which will be a leisure club in the future. But tonight, it is crowded. Everyone stays quietly in the house, without turning on the lights or talking loudly, and there is no abnormality from the outside. There are at least 300 people staying in each floor. In the lobby on the first floor, a mutant leading a team was observing the situation outside from the window. From his angle, he could see the city wall in the distance and the sluice gate at the end of the river. Boss Bay, have the people delivering weapons arrived? Someone asked behind him. Boss Bay turned around and glared at him. Are you too nervous? I have told you so many times that the time for action is 8 o'clock. The divers will go into the water 500 meters outside the city and then come with the boxes of weapons to avoid the guards on the city wall. It will take at least 20 minutes to half an hour to reach us. It would be considered fast if we can act at 8:30. Look at what time it is now. The man looked at the time. It was 7:43, and there were still more than 10 minutes before the action outside the city. He smiled awkwardly. I'm anxious, but it can't be blamed entirely on me. This kind of big scene today may not happen once in a lifetime. My heart is beating hard right now. After he finished speaking, people around him kept nodding, indicating that they were the same. In fact, Boss Bay was also very nervous. After all, what they were going to do tonight was too shocking. When the weapons are delivered, they will immediately go to the south gate and launch a surprise attack on the city wall. There are many things involved in this process. Who will take the sniper rifle and kill the sniper in the sentry tower first? Who will be responsible for the feint attack to attract attention? Who will be the commando and rush to the city wall? Who will turn the winch? Who will send the signal, etc. There are strict divisions of labor. Even after taking down the south gate and opening the city gate, there is a detailed battle plan. Once this is successful, the Zhuang army will change its owner. Tang Zheng can only flee in embarrassment, and the North Territory will be completely firmly controlled by the Alliance. These people must have risen with the tide and become rich. When thinking about what might happen in the future, Boss Bay's palms were sweating nervously. He just felt that time was passing so slowly now. While waiting bored, he cast his eyes on the surface of Fengming River. The river water was flowing, and occasionally there were ripples on the water surface, which should be a big fish passing by. When we win, I will retire here. I will fish and drink during the day and come here to spend money at night. That's really a life like a god. Boss Bay and his group stayed in the building, anxiously waiting for the movement in the river, expecting that the next moment, a diver would come out of the river and deliver a box full of weapons to them. 7:55. Outside Zhuang City, the cool breeze of the night blew, and the trees between the mountains and forests swayed. A mutant owl with a wingspan of nearly 2 meters flew over the mountains, making a cooing sound. The cry was creepy, and it came with the night wind, making people shudder. About 600 meters outside the city, a group of people crawled on the bank of Fengming River. There were a total of 100 people here, all wearing black diving suits, wearing diving goggles, and carrying oxygen tanks behind them. It was difficult to see in the dark river at night, but these frogmen had undergone professional training. Even when the Alliance was stationed in Zhuang City, they swam through this section of the river and could feel through it with their eyes closed. The leader of the frogmen, holding an infrared telescope in his hand, was lying in the grass on the shore. Beside him, there were huge iron boxes. Inside these boxes were weapons sealed with plastic waterproof cloth. Heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, grenades, explosives, rocket launchers, bullets, everything. These things were prepared for them by Zhijinshan, and they cost a lot of money. Some of the weapons even came from Zhuang City. But the frogman leader didn't care about that. He was only responsible for delivering the weapons into the city, and that was considered a success. In the field of view of the telescope, the situation on the top of Zhuang City was clearly visible. A team of Zhuang army soldiers patrolled over. There were 8 people in a group, and the leader was also leading a military dog. The military dog was also wearing a bulletproof vest, sticking out its big tongue to sniff around, and walked all the way on the city wall, very dedicated. The soldiers also walked on the city wall with guns. The frogman leader knew that the patrol team of the Zhuang army basically passed through this area once every half an hour, and never stopped for 24 hours. However, at night, the area they can monitor becomes smaller, and darkness will block many things. It is easy to avoid patrols, but it is a bit difficult to avoid searchlights. The sentry tower on the city wall is nearly 30 meters above the ground. The high-power searchlight on it is turned on, and it probes outside the city again and again. The soldiers of the light-chasing army made the frogman leader feel like robots. These guys are almost tireless. No matter which shift they are on, they never slack off or play tricks. This is really an amazing thing. They turned on the searchlight, and the incandescent light swept over everything outside the city. Fengming River was also scanned, but there was really nothing to see in the dark river at night, and it could basically be seen through at a glance. This kind of light can even see 2 meters below the river, but it can't be seen further down. The frogman leader looked at the time. There were still 3 minutes to 8 o'clock. He knew that today's operation was very dangerous. If they were not discovered, everything would be fine. Once they were discovered, the helicopters of the light chasing army would chase them out, and they would probably be left here. After all, their opponent is Tang Zheng, the overlord of the Northern Territory. The frogman leader took out a cigarette, but did not smoke it. Lighting a fire in the dark would be courting death, even if it was a cigarette butt. He sniffed the direction of the tobacco, and put the cigarette back. He fumbled in his pocket, and took out a photo. It was a photo of his daughter, an 8-year-old girl. He was a lucky man. His daughter was still alive, and currently in the university city base. The frogman leader had no other skills, but he was good at swimming, which was the main reason why he could become the leader. As a father, he needed to make money to give his daughter a good life. So this time, he accepted the mission without hesitation. Xi Jinping promised that, as long as he succeeded, he would get a reward of 50,000 light yuan. In this era, 50,000 light yuan is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. Looking at the photo, the frogman leader said softly, "My daughter, after this success, Dad will retire from the army. Dad will take you to live in Ziguang City in the future. I heard that a school will be opened here. Dad will have money, and we can go to school then. Dad will pick you up and drop you off every day and make delicious food for you, okay?" He kissed his daughter's photo gently and put it back in his pocket. It was already 8 o'clock. The gentle father just now instantly turned into a tough guy. The first batch of frogmen, 30 people, get into the water. 30 frogmen pushed the heavy box and slid into the river. The weight of the box was designed to be just right, and it was the kind that would not sink. The frogmen could easily pull it in the river water below 3 meters. The night wind blew on the water, the waves rippled slightly, and the searchlight occasionally swept over, and the people watching were terrified. The frogman leader was on the shore, looking at the water with a telescope, his heart in his throat. May God bless the Alliance, Amen. Chapter 154 Godzilla. At the foot of the Guan mountain area, a sea of vehicles was parked 3 kilometers away from the southwest wall of Ziguang City. At this distance, the vehicles could rush into Ziguang City in a few minutes if they accelerated. Lian Na sat in an armored vehicle and turned off the lights. She was the commander-in-chief of this operation, responsible for the attack on Ziguang City. Because she had been here for a long time, she was most familiar with it. This was also the opportunity given to her by Xi Jinping. As long as she completed this task, not only would it be legitimate for her to return to the parliament, but Xi Jinping also promised to let her serve as a deputy speaker. Lian Na looked at the time. It was 8 o'clock. The frogmen should have started to act. The first batch of weapons is expected to be delivered to the city at 8:20. According to the original plan, at around 8:10, the 2 mercenary groups will faint outside the east gate of Ziguang City. I contacted them an hour ago, and they should have arrived. Lian Na picked up the walkie-talkie again, and contacted the 2 mercenary groups according to the frequency band. The first mercenary group is a veteran mercenary group in the Northern Territory. It is called Desert Lone Wolf. It originated in Mobi province, and has been active in this land. Lian Na answered the walkie-talkie of the leader of the Desert Lone Wolf. "Chief Huo, are your people in place?" "Ha ha ha, don't worry, Miss Lian Na, all our people are in place, a total of 200 people, and for Miss Lian Na's operation this time, we have specially brought 3 mortars. When the cannons sound, I guarantee that the people of the Ziguang army will be scared to death and all run to the east gates to defend." "That's good, I feel relieved when Chief Huo says so." Okay, Miss Lina, we are working so hard, do you think the price can be raised a little? 200,000 light dollars. This price is already very high, but if you can really attract a large number of light chasing troops, I can apply to the speaker to give you an extra 50,000 light dollars. Thank you, Miss Lina, you don't have to worry about us. After all, the Desert Lone Wolf mercenary group has been reputable for a long time. You should worry more about those foreigners. They are ruthless, and have eliminated their fellow mercenaries and even done things like black eating black. As long as they don't make trouble, there will be no problem tonight. Okay, I'll contact them right away. Lina hung up the call with Chief of the Desert Lone Wolf Huo, and found another mercenary group in the next call. The Umbrella Mercenary Group. The intercom was connected, and Lina said, "Chief Michael, good evening." "Good evening, Miss Lina. In fact, I hope you can say good night by my side." Lena cursed the lecherous foreigner in her heart, but she smiled and said, Chief Michael is so famous in the north. I believe there are many girls who are willing to say goodnight to you, so I won't join in the fun. That's a pity. It seems that my charm is still not enough. I wonder if my charm will increase after I receive my 300,000 light dollars reward. That depends on how well Chief Michael does his job. Are your people in place? In place. I'm in the northeast corner of Ziguang City, and I can still see that bastard mercenary group of Hoda in the distance. Let me say, if we are hired, Hoda's group of people will not be needed, and I'm afraid they will get in the way. Lena was afraid that they would have a conflict, and hurriedly said, Chief Michael, take the money to do the work, and don't worry about anything else. If the matter is done today, you will not lose a penny of your 300,000 light dollars. 500,000. I promise to make a company of the Ziguang army stay here and not dare to leave. How about it? Lena hesitated for a moment. She dared to make the decision on the matter of 50,000 light yuan, but Michael asked for an extra 200,000 in one go. She was a little hesitant to make the decision. Let me ask Chairman Xi Jinping for instructions. You can't make a decision on such a small matter, so why are you giving orders? If there is no reply in 3 minutes, be careful that I will betray you. Hearing this, Lena gritted her teeth and said, no need to ask for instructions. I'll make the decision on this matter. I guarantee that the 500,000 will not be less. Get ready for action. Haha, so straightforward. Miss Lena is indeed a heroine in Hanyu. Just wait. The call ended, and both mercenaries began to move. The time soon came to 8:10. Gunshots and cannons began to sound outside the east gate. There was a noisy sound in Ziguang City. Lion now used an infrared telescope in the distance and could see a group of Ziguang soldiers running along the city wall to the east, with jeeps whizzing by on the way. In total, about 300 people ran over. Seeing this, Lion Na's hanging heart was finally put down. The trap set by the speaker in Mangai town caused 3 companies of Ziguang army to go out to suppress bandits, and their strength was almost halved. And now the feint of the mercenaries outside the east gate has attracted another company of Ziguang army. In this way, the Ziguang army only has 1 field company in the city, plus some city guards. Even if the security guards are counted, the total number will not exceed 1,000. The alliance gathered 1,500 troops and rushed to the south gate with superior forces. No matter how strong the Ziguang army is, it is impossible to defend it. If the south gate is taken, the mission will be halfway successful. Lion Na suppressed her excitement and waited for the news from the frogman. The frogman leader looked at the dark river surface and felt a little confused. The feint attack outside the east gate had already begun. It was already 8:30. The first batch of supplies should have been delivered, but the frogman had not returned. According to the agreement, the frogmen would return after delivering the weapons, but they did not. If there was any movement on the city wall, it meant that the operation had failed. However, he saw that the defenders on the city wall obviously did not notice the entry of the frogmen, which should have been a success. As for why the frogmen did not return, the frogman leader did not have time to think carefully now. The time was set, and the second batch of weapons would be delivered at 8:30. The frogman leader could only wave his hand and let the second batch of frogmen go into the water. Another 30 frogmen went into the water and delivered the second batch of weapons. The frogman leader could even distinguish where the frogmen swam by observing the water flow on the water. They arrived at the water gate without being discovered by the searchlight. They were passing through the water gates because the splashes at the iron gates were slightly larger, which proved that something was passing under the water. The splashes returned to normal, and the frogmen passed through. This time, the frogman leader waited patiently, and the first batch of frogmen should have returned. 10 minutes passed. The water was still flowing at its slow speed, and no frogmen returned. The frogman leader had no way to directly contact the people in the city. He didn't even carry a radio, but only a walkie-talkie that passively waited for calls. So he was completely at a loss and didn't know what to do next. At this time, Lena called him. What are you doing? Why haven't you sent the weapons in yet? Ms. Lena, I have sent 2 batches in, but the people who sent the weapons didn't come back. Impossible. The people in the city told me that they didn't receive the weapons. Did you tell your frogman the correct address? I said, send them to Yeheng building by the river. Are you sure you said Yeheng building, not Yeheng building? Hearing Lena's harsh questioning, the frogman leader's mind was unclear. He didn't remember whether he said Yehenglao or Yehenglao. If a small syllable was wrong, it could have fatal consequences. But this also made him realize that, if he got the wrong place, it could explain why the frogmen didn't come back. They delivered the weapons, but didn't see anyone, so they were still waiting there. Even though this was a bit far-fetched, the frogman leader had to go into the water himself, as he was the commander of the third batch of frogmen. Miss Lena, I will go there myself, and ensure that the weapons are delivered. Seeing that there was no movement on the top of the city wall of the Ziguang army, he firmly believed that the frogmen were still safe, so he didn't say anything more. He immediately hung up the phone and pushed the weapon box into the water. Behind him, a total of 39 frogmen followed him into the Fengming River. Dragging a weapon box himself, the frogman leader dived to a depth of about 4 meters. Kick the water with both feet and swim upstream. This process consumes a lot of physical strength, but they have all received professional training and can still complete it. The Dam River is like a bottomless pit in the night. They can't use helmet lights here because it may expose their position. They can only move forward by feeling. The gurgling water passed by them, and some cold water fish swam from time to time. The oxygen masks blocked their breathing and perception, and they couldn't smell the smell in the river. After a difficult trek, they finally approached the water gate. A white light passed overhead, which was a searchlight sweeping across the river. But the light couldn't sweep 4 meters below the river, so the frogman leader was not very worried. Instead, with the help of this little light, he saw the faintly visible sluice gate in the water ahead. We are here. After passing the sluice gate, we'll enter the light-chasing city. I want to see where these bastards took their weapons. The frogman leader continued forward and passed the sluice gate above his head. But at this moment, a large black shadow suddenly wrapped around his body. What is that? Python? Anaconda? Godzilla? The shadow was so huge that the frogman leader didn't know what it was. He wanted to struggle, but a huge suction cup suddenly covered his face. The oxygen tank disappeared, and the weapon box sank. The suction cup instantly robbed him of his breath. He used both hands to try to shake this thick and incredible thing, but it was like a dragonfly shaking a stone pillar, unable to move it at all. In just 30 seconds, the frogman leader's breathing stopped. His body was thrown onto the shore by this huge python-like thing, and it was obvious that the thing didn't want to eat him, because he didn't taste delicious. The torso of an ordinary person was dry and had no nutrition. His body rolled to the shore, where there were already 60 bodies lying in all directions. The 2 groups of frogmen he sent out, all of them were here. The frogman leader suffocated to death, his eyes wide open, his face full of horror. When he died, his hands were still on his chest, where there was a photo. The photo was of a little girl of 7 or 8 years old, smiling shyly, a lovely child. She was lucky, as she still had her father by her side at the end of the world. But she was also very pitiful, as she had lost her father, and she would become an orphan. This was a sad story, but it was the most common thing in the end of the world, where separations of life and death were always going on, and never stopped. People who could not adapt to this cruel environment would not be able to survive in the end of the world. Chapter 155, Suicide. 3 more chapters, Silver Alliance plus 11. The annihilation of the frogmen had a huge impact. The insiders in Yeheng building in the city were already panicking. What should they do if the weapons could not be delivered? Boss Bay contacted Lion Na one after another, but Lion Na did not know what happened to the frogmen. It looked fine outside the city, and the insiders in the city did not see any problems. Within 50 meters below the city wall was the military zone of the Ziguang army. It was prepared for war and ordinary people were not allowed to approach, so no one knew the specific situation at the water gate. Now the sound of gunfire was still ringing outside the east gate, but it was much sparser. Obviously, if the insiders did not launch the attack in a while, the mercenaries would also be ready to withdraw. Facing Boss Bay's repeated questioning, Lion Na's mouth was already bubbling. She was almost certain that there was definitely a problem with the frogmen. But she didn't know what the problem was, because the Ziguang army was very calm and there was no sign of fighting at the water gate. She began to have wild thoughts in her mind, and even thought about whether there was an entrance to a different dimension under the Watergate, and these people had traveled through time and space. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why these 100 people disappeared out of thin air. Is today's event going to end with so much noise but little action? Lan Na could imagine that, if she went back in such a disgrace, Xi Jinping would not be able to protect herself anymore. Those members who were already dissatisfied with her return to the parliament would definitely take this opportunity to attack her. And if she was expelled from the parliament again, she might not even be able to keep her position as the leader. When she came, Xi Jinping gave her the right to command on the spot and let her make decisions. If the current situation is reported to Xi Jinping, I'm afraid the other party will not be able to make up his mind, because things have gone off track and no one can make an accurate prediction. Facing the repeated urging of Boss Bay, listening to the increasingly fewer gunshots outside the East Gate, Lan Na knew that she had to make a decision. She gritted her teeth and asked the insider to attack with a rifle and take down the South Gate. Of course, she also knew that it would be impossible to succeed relying on rifles alone, so the tactics needed to be changed. Originally hiding in the dark, she had to lead the team to take the initiative to attract the firepower of the South Gate, and attack from both inside and outside with the insider to succeed. This decision was very risky, but she had no choice. Now that the main force of the Zhuang army had left the city was empty. If she didn't take action now, she would have no chance. After making the decision, Lan Na felt relieved. Just fight. The Fengming River, where the internal response was located, was only about 1 kilometer away from the South Gate, and it would take about 10 minutes to arrive. So she had to set off now and attack Zhuang City. Lan Na gave the order to attack, and the 3,000 strong alliance troops, who were still confused, immediately launched the attack. They started the car and rushed out from the hidden darkness. The driver turned on the lights, and the machine gunner set up the machine gun. There were also hundreds of mortar gunners who placed mortars on the spot. This was also an essential weapon for sieges, which could provide long-range fire support for the siege troops. They were about 3 kilometers away from the South Gate, and this distance would be reached quickly, and there was no need to hide. But unexpectedly, just when they left their hiding place, Zhuang City opened fire first. The naval guns in the inner city fired at the direction of the convoy. Boom. Thunder in the flat ground. The center of the convoy was hit by a cannon, which caused heavy damage to the convoy that had not yet dispersed. 17 or 18 vehicles were covered by this cannon. The vehicles within the range of the bombardment were blown into pieces, and the people in the vehicles were also turned into parts. Many other vehicles in the surrounding area were also impacted, and many people were injured. It was hard for Lan Na to accept that she had just been hit by a blow. But even if there were mountains of swords and seas of fire in front of her, she could only rush forward with her head held high. Spread out. Spread out. Don't give them the opportunity to fire with the cannons. As long as they enter within 1 kilometer of the city wall, the cannons will have no angle to shoot. The survivors continued to move forward, and the vehicles rushed out black smoke. The cannon did not fire a second shot at the convoy, allowing these scattered convoys to rush forward. But its muzzle was directly aimed at the mortar position behind the alliance. Those mortars thought they were well hidden, hiding quietly in the distance, preparing to fire stealthily. As a result, the giant cannon of Zhuang City fired another cannon from the sky. A cannon landed in the position and immediately wiped out this small position consisting of more than 100 people and dozens of cannons. At this point, the Alliance's charging convoy lost the firepower support from the rear, and it was a problem to evacuate safely. Lan Na rushed in the armored vehicle, and she was still unaware of the destruction of the artillery. When the convoy entered the 1 kilometer range, the various machine guns on the vehicle opened fire on the top of the city of Zhuang. At this distance, and while driving, it was basically impossible to have any aim, let alone hitting people. Even being able to drop bullets on the top of the city was considered a skill. Lan Na and others' goal was very simple, that is, to suppress the Zhuang army and attract their attention, so as to buy time for the internal response that had already started to act in the city. As long as the Zhuang army was attracted, and the internal response could successfully climb up the city wall, it would be considered a success. so they fired regardless of the consequences, and it would be best if they hit people, but if they couldn't hit them, they would also create a huge effect. 3,000 people, hundreds of various vehicles, and bullets rained down like a rainstorm, which was indeed a big battle. The city defense troops of the Zhuang army all stayed behind the battlements of the city wall, or crawled low, letting the alliance fight below. Without artillery support, it would be a joke to attack the city with bullets. Not to mention that there were still people defending the city. Even if there were no people defending the city, the alliance people couldn't climb up. The fierce gunfire lasted for more than 10 minutes. Lyanna and others were almost out of bullets, and the city wall was still quiet. At this time, Lyanna also found a problem. Why didn't the insider start attacking the south gate? And I don't know when, the gunfire at the east gate also stopped. It seems that in the entire Zhuang city, only these people are shooting at the city wall and the air like fools. Thinking of the mysterious disappearance of the Frogman troops, the sudden firing of the Zhuang city cannon, and the lack of movement of the insider, Lyanna had an ominous premonition in her mind. She seemed to have fallen into a trap without knowing it. Lyanna wanted to turn back. She felt that she should escape first. But when she turned back, there was no chance. The armored forces of the Zhuang army have appeared behind them. In the sky, helicopters also took off and hovered in the sky. On the other side of the city wall of Zhuang city, machine gun bunkers and heavy machine guns on the sentry towers were finally set up. A dragnet has already surrounded her tightly. Although the alliance still has more than 2,000 people and hundreds of vehicles at the moment, due to the terrain, they are completely exposed to the range of the Zhuang army and have basically no power to fight back. As long as the enemy opens fire, the whole army will be wiped out. When Lyanna saw the armored forces that should have been in Mangai town, she knew it was over. She fell into the trap and there was no chance anymore. Looking at her companions trembling in the armored vehicles beside her, Lyanna smiled bitterly. You surrender and tell the speaker that it's not that Lyanna didn't try her best, but that the enemy is too cunning, and I'm no match for them at all. Leader Lyanna, you should come and tell the speaker in person. The companion had a premonition of something. Lyanna shook her head slightly, her eyes without focus. I don't have that chance anymore. I can't go back. Before her companions could react, Lyanna had already pulled out her pistol and pulled the trigger at her temple. She was the enemy of Zhuang city, and there was no place for her here. She was also a loser and sinner of the alliance, and the alliance could not tolerate her either. This was the only way she could go, and the way to retain her last dignity. With Lyanna's suicide, the battle under Zhuang city soon came to an end. The alliance troops, having lost their backbone, chose to surrender without hesitation. The speed of the surrender surprised Tang Zheng. Later, the soldiers reported the battle situation and said that many of them were very happy when they surrendered, which made Tang Zheng a little surprised. In fact, many alliance soldiers did not want to fight with Zhuang city. They even wanted to join Zhuang city and leave the alliance. Now that the leader committed suicide and asked them to surrender, it was exactly what they wanted. However, Tang Zheng thought it was a good idea. He did not want to massacre these ordinary soldiers. The hundreds of alliance soldiers he saved at the beginning have now become members of Zhuang city and live happily here. So he simply accepted the surrender of the alliance soldiers, confiscated their weapons, and escorted them into the city. When the alliance soldiers lined up to enter Zhuang city, they met their counterparts. More than 1,000 internal agents were also lining up and walking towards a security office in the city. They were also escorted by the Zhuang army, probably the first and second companies of the field battle. This also made them understand why the internal agents did not launch at all. It turned out that when Beleoda finished talking with Lyanna and was about to take the rifle to act, he found that they were surrounded. The first and second companies of the Zhuang army, which were supposed to be suppressing bandits in Mangai town, appeared around them at some point and surrounded the small building. Faced with the heavy machine guns and rocket launchers set up around them, Beleoda and others threw down their weapons in a very bachelor way. What's the point of fighting in this situation? It's not easy to survive to the end of the world. How can you die so worthlessly? Such a careful plan has failed. It seems that the alliance is hopeless. They will just be prisoners honestly. At most, they will be reformed through labor. When the transformation is finished, they will be part of the light-chasing city, which is not a bad thing. At this point, the Alliance's plan has completely collapsed. 3,000 siege troops and 1,500 internal supporters were captured by the light-chasing army with more than 4,100 people. More than 300 people died in the battle, and 100 frogmen were killed. Outside the East Gate, the Desert Lone Wolf mercenary group and the Umbrella mercenaries each feinted an attack on one side and exchanged fire. The light-chasing army's snipers were too powerful, killing dozens of Desert Lone Wolves and completely beating Chief Huo out of his temper. If it weren't for the money, he would have withdrawn long ago. But at the end of the battle, the Alliance was completely wiped out, and the Umbrella people withdrew. Seeing this, Chief Huo secretly cursed his bad luck, and could only run away. It was estimated that it would be difficult to get the money for this trip. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, The Crime of Attacking Tang Zheng. 4th update, 450 monthly tickets added. The commotion under Ziguang City was so loud that it was impossible to hide it. Soon, almost the entire Northern Territory knew about it. The Alliance sent people to attack Ziguang City at night, dispatching nearly 5,000 people and hiring 2 mercenary groups, but ended up being annihilated. Liana committed suicide and more than 4,000 people were captured. This made the Alliance, which already had almost no prestige, even worse. There was almost no silence in the broadcast, and no matter who dared to come and mock the Alliance. The current Alliance has fallen behind Ziguang City in terms of scale, population, armed forces, economic conditions, or urban security. And Ziguang City treats the people very well. Millions of zombies attacked the city, and the people were not even injured. When the Alliance was defeated, Ziguang City took the initiative to rescue. The Alliance even owed Ziguang City supplies, but Ziguang City did not chase after them. Now it is returning kindness with evil, and launching a sneak attack. It can only be said that it deserves its current fate. Even in the broadcast, young Lin Ling bluntly said that the days of the Alliance's existence have entered the countdown, and it will collapse and cease to exist within a month. Moreover, such remarks are still very popular, which shows how bad the Alliance's situation is now. Tang Zheng did not speak about this situation. Since he received the report from Michael of the 5th Company, he knew that this matter was a conspiracy against him. So he asked the armored company and the 1st and 2nd field companies to leave the city, and then quietly returned at night, setting up a trap without anyone noticing. It was Tang Zheng's idea to let Tang guard the river. Unexpectedly, the effect was surprisingly good. The frogmen of the Alliance were easily killed, and the opponent's most important move was gone. He also had a way to deal with those prisoners. Now Ziguang City is under construction everywhere, and the roads and power grids outside the city need people. These people are just free labor. Tang Zheng occupied the moral position in this matter. He could have criticized the Alliance for this, but he did not do so, because he knew that Xi Jinshan was almost at the end of his rope, and they should have used whatever means they had. Just as Tang Zheng thought, the next morning, the Alliance officially released a statement on the radio. The statement was issued by Xi Jinshan himself. It was 7 in the morning when the statement was issued. Many people were eating at that time, and the radio suddenly sounded. Hello, people in the northern region, I'm Xi Jinshan, the chairman of the Alliance. Hearing this voice, people stopped eating. Xi Jinshan suddenly spoke at this time, and there was no doubt that something big was going to happen. On the radio, Xi Jinshan's voice was very calm, and he didn't sound excited, but the content was shocking. I'm issuing a statement today for only one thing, and that is to declare that Tang Zheng, the leader of the light-chasing army, is an enemy of the Northern Territory Alliance and an enemy of the Empire. Now I will announce Tang Zheng's crimes. Tang Zheng is from Qinsao City, Western Sichuan Province. His ancestral home is Tailei Town, Mingshu County, Qinsao City. Before the end of the world, he studied and worked in Sanjiang City, Banhai Province. During his studies, Tang Zheng did not want to learn. During his work, he colluded with many ruffians and formed a criminal gang. After the end of the world, Tang Zheng and his gang committed a crime in Sanjiang, killed the father of an imperial lord, and then fled from Sanjiang and returned to their hometown to hide. During this process, Tang Zheng continued to collude with some villains. The size of the gang continued to expand, and a large amount of arms was found somewhere, which was the prototype of the light chasing army. On the way home, Tang Zheng was even more daring to kill the imperial baron Sun Meng, which is rare in the history of the empire. After arriving in Qinzhou, Tang Zheng took his evil deeds to the extreme. After returning to Mengshu, he killed Zheng Kejiang, the local leader who had saved countless people, and Zheng Kejiang's subordinates. Then Tang Zheng intensified his evil deeds, persecuting local survivors and expanding his power. At the Qinzhou Trade Conference, Tang Zheng killed several leaders and their subordinates in one fell swoop. The entire floor was stained with the blood of his murders. These are all well documented, and almost everyone in Qinzhou knows about it. After robbing the supplies of the trade conference, Tang Zheng continued to flee north and came to Ziguang City. Ziguang City was originally a tourist city built by the empire, but it was occupied by Tang Zheng, and he settled down here. During his time in Ziguang City, Tang Zheng intensified his evil deeds and repeatedly suppressed the surrounding areas, causing great harm to the alliance. Knowing that the zombies were coming, he deliberately deceived the alliance and asked the alliance garrison to assist in defense. Although the interests of the alliance were obviously damaged, he pretended to be a victim and asked for the alliance's supplies. He tries to win over the hearts of the people below him and pretends to be hypocritical, but he shows another face to the people around him. He is a typical hypocrite, and there is a devil under the hypocritical face. He is obviously in power, but he is single. It can be seen that the rumors that he doesn't like women are not groundless, and his mentality is distorted. In his heart, he is violating the laws of the empire and issuing currency without authorization. This behavior is no different from treason. Although I, Xi Jinping, am only the leader of a non-governmental organization and do not have real law enforcement power, I can't stand this kind of behavior. Killing nobles, killing leaders, oppressing the people, suppressing the alliance, issuing currency, and using Guangyuan to make a lot of money. All these behaviors are infuriating to heaven and people. In this situation, the alliance decided to stand up. From now on, I declare that Tang Zheng has committed treason and crimes against humanity, and he should be executed according to the crime. Although the Ziguang army is very powerful, the alliance, as the leader of the region, will not sit idly by and must enforce the law to the end. Tang Zheng, listen, the alliance will send out a large army in the near future to uphold justice and completely eliminate you and your rebels. Xi Jinping's eloquent speech stunned all the people in the Northern Territory. These words almost described Tang Zheng as a villain who did all kinds of evil. If someone who didn't know the truth heard it, Tang Zheng would be a complete scum and a butcher, and it would not be a pity to die by 1,000 cuts. However, in Ziguang City, although this kind of speech caused a great wave and triggered a lot of discussion, it did not have much impact on Tang Zheng. First of all, Xi Jinping's words themselves had many loopholes. What money making and oppression of the people, these are all untenable. The biggest beneficiaries of issuing currency are the people, which facilitates people's lives and allows people to gradually find a civilized society in this desperate doomsday. There is no oppression of the people, but according to Xi Jinping, it seems that there is still oppression of the alliance. But the key problem is that the alliance is not up to standard. It ran away when it saw the zombies coming. Who can you blame? Blame the Ziguang army for being too strong? It was able to defeat millions of zombies. It's better to blame you for being too weak. When 3,000 people arrived, the whole army was wiped out in an instant. If Tang Zheng was really wrong, then he might have killed the imperial nobles at the beginning of the apocalypse, which might have displeased the imperial nobles. But what does that have to do with the people? Especially now that the apocalypse has been going on for so long, ordinary people no longer care much about the imperial nobles. The empire is nowhere to be found, so what are some wandering nobles? In addition, Xi Jinping said that Tang Zheng was mentally twisted and didn't like women. This was the first time most people heard about it, and it caused quite heated discussions. As for other issues, they didn't cause much splash. The most important point is that everyone can't leave Ziguang City now. Since they can't leave, who would blacken a leader who makes them live happily? Isn't that something that only fools and idiots would do? Although there was no big wave, Xi Jinping's goal was achieved. He just wanted to take this opportunity to tear his face with Tang Zheng and officially declare war. Because if he didn't declare war, the people in the alliance would lose their hearts, and the survivors would probably run away to Ziguang City. Especially since the 3,000 young and strong men were taken away, they lost their hearts, and now the team is not easy to lead. But once the war is declared, those who are wavering will not dare to escape easily before the result of the battle is known. After all, the strength of the alliance is obvious now. After sending 50,000 people to Dalio, the alliance also exchanged a lot of weapons. The alliance now has 60 tanks alone. There are also 20 helicopters, and the number of armored vehicles is over 100. The rest of the auxiliary weapons are countless. Now the university city base is conducting military training every day. The 20,000 man army has begun to take shape. Once the regular training is completed, it can immediately go to war with the Ziguang army. Xi Jinping firmly believes that military power must determine everything in the end. Range is truth, and caliber is justice. Compared with Tang Zheng, he now seems to be on the side of justice. So Xi Jinping started a fight, which made the situation in the Northern Territory become serious. The alliance's 12th base began martial law, not allowing caravans going to Ziguang City to pass through their territory, and not allowing people from this base to go to Ziguang City. The Northern Territory has now entered a state of war. In the inner city of Ziguang City, Tang Zheng's official residence, the information of the alliance was also placed on his desk. This was not the first time Tang Zheng had read this information, but he was still surprised. Xi Jinping was quite courageous and actually armed an army of 20,000 people. If these troops were used well, they would also be a big threat. It was obvious that Xi Jinping had been planning to deal with him for a long time, and even dug up his experience of going to school in Sanjiang and having conflicts with the imperial nobles after the end of the world. This matter should have come from Sanjiang, which also shows that the circulation between regions has gradually begun, and many news can no longer be concealed. Killing the nobles is a matter of fact, and it is not a matter of fact. It depends on whether someone is chasing after it. However, Tang Zheng has even issued currency, and he has long stopped taking such things to heart. The problem now is how to deal with the war that may break out at any time. According to Tang Zheng's judgment, the alliance is conducting regular training, and it should take about a week to launch it. And this week, Tang Zheng must make full use of it, and must complete the upgrade of the group leader. After the accumulation of these few days, the amount of funds in Tang Zheng's hands has reached 7.5 million. After a week, there may be hope to hit the 10 million mark. Guo Yun's map should be drawn in the next few days. Tang Zheng's current task is to complete the number of zombie kills first. Go call Ji Yunshan and ask him to bring Chen Filang, Aviation Company, Armored Company, Field Combat Company 1, 2, and 3. Prepare to set off immediately and head to Shuanglin County. Chapter 157, All Army Star Upgrade, Early Spending. Qingquan County. This is a county within Tang Zheng's radar range, with a population of about 5.5 million, and the number of zombies is now over 5 million. Tang Zheng originally planned to go to Shuanglin, but Shuanglin is far away from Ziguang City, and worried that the war could break out at any time. Tang Zheng could only come to the nearest Qingquan. It is 120 kilometers away from Ziguang City, and the radar covers both places completely. If there is any situation, Tang Zheng can lead the team back immediately. The team arrived at the outskirts of Qingquan, and after Tang Zheng asked the soldiers to set up, he called Chen Filong over. Chen Filong, I know you hate me, but this is how the end of the world is. Life and death battles are happening all the time. You can't blame anyone for what you are now, but I'm still willing to give you a chance. You are now a zombie king, able to control zombies. I also need your help. You try your best to help me now. As long as you can help me kill 10 million zombies, I will give you freedom and let you completely turn back into a human. Then if you want to live in Ziguang City, you can live here. If you don't want to, I won't stop you from going anywhere you want. What do you think? Chen Filong, who was originally a little listless, heard this, and his eyes lit up. Are you serious? Tang Zheng smiled. By then, you will be just an ordinary person. I won't deceive you because of this. What about the bomb in my head? Complete the task and dismantle it for you immediately. Okay, Tang Zheng, we have a deal. The listless Chen Filong seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and his whole body was full of energy. He didn't need Ji Yunshan to follow him, and said to Tang Zheng directly, let your soldiers wait here, I'll be back soon. Chen Filong left the Ziguang army alone, and walked into Qingpin County. Seeing this result, Tang Zheng was quite satisfied. He knew that, if he didn't do this, Chen Filong would be like a mushroom fishing man who fishes for 3 days and dries the net for 2 days, and his killing progress would not improve at all. Moreover, this person had bad intentions and always wanted to escape and defuse bombs. This was not a solution. His current zombie transformation was low, yes, but Tang Zheng brought him with him to let him contact zombies. If he let the zombies bite him a few more times, it would be difficult to control the zombie transformation. If the zombie transformation exceeded 60%, injections would be useless. It would be better to give him hope, so that he could work as hard as possible, which would be good for everyone. When the time comes, he will be transformed back into a human, and there will be no threat at all. Chen Filong will definitely work as hard as possible, if he has hope. After all, 10 million zombies are not a lot for a zombie king who can control them, and it is estimated that taking down 2 counties will be enough. So Tang Zheng was not worried about him escaping, and waited patiently. About 2 hours later, Chen Filong came back. He brought back about 100,000 zombies, which looked endless. When they were 500 meters away from the Ziguang army, Chen Filong stopped the zombies, and returned to Tang Zheng alone. Tang Zheng, there are 150,000 zombies here. It is the limit for me to control 300,000 at a time. I can't hold on for long. But 150,000 is no problem. I just let them stay still, and hold on for a day. You can let your people kill as much as they want. Tang Zheng nodded. What if I kill all the 150,000? If you still want me to control, I can probably control 100,000, but I have to rest tomorrow. 150,000 a day can continue forever. Tang Zheng did not force it. It was very rare to be able to kill 150,000 zombies effortless in a day. He could not ask for more from this weakened zombie king. He was only 450,000 kills away from upgrading to the leader. It seemed that he could easily complete it in 3 days. He immediately ordered the troops to move forward and start killing these zombies like chopping wood. This kind of killing does not require artillery bombardment or machine gun fire. The soldiers stuck rifles and first used up the daily training bullets, and then took bayonets and stabbed one by one. There has never been such a bright moment. Hundreds of thousands of zombies lined up, and the gates were wide open to welcome killing, and the soldiers could still gain experience and upgrade stars. Although 150,000 zombies are enough, there are more than 1,000 people in the Ziguang army. Fighting together to kill the enemy, the efficiency is simply too high. Almost every minute, about 5,000 zombies are killed. The zombies in front fell, and the soldiers walked back, and the zombies behind lined up to come. Even if they killed them at the back, there were too many corpses, and they had to take detours all the time, which delayed a little time. But it took no more than 2 hours, and 150,000 zombies were killed. At this moment, all the Ziguang army were 3-star soldiers, and this time, they collected a lot of zombie crystals. Tang Zheng asked the soldiers with 3 stars to upgrade their stars on the spot. After another wave of star upgrades, the number of 4-star warriors in the light chasing army that followed was close to half. The remaining ones that did not upgrade were basically because they did not reach the full 3 stars. After killing all the zombies in this wave, Tang Zheng looked at the number of kills and found that there was only a gap of 300,000. He had more than 100,000 funds in his hand, which were also collected in this wave. The bodies of these zombies were very complete, and it was much easier to collect funds than before, and almost no funds were wasted. The next task was to burn these bodies, to prevent them from rotting, or being eaten by other zombies, leading to more evolution. When Tang Zheng killed the zombies, he took the wind direction into consideration. This place was downwind of Kinkun, so he could burn them without worry. Thick black smoke began to float, and 150,000 zombie bodies were burned. This time, because there was no pile of corpses, he brought enough gasoline and ignited dozens of piles of fire. It was estimated that it would burn almost everything in 1 night and half a day. With more funds and crystals left, Tang Zheng ordered all 4-star soldiers to return and bring the crystals back to Ziguang City for all 3-star soldiers there to take. All soldiers who did not reach 4 stars were immediately replaced with those who returned, including the City Guard Company and the Engineering Company. This time, he wanted to make the entire battalion reach 4 stars. The soldiers who completed the star upgrade returned to Ziguang City. At night, all the soldiers in Ziguang City who had not been upgraded arrived. When they arrived, everyone rested and ate on the spot, and rested overnight in the suburbs of Kinkun County. The next morning, Chen Filong got up and set off again with full energy. Because he summoned a wave of zombies nearby yesterday, it took a little longer this time. 3 hours later, Chen Filong brought back another 150,000 zombies. Tang Zheng didn't say much. He waved his hand and the soldiers went up, starting a new round of massacre. Another 150,000 zombies were killed without resistance. This time, all the soldiers of the Ziguang army were upgraded to 4 stars. Of course, the cooks and medical soldiers didn't need to upgrade their stars. They would automatically upgrade their stars by constantly cooking and treating. After upgrading all the stars, Tang Zheng still had about 3,000 crystals left in his hand, and he collected them all. The next step was the burning work, which was carried out in an orderly manner. The number of kills has reached 300,000, and 450,000 will be collected tomorrow. The soldiers have all been upgraded. Next, Tang Zheng will upgrade his armored forces, artillery forces, and helicopter forces. These vehicles and weapons cannot be upgraded to 4 stars by taking crystals like soldiers. The method of upgrading to 4 stars has not been studied yet, and they can only be upgraded to 3 stars at most. 3-star weapons are actually very powerful. For example, the 3-star 15 type light tank has surpassed the performance of ordinary main battle tanks. Now, most of Tang Zheng's tanks, artillery, and aircraft have actually been upgraded to 3 stars. After all, after the zombie siege, it is difficult not to upgrade their stars. There are only a few that have not been upgraded, and now they are almost full of 2 stars. But Tang Zheng still has his way. That is to spend in advance and manufacture some vehicles first. He is now full of troops, but there is no limit on the number of vehicles, so he can buy more and let the existing armored soldiers or aircraft pilots control them and continue to upgrade the stars now. After upgrading the leader, he will directly build a wave of armored soldiers and pilots, and a strong army or air force will be built directly. After collecting supplies and the light yuan income from Ziguang City in the past 2 days, Tang Zheng now has a huge sum of 8.3 million yuan. It is really uncomfortable to keep it in his pocket without spending it. If you want to do it, do it. Tang Zheng started to act. First is the artillery unit. Tang Zheng now has 10 howitzers and rocket launchers, of which the rocket launcher is priced at 2,000 gold and the howitzer is priced at 10,000 gold. 20 guns, coupled with a few small mortars, are the current artillery company, which is a bit shabby. But Tang Zheng can't buy too much at one time, because after upgrading the leader, he will definitely unlock better weapons. So he spent 120,000 gold to add 10 of each of the 2 types of cannons, so that the artillery unit had 40 cannons. After the purchase, the soldiers immediately pulled the cannons to the position, and prepared to use them tomorrow. Then Tang Zheng started to buy planes. There were 5 bird helicopters and transport planes, and 4 of the bird helicopters were acquisitioned by the special forces. Tang Zheng spent another 150,000 gold to buy 5 bird helicopters, this time for the military. After that, it was the transport plane. Transport helicopters are very practical, and the current 5 are definitely not enough. Tang Zheng gritted his teeth and bought 15 directly. It cost 750,000. If it comes, the Army Aviation Company will have 20 transport planes, and once the troops are replenished, it will be a scale. The aircraft and cannons cost 1.02 million, and there are still more than 7.2 million funds in hand. But the next big consumer is the replenishment of armored vehicles and tanks. The Boxer's armored personnel carrier is very advanced, but the Zhuang army has not been fighting for a long distance, so it has not been displayed, but Tang Zheng cannot but consider these. So he bought armored vehicles in advance. He bought 55 armored vehicles at a cost of 10,000 gold each, plus the original 5 in the armored company, which now has 60 tanks. The Type 15 light tank is very practical. Even if it is upgraded to the level of regiment commander, brigade commander or division commander, this type of tank will not be eliminated. Tang Zheng decided to replenish some in advance. He bought 35 light tanks at a cost of 40,000 gold each. After spending 1.4 million, the number of Type 15s in Tang Zheng's hands directly reached 40. The armored forces directly spent nearly 2 million in funds. But when the purchase was completed, more than 100 tanks and armored vehicles appeared behind him densely, and Tang Zheng was still very excited. His armored forces have taken shape. Now everything is ready, just waiting for the upgrade. Chapter 158 Funding of 10 million. Tang Zheng's spending reduced his funds to more than 5 million. But he was not worried. In the next few days, he might have a chance to get a large amount of funds. On the third day, Chen Filong brought 150,000 zombies again. This time, ordinary soldiers did not play. The light chasing army started the artillery bombardment first. For the zombies that could not move, it was meaningless to bombard them from too far away. As long as the shells could fall into the zombies, it would be fine. After several rounds of bombardment by the artillery, many of them began to upgrade their stars. When the zombies at the bombardment site were all killed, the remaining zombies automatically gathered there, allowing the light chasing army to continue bombing without adjusting the muzzle. Until all the cannons were upgraded to 3 stars, the planes went into battle and began to strafe at high altitudes. After the star upgrade of this transport plane, the carrying capacity can be improved. Improving the carrying capacity does not mean that the cabin has become larger, but that the maximum load has increased. The maximum load of a transport plane without stars is 6 tons, and 1 star can carry 10 tons. A 2-star transport plane can carry 15 tons, and a 3-star transport plane can carry up to 22 tons. Tang Zheng wanted to increase the load capacity, and it would be good if he could carry more supplies. So the transport planes continued to attack for a long time, until all the new planes were upgraded to 3 stars. After the continuous attack by the planes and cannons, the number of zombies had dropped to about 60,000, and then the tanks came on the scene. However, there were too many tanks, hundreds of tanks and armored vehicles, and after a while, 60,000 zombies were completely wiped out. Although the tanks have not been upgraded to 3 stars, Tang Zheng has already killed the zombies. Now, the only thing left to upgrade to the head of the group is the completion of the mapping of a TV station. It's almost there. Ask Jiuo Yun, how long will it take to complete the mapping? The communicator talked to Jiuo Yun, and soon got a clear answer from Jiuo Yun. Now the power grid has been laid, and 7 survivor bases have explicitly expressed their desire to connect to the light chasing army's power grid. As long as these 7 bases are laid, the surrounding circuits will begin to take shape, and the TV station's mapping can be completed. It is expected to be completed in the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. That means it will take another 3 days. What's the situation over at the Alliance? Report to the General. The Alliance's regular training is nearing its end. This training is very cruel, even brutal. Many soldiers couldn't stand it and died on the way. There was also a lot of resentment among the soldiers, but Zi Jinshan still did his own thing. However, the training results were good, and the combat effectiveness had been significantly improved. However, the university town base is now under martial law, and it is hard to say when they will complete the training and go out. Tang Zheng snorted. Zi Jinshan is desperate now. He must win this battle. If he loses, he will collapse without us having to do anything. If he wins, everything will be reversed, so he won't care about anything. Tell the radar squad to keep an eye on the radar at all times and don't relax. No matter when Zi Jinshan goes out, he cannot avoid radar detection if he wants to get close to Zhuang City. No one would have thought that our radar can even detect people. It is indeed very convenient to have a radar, just like the Alliance's action a few days ago, where 1,500 people gathered in a building, thinking they were unnoticed, but they didn't know that they were within the radar range, and that was the most conspicuous thing. Moreover, the radar station of the Zhuang army was built inside Guian Mountain, which is now surrounded by clouds and mist all year round. From a distance, the top of the mountain is just a piece of smoke and clouds. Others probably don't know that there is a radar station there. These are the advantages of the Zhuang army, which are still unknown. Since the Alliance has not yet launched, Tang Zheng is not in a hurry. He still needs a few days. Because Tang Zheng has set his sights on the jewelry store at the northernmost end of Qingquan County. There are many jewelry stores in a county. If Tang Zheng is given a month, he can recapture the entire Qingquan County and take down all the jewelry stores inside. But now there are only 3 days, and he will be thankful if he can take down one of them. In the following time, Tang Zheng did not let the troops continue to wait passively. Even without Chen Filong summoning zombies, the troops have very strong combat capabilities. 4-star soldiers refresh hundreds of training bullets every day. Wouldn't it be a waste if they don't use them up? Taking advantage of the time before noon, Tang Zheng dispatched troops to attack Qingquan County. The bodies in the rear were still burning, and the troops in the front had already penetrated into the city and began to advance in a carpet-like manner. Although there are 5 million zombies in Qingquan, 450,000 have been cleared in the north in 3 days, and a fairly good foundation has been laid. Next, just fight forward in one direction, and don't expand the scale of the battle indefinitely. On the first day, 50,000 zombies were annihilated. On the morning of the second day, Chen Filong recovered his energy and summoned 150,000 zombies again. After a while of chopping melons and vegetables, most of the chariots of the Zhuang army had been upgraded to enhanced 2 stars, and some were 3 stars. Afternoon, the strategy of the first day was continued, and about 50,000 zombies were annihilated again. On the morning of the third day, Chen Filong continued his work and summoned 150,000 zombies again. This time, all the chariots were upgraded to enhanced 3 stars, and Tang Zheng also achieved his predetermined goal. However, after the chariots were upgraded this time, they did not stop as before, but cooperated with the soldiers to continue the attack. After the bullets were refreshed at noon, the Zhuang army was not far from the northernmost jewelry store. Although it is not far, it seems that it should kill 100,000 zombies all the way, and it seems that it will be difficult to complete it today. Just when Tang Zheng was about to take a rest, a message came. General, there is movement from the Alliance. What's going on? This morning, the survivors of other bases reported that the Alliance had set out yesterday, but did not go to Zhuang City, but to Mangai Town. They built fortifications, dug trenches and tunnels, and constructed defensive positions in Mangai Town. They also set up checkpoints there last night to intercept the passing caravans and not allow them to pass through Mangai Town to Zhuang City. Hearing this, Tang Zheng understood everything. The Alliance did not intend to start a war with the Zhuang army under Zhuang City. With the city walls and the garrison, and the naval gun, any attacker who wanted to attack would have to think twice. After all, in war, the defending side has the advantage, and Tang Zheng did not think about attacking the Alliance base, which would be disadvantageous to the attacker. The Alliance avoided starting a war under Zhuang City, but got stuck in the key location of Mangai Town, thus cutting off the entire road to Zhuang City from the west and southwest. Both Fengcheng and Mobei have to go through Mangai Town, otherwise Tang Zheng would not have prepared to go there to eliminate the robbers when he heard that there were robbers in Mangai Town. In this way, the Alliance will change from passive to active. As long as the Zhuang army wants to restore the trade route, it must go to Mangai Town and fight the Alliance. Abandoning the defensive advantage of Zhuang City, the Alliance has gained an advantage. This is indeed a good calculation. If Tang Zheng is still a battalion level unit, then even if all the troops are dispatched, at most they can dispatch a combat force of 2,000 people, including a lot of engineers. The Alliance has trained 20,000 soldiers specifically for this battle. 2,000 attacking 20,000 troops waiting for the opportunity is almost suicide, no matter how strong the combat effectiveness is. But Xi Jinping would never dream that Tang Zheng is about to be promoted. After learning about the situation of the alliance, Tang Zheng's heart is relieved. As long as they don't attack Zhuguang City, the matter is not urgent, and it doesn't matter if it is delayed for a day or two. How is Guo Yun's map making going? Just finished. The general can go back to build the TV station at any time. Okay, let's go back immediately after we finish the jewelry store here. Tang Zheng turned around and called Chen Filong over. I remember you said before that after summoning 150,000 zombies in one day, you can summon another 100,000, right? That's right, but you have to rest tomorrow. Okay, now you summon 100,000 zombies and open up the road to the jewelry store here. Okay. Chen Filong now behaved very cooperatively and actively, and immediately walked towards the direction of the zombie group. An hour later, the 100,000 zombies were summoned. Kill. Tang Zheng waved his hand, and the Zhuguang army once again massacred the 100,000 zombies that looked like wooden stakes. At around 3 PM, the massacre was completed, and the collection and burning work began simultaneously. Tang Zheng led the troops into this empty block. This time, without any obstacles, Tang Zheng arrived at the door of the jewelry store. Looking up, this jewelry store is smaller than the one in Shuanglin. After all, that jewelry store can even attract foreigners to come, and it should be considered a relatively large scale in the region. The soldiers entered the jewelry store and began a new round of collection. Tang Zheng did not enter the jewelry store this time. He still had a gem crown from the Bohemian Empire in his hand, which was already a top-notch jewelry. He didn't care about ordinary jewelry at all. What natural pearls and imperial green jadeite, they were all sources of funds for him. About half an hour later, all the jewelry in the jewelry store was looted and sent to Tang Zheng. After the battles and collections in the past few days, as well as the income in Zhuguang City, Tang Zheng's funds have recovered to more than 7 million. He even has nearly 8,000 zombie crystals. Tang Zheng directly exchanged this pile of jewelry. Congratulations, General, you have obtained 2,880,510 gold. With the funds here, the amount of money in Tang Zheng's hands has increased again, and the total amount has just exceeded 10 million. This is a huge sum of money that Tang Zheng has never seen since the establishment of the army. Money is the source of confidence. If it weren't for the war, Tang Zheng would even want to stay here for a while longer, taking advantage of the fact that winter hasn't come yet to completely recapture Kingpin and even Shuanglin. But that would take too long, and Tang Zheng couldn't wait any longer. This time, the funds exceeded 10 million, the entire army was upgraded, and more than 8,000 crystals were collected, which can be said to be a great harvest. Tang Zheng was the first to board the plane, ready to return to Zhuguang City to build a TV station. Chapter 159 Upgrading the Leader. 3 updates, 500 monthly tickets plus. Tang Zheng left by plane, and the troops behind followed one after another. Although many helicopters did not have pilots, the scouts in the army also knew how to fly the plane, but they were not as good as professional pilots. All the bird helicopters followed the general to the sky to protect him. On the transport helicopters, many troops from the field company boarded the planes. This transport plane can carry 46 soldiers, and a platoon of the Zhuguang army has 45 people. 20 transport planes can transport 900 people away, which can almost take away all the people here. However, many people have to stay to drive, and there are armored vehicles and tanks and cannons here. The soldiers hung the cannons on the vehicles, and then loaded some of the supplies collected along the way. The main supplies are food. With the arrival of survivors in Zhuguang City, the city is now quite crowded, almost overcrowded. More than 100,000 people live on every square kilometer of land, which is a very scary number. Fortunately, when the city was built, there were almost no large bungalows in ordinary residential buildings. After all, it was the end of the world, and it was good to have a place to live. Therefore, almost all the residential buildings here are 30 square meters of apartment-style residences. There are bedrooms, bathrooms, and open kitchens, which are enough. Therefore, the number of people living in the residential buildings in Zhuguang City is quite large. There are 7 floors above the ground and a basement. Each residential building has more than 1,000 people living in it. And this is not the most densely populated place in Zhuguang City. The most densely populated place is the various hotels in Ziguang City. The hotels are all 20 square meters of rooms with 2 beds and a bathroom. Usually, those mercenaries and adventurers live in hotels, and the density of people is even greater. With more people, the need for food has also greatly increased. Ziguang City is not short of fresh water, but the food crisis has begun to emerge. Tang Zheng's resource recycling station collects a lot of things every day, but the food collected is the least. Many of these life-saving things are privately left by the survivors, and they are not put on the market for the middlemen to make a profit. So Tang Zheng told the Ziguang army that when they go out, they can leave other things first, but they must take away the food when they see it. A part of Kingpin County has just been captured, and it is in the stage of land reclamation, and the resources are still quite rich. Moreover, more than 100 days after the end of the world, most of the food can still be preserved. The Ziguang army has accumulated a considerable amount of food these days. Armored personnel carriers and helicopter transport planes have now directly transformed into food transport teams, loading all the food. Even the tanks have trailers hanging on them, loaded with a lot of food. In addition to food, there is another commodity, and a lot of it was collected this time. That is televisions. The TV station is about to be built, and the collection of televisions has actually started a long time ago, but there has been no large-scale action, and the number collected is not large. When he came this time, Tang Zheng gave a sentence, and tens of thousands of televisions were collected. These televisions were specially loaded with several helicopters, and left with the large army. Many soldiers directly became drivers and drove away, in armored vehicles and tanks. Helicopters also took off, and returned to Ziguang City. Tang Zheng's helicopter landed on the rooftop of the official residence, and then took the elevator down to the lobby on the first floor. Jiao Yun was already waiting here. General, I'm glad to have fulfilled my mission. The mapping of the TV station is completed. Tang Zheng took the drawings from Jiao Yun, and was very excited. After completing the construction of this blueprint, he can be promoted to the head of the regiment. The end of the world began in early July, and now it is mid-October, more than 100 days. During this period of time, Tang Zheng has been happy, but also hard-working. Moreover, in Tang Zheng's opinion, platoon leader, company commander, and even battalion commander cannot be considered as senior officers. Only when he is promoted to the stage of head of the regiment can he be considered as a senior officer. Suppressing his excitement, Tang Zheng used the blueprint of the TV station. TV station, the price is 300,000 gold. This price is satisfactory to Tang Zheng, which is slightly cheaper than the bank and the printing factory. Is there any place on the east bank of Fengming River? It is reserved, General. The bank to the east has not been open to survivors, just to reserve some space for the general. Tang Zheng nodded. He also knew that the Ziguang army was in urgent need of land and the city was overcrowded. He still kept a piece of land, which made many people dissatisfied. The current Ministry of the Interior has found him several times, hoping to open the area on the east bank of Fengming River. Tang Zheng felt that the Ministry of Internal Affairs was just average. In fact, this group of survivors was not bad and worked hard. Since everything was just started, and there was supervision by the Ziguang army, corruption rarely occurred. But after all, it was composed of survivors, and Tang Zheng felt that it was not very easy to use. At least some core things could not be told to them. The same was true for the Public Security Bureau. The current director of the Public Security Bureau was terrified when he saw him, but his ability at work was still a little insufficient. At least the people in his Public Security Bureau did not find the Fengming River where the internal accomplices gathered last time. I hope that, after being promoted to the head of the group this time, Tang Zheng's subordinates will have enough talents in all aspects, and take over these important tasks when they find an opportunity. Together with Jiao Yun, he came to the east bank of the Fengming River, the southeast corner of the city. This is the area reserved by Tang Zheng for the construction of the TV station. Now it was gradually getting dark, and Tang Zheng came to the regional center and bought the TV station. 300,000 funds were spent, and the layout was completed. The wide and flat yard, the magnificent office building, and the tall signal tower all appeared in an instant. The power lines outside have been laid, and high voltage power towers have been erected in the wilderness, all the way into Zhuguang City. Under the ground of Zhuguang City, countless underground optical cables have also been laid, and the infrastructure work has been done very solidly. The TV station has been completed, and it also has 30 staff members. Most of them are technicians, and there is only one leader, a young man named Li Zhaoqiang, who is the director of the TV station. This is a non-staff member of the Zhuguang army, and he is also infinitely loyal to Tang Zheng. After appearing, he respectfully greeted Tang Zheng, and then introduced the situation of the TV station. General, our TV station has currently connected to 7 surrounding survival bases, but this does not include any of the 12 alliance bases. Our signal coverage has actually expanded to a large extent. If it was before the end of the world, the whole country could watch our programs, but now it is not possible. Except for here, there are very few places around that have resumed the construction of signal towers, so the current viewing area is still concentrated within a range of 200 kilometers around Zhuguang City. Tang Zheng nodded. Don't worry, we are also in the initial stage of construction, and it is very good to have such an effect, but we can't be satisfied. Next, we must continue to mobilize our forces and expand to the surrounding areas. At least Fengcheng, Mobi, and Liang must be developed as the focus. As for the alliance, there is no need to pay attention to it. It won't be long before they will beg us to connect the TV line. Understood. Patting Li Zhaoqiang on the shoulder, Tang Zheng said earnestly, the TV station is our mouthpiece, and the content it broadcasts must be in line with our interests. I don't care what you broadcast at ordinary times. Movies and TV series before the end of the world, you can broadcast them at will, but when it comes to major matters, you must think carefully. General, rest assured, I know this very well. I will always put the interests of our Zhuguang army first. If I don't do well, you can dismiss me, or even shoot me. Not really. Do your best. However, televisions are not yet popular in every household. Tomorrow, televisions will be launched on the market. After 10 days or so, your TV station will be very popular. Thank you, General. I will start recruiting employees tomorrow. Okay. Contact Qi Zhengyang and get 2 million from the bank as the startup capital for the TV station. After instructing Li Zhaoqiang, Tang Zheng left the TV station. Now that the conditions for upgrading to the head of the regiment have been met, Tang Zheng did not upgrade immediately. He still had a job to do. That was to build a military camp. He currently only had one military camp that could accommodate a battalion of soldiers. If a new unit was built, there was no place to live. A military camp cost 200,000 gold each, and Tang Zheng selected 5 at once. 5 military camps could accommodate 12,500 people. Together with the previous one, a total of 15,000 people could be accommodated. Of course, the scale of the regiment that Tang Zheng wanted to expand was larger than this, but now that he had just been promoted to the head of the regiment, it was impossible to fill it with soldiers at once. Now 6 barracks were enough for the time being. After the construction of the barracks was completed, Tang Zheng went around the inner city and arranged them all. There were barracks in all directions, so that it would be very fast to send troops from any direction. After arranging all the barracks, he returned to his official residence alone. He came to the bedroom on the 3rd floor, closed the door, told Ning Yue that he would not accept anyone's request to see him tonight, and then began to upgrade the head of the regiment. Opening the system page, Tang Zheng saw the 4 conditions for upgrading the head of the regiment, all of which were completed. It's really not easy, so let's upgrade now. Tang Zheng clicked on the upgrade, and the system prompt came. It is detected that the upgrades have been completed. The funds for upgrading the head of the regiment require 2 million. Do you want to upgrade immediately? Upgrade immediately. Confirm the upgrade. Upgrade completed. After deducting the 2 million funds, Tang Zheng now has 6.75 million funds. There is still 1.3 million funds, which have just been used to purchase military camps and TV stations. The rest of the money is all Tang Zheng can use freely. The upgrade is completed, and the system prompts again. Congratulations, General, you have successfully upgraded to the head of the team. Now please determine the number of team members. Tang Zheng took a deep breath and finally came to this step. Thank you, Janzi Yunzang Zhig Lei, and 2 book friends for the reward. Chapter 160, Changes at the regimental level. Tang Zheng also made careful calculations on the number of personnel at the regiment level. First of all, the 5 field companies will be upgraded to battalions. According to the current scale, 1 battalion will have 2,500 people, for a total of 12,500 people. There is also the current City Guard Company, which is a bit thin with 300 people defending a wall of 10 square kilometers. So Tang Zheng decided to upgrade the City Guard force to a battalion after consideration. If a battalion is used to guard the wall, it will be a bit too much, so this force will have to shoulder more responsibilities. For example, explosion prevention, raids, firefighting, etc. in the city, as well as the troops Tang Zheng has now stationed in various factory areas, will also be taken over by the City Guard force. There are also soldiers in the radar squad, soldiers in the giant artillery squad, and patrol guards in the inner city, all of which will be handed over to the City Guard force, so it will be set as a battalion. There is also the engineering corps. Now 1 company is a bit too few, and the future construction needs are also very large. Tang Zheng simply gave the engineers a battalion. After the expansion of these troops, the number of people has reached 17,500. In addition, the regimental level cooking unit and medical team need to be expanded, each increasing to a company of 300 people. The guard platoon needs to be turned into a guard company, which also needs 300 people. The total number of people now will become 18,400. Another large number of people is the Army Aviation Battalion. The previous Army Aviation Company was basically a mere formality. In addition to those aircraft pilots, there was only 1 paratrooper, Hu Yuhang. Now Tang Zheng plans to increase the number of paratroopers in larger numbers. The specific number of paratroopers has not yet been determined, but with the promotion of the regiment commander, the scale of the Zhejiang Army's air force will definitely be expanded. By then, there will not only be paratroopers, but also pilots and Air Force ground crew personnel. Tang Zheng also gave a battalion of establishment. In this way, the number of people will reach 20,900. There are also artillery and armored troops. There are hundreds of tanks and cannons without human control, and about 400 people will be added. In addition to the emergence of new arms, the total number of artillery and armored troops should be around 1,000 to 1,500. Next, the guard force will be upgraded. The guard force was upgraded from a platoon to a company, which was basically the top. After all, he was only 1 person. With continuous upgrades in the future, it was impossible for the guard force to expand infinitely. Would he have to add a guard brigade when he was promoted to the commander of the army? That was too exaggerated. So the guard force was only a company. But Tang Zheng also found that he did not have a group of elite soldiers who could be dispatched at any time. After all, whether it was a field army or a city guard army, they all had their own responsibilities, and he needed a group of troops that could be dispatched at any time. So Tang Zheng planned to establish a purely mechanized direct battalion as a rapid response force around him. After all, the number of people was almost 25,000. In addition, Tang Zheng also had some auxiliary arms, such as special service personnel, such as communication personnel, who also needed to be increased. In addition, Jiuo Yun said that there would be railway stations and map making in the future, and more people might be needed at that time. Tang Zheng always had to reserve some space for himself. In case the army had to be restructured in the future, there could not be no room for movement. The newly promoted regiment commander estimated that there would be some unexpected arms. So Tang Zheng calculated a number for himself, 30,000 people in a regiment. When this number was calculated, Tang Zheng was shocked. My goodness, this is almost as strong as a division of the empire. No matter what, I finally got promoted to the head of the regiment. If the number of troops is not as good as the alliance's troops, it would be too bad. And there will be no less battles in the future, not only zombies, but also humans, so the more troops the better. Tang Zheng confirmed it, and the system sounded. The team has been determined, and the upper limit of the team has been determined, 30,000 people. The conditions for the regiment leader to upgrade to brigade commander are unlocked. Condition 1, the whole regiment is fully staffed. Condition 2. A total of 30 million zombies have been killed. Condition 3. 30 million upgrade funds. Condition 4. Complete 10 mapping buildings. Condition 5. The number of survivors under your command is more than 5 million. Condition 6. The area of the territory is not less than 500,000 square kilometers. Note, it needs to be recognized by the surrounding forces. Tang Zheng had been mentally prepared for the first 4 conditions, and he could even roughly figure them out. But the 2 new conditions surprised Tang Zheng. It is very difficult to ask for 5 million survivors under his command. Even if all the survivors in the northern region are gathered together, it is hard to say whether it can reach 5 million. Zhuang City is so popular now, but the population is only about 600,000. The total number of the 12 alliance bases does not exceed 500,000. Although there are many other bases, the number of people is generally not too large. Even if all the people are added together, Tang Zheng is not sure that it exceeds 5 million. And it is impossible to gather everyone. At least for Zhuang City now, Tang Zheng has decided that the population is already the limit. Now the Ministry of the Interior has stopped recruiting survivors. So if he wants to complete this task, Tang Zheng must go out and even build a larger base. But Zhuang City has just been established, and it is impossible to go out for a while. Don't even think about it for the time being. The 6th condition is even more harsh. It actually requires a territory of no less than 500,000 square kilometers. Hanyu is indeed very large, with an area of more than 30 million square kilometers. But what does that have to do with Tang Zheng? At least for now, only the 10 square kilometers at the foot of Zhuang City belong to him, and the Empire will not give it up. But this is also caused by the environment of the end of the world. All the survivors are doing this. They cannot survive without a survival base. But occupying 500,000 square kilometers is different. At least when the Empire is still there, this is the behavior of a warlord. And this occupation needs to be recognized by other surrounding forces, which is even more difficult. Tang Zheng is not afraid of other survivor forces, but it is very difficult to get the recognition of the Empire. Think about it, you can know that, if you want the Empire to recognize the survivors, this thing may still succeed, but it is difficult for the Empire to tolerate such behavior as occupying the surrounding land. War system, you are really a system born for war. I can't live without fighting. If one day I accidentally become an emperor, it's your fault. Tang Zheng is also more open-minded. With a sigh, he threw these harsh conditions aside. There must be a way to get the car to the mountain. Let's see what good things you have been given after upgrading to the leader. Open the system page. First of all, equipment. Leader's uniform. Price 20 gold. Railway. Price 10 gold per meter. Note, train station mapping needs to be completed. 14.5mm bullets. Price 0.5 gold. Multi-flavor military meat cans. Price 0.1 gold. Frogman suit. Price 20 gold. High altitude 180 degree macro camera. Price 20 gold. These are the equipment updates, and the railway and high altitude 180 degree camera caught Tang Zheng's attention. Railways, this thing finally appeared. As long as the railway station is built, the railway can be laid out. Tang Zheng has observed the previous railways, which are rusty and not very useful, but rust removal is now very simple for the Zhuang army. Rust removal is not as troublesome as laying railways. It is not a problem to remove rust for hundreds of kilometers a day. When it is connected to the Empire's past railway network, Zhuang City can use the railway to go to many places in all directions. The 14.5mm caliber bullets indicate that Tang Zheng's troops' firepower has been further improved. This weapon that is more terrifying than ordinary heavy machine guns is about to come out. The high altitude camera made Tang Zheng a little confused. This looked like a single soldier's equipment, but what kind of soldiers would shoot at high altitudes? Could it be a paratrooper? But it didn't seem like it. After looking at these, Tang Zheng didn't look at the weapons first this time, but looked at the soldier page. War Eagle, price 300 gold. Air Force Ground Crew, price 200 gold. Sailor, price 200 gold. Underwater Engineer, price 500 gold. Political Officer, price 300 gold. Electronic Information Soldier, price 500 gold, special agent, spy, price 1000 gold, transport aircraft combat team. 10 people, price 5000 gold. Seeing these new recruits, Tang Zheng realized how different it was from the battalion level. After being promoted to the regiment level, he remembered the War Eagle under his command. This was what he had entered into the system at the beginning, but it was a long time ago, and he had forgotten it a little. The War Eagle is a golden eagle that can be tamed. As the dominant bird among flying birds, the golden eagle has strong vision, flying ability and combat power, and can help people fight and conduct reconnaissance. In addition, when the plane takes off and lands, the golden eagle can be used to drive away the flocks of birds near the airport. I just don't know how powerful the golden eagle produced by the system is now. At this time, Tang Zheng also knew who the high altitude camera was for. It was hung on the neck of the golden eagle and fed back data information. The appearance of the Air Force ground crew also proved Tang Zheng's previous speculation that the scale of the Army Aviation Regiment would be expanded. However, the appearance of sailors and underwater engineers was something Tang Zheng had not expected. Does he have the ability to build ships now? The appearance of the political officer solved Tang Zheng's urgent problem. He has always suffered from the fact that he has no talent in political affairs and has to rely on the power of the survivors, which is not very convenient to use. Now the system helps him solve this problem. In the future, all units in Ziguang City can be under the direct jurisdiction of their own people, and there is no need to worry about betrayal. The appearance of electronic information soldiers indicates that the future operations of the Ziguang army will be more modernized and intelligent. The appearance of the agent means that Tang Zheng will have the ability to infiltrate in the future, and his military intelligence bureau will be officially established. As for the final transport aircraft combat group, Tang Zheng knows that it is definitely not a helicopter. Because a transport aircraft combat group requires 10 people, this means that he can already manufacture large fixed-wing transport aircraft. Seeing this, Tang Zheng can't wait to find out what weapons and equipment he has. Chapter 161, over 10,000 troops. After looking at the personnel, Tang Zheng entered the weapon page. This time, relatively few weapons appeared. Whether it was a pistol, a rifle, a light machine gun, or even a sniper rifle, Tang Zheng's equipment was at the world's advanced level, so those equipment were not refreshed this time. However, several weapons still appeared. Mine, price 5 gold, 14.5mm Gatling gun. Comes with 1,200 bullets, priced at 3,000 gold. 105mm anti-aircraft gun, comes with 100 rounds of shells. Priced at 5,000 gold. Iron Dome anti-aircraft missile silo, comes with 20 anti-aircraft missiles, priced at 100,000 gold. These 4 weapons were refreshed now. Mines are equipment that can be deployed underwater to guard against enemy ships. This also shows that the Ziguang army will face more different enemies in the future. This 14.5mm Gatling gun is what Tang Zheng is most pleased about. This kind of thing is so cool to use to fight zombies. According to Tang Zheng's experience, except for the 3rd level Tyrannosaurus zombie, almost no zombie can resist the shooting of this machine gun. Even the gorilla zombie cannot resist it completely, but it should be able to take a few more shots. The appearance of anti-aircraft guns is mainly aimed at humans and used to defend the airspace. But Tang Zheng did not expect that there were 2 kinds of anti-aircraft weapons. The anti-aircraft missiles of the Iron Dome were unlocked at the regiment level. The current Ziguang City is relatively safe, but if there is a weakness, it may be air defense. At present, the weapons of the Ziguang army include Stinger individual anti-aircraft missiles and anti-aircraft machine guns. The power of these 2 weapons can only be said to be the bottom, and they are not very practical in real air combat. The refresh of anti-aircraft guns and anti-aircraft missiles can be regarded as filling the gap of the Ziguang army. Tang Zheng knows this Iron Dome. It can not only deal with aircraft and missiles, but even the attacks of rocket launchers can be intercepted. It is very practical, but the cost is relatively high. 100,000 gold per launch silo is definitely very high. After seeing these 3 weapons, the next is the highlight, that is, vehicle weapons. After opening the page, there are indeed many new weapons. Radar electronic jammer. 3 crew members can emit jamming radio waves. covering an area of 150 kilometers in diameter, jamming enemy radar to make it ineffective, with automatic identification function. Price 50,000 gold. Mine-laying vehicle. 3 crew members, comes with 1,000 mines, can lay 10,000 mines per day, price 30,000 gold. M109 Paladin 155mm self-propelled howitzer. 4 crew members, weight 28 tons, length 9.1 meters, equipped with a 155mm caliber howitzer, comes with 40 rounds of shells, can fire armor-piercing shells, high explosive shells, white phosphorus shells, maximum range 30 kilometers, equipped with 12.7mm anti-aircraft. Machine guns, price 30,000 gold. 99 a main battle heavy tank. 3 crew members, total weight 55 tons, 7.6 meters long, equipped with a 125mm smoothbore gun, 41 rounds of ammunition, equipped with a 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun and a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun. The whole vehicle is protected by composite armor. Equipped with a laser self-defense weapon system and an onboard radar system, and the price is 70,000 gold. Death drone, wingspan 20 meters, length 11 meters, equipped with radar, equipped with automatic identification system, equipped with 2 laser-guided air-to-air missiles and 4 Hellfire air-to-ground missiles. The price is 50,000 gold. Apache attack helicopter, length 17.76 meters, rotor diameter 14.6 meters, height 4 meters, empty weight 5 tons, maximum takeoff weight 10 tons, crew 3 people. The weapon has a 30mm chain gun with 1,200 rounds of ammunition, and can carry 4 Iron air-to-air missiles and 12 Hellfire anti-tank missiles. The price is 100,000 gold. And 124 transport aircraft. 7 crew members, 69 meters long, 73 meters wingspan, 21 meters high, empty weight 173 tons, maximum takeoff weight 405 tons, maximum flight speed 865 kilometers per hour, maximum endurance 100,000 kilometers, price 200,000 gold. These 7 weapons are the weapons refreshed at the regiment level. Among them, the radar jammer should be a symbol of modern warfare. It can make the enemy's radar ineffective. This move is simply too cruel, especially for those aircraft and tanks that do not have anti-interference capabilities. It is definitely a nightmare. The function of the mine layer is very simple. It is only used to lay mines, but its efficiency of laying 10,000 mines per day is very useful at critical moments. The self-propelled howitzer is an absolutely practical weapon in modern times. This 155mm caliber is at the same level as Tang Zheng's current artillery, and the shells of both are universal. But his advantage is that he can change places after firing a shot, which is very flexible and convenient. Unlike the towed cannon, it is easy to be covered by enemy artillery fire after being placed and fixed. The Type 99er main battle tank is definitely one of the most advanced main battle tanks in the world. The appearance of this tank means that Tang Zheng can start to build his own armored core. The Alliance now has dozens of tanks, but they are all light tanks. Facing the Type 99A, it is almost a dimensionality reduction attack. In terms of aircraft, the Reaper drone and Apache attack helicopter have joined the army. The performance of the Reaper drone is very good, especially at this stage. It can fly above the clouds, approach a place silently, and then launch missiles to complete the attack target. Even if Tang Zheng wants to assassinate Xi Jinping, this kind of drone has a high success rate. Not to mention the Apache, the position of the helicopter overlord is almost unshakable, and the 30mm chain gun has considerable lethality to tanks. Tang Zheng's bird helicopter is too fragile, and the transport helicopter is essentially not used for combat. After the Apache joins the army, his army aviation regiment has a pillar. Finally, there is the In-124 transport aircraft. This transport aircraft, which can carry more than 200 tons, was almost the best in the world before. It can carry 4 main battle tanks at a time, which shows its powerful transport capacity. However, this transport aircraft is not like a drone. A drone can take off and land on a highway, but it needs a real airport runway for takeoff and landing. Without enough to key off distance and space, it cannot fly. In other words, before Tang Zheng builds an airport, this aircraft cannot be used in actual combat. After looking at all the weapons, Tang Zheng felt that something seemed to be missing. He has a railway, but are there no special equipment and weapons on the railway? He also has sailors, but he hasn't seen the corresponding ships. Tang Zheng asked the system, and the system quickly gave an answer. General, some specific equipment will only appear after the corresponding mapping is completed. Before the mapping building appears, it will not be enlisted and equipped. After listening to the system introduction, Tang Zheng also understood that it seemed that the weapons of his regiment had not been fully equipped, and it might be necessary to build railway stations, airports, docks, etc. Tang Zheng was not in a hurry. The current weapons were rich enough, and the strength of his troops was definitely greatly improved. After looking at all the weapons, Tang Zheng was ready to start recruiting soldiers. He still had 6.75 million in his hand, which seemed like a lot, but the weapons were very expensive now, and this amount of money was far from enough to fill the entire regiment. However, it was still possible to replenish some of them, so Tang Zheng began his plan. First of all, of course, he had to recruit soldiers. The foundation of the army was a large number of mobilized soldiers. In the past, mobilized soldiers were fully armed, which cost 235 gold. But now it is a little different. It is already October 20th, and the temperature is getting lower and lower, almost reaching 0 degrees Celsius. So Tang Zheng decided to add winter combat suits to all soldiers. This suit was refreshed when he was at the company commander level. Winter combat suit, price 10 gold, including combat uniforms, cowhide cotton military boots, cold-proof glasses, and warm sleeping bags. With the addition of this suit, the cost of each soldier reached 245 gold. Tang Zheng first spent 25,000 gold to buy winter combat suits for all the previous troops. Then he started to recruit soldiers. First, Tang Zheng calculated the cost. After calculation, the cost of each platoon was about 21,000 gold. These included mobilized soldiers, light machine guns, heavy machine guns, flammer throwers, rocket launchers, military dogs, and some corresponding vehicles. A company has 5 platoons, which is 100,500 gold. In addition, the company needs to be equipped with a cooking team, a medical team, a guard team, etc. And it also needs to be equipped with some additional vehicles, with a total cost of about 130,000 gold. Tang Zheng decided to add 20 companies at one time. Among them, the 1st to 5th Field Battalions. Each unit has 4 companies. This one-time expenditure is 2.6 million gold. In this way, each field battalion has 5 combat companies and corresponding logistics troops, totaling about 1,600 people. This wave alone has increased the number of Zhuang army from 2,500 to nearly 9,000. After clicking these arms, Tang Zheng began to add cooking troops, medical troops, and guard troops. All 3 teams were expanded into companies, and the number of people soared by more than 700. Then there are the engineering troops and the city guard troops. Tang Zheng did not increase the number of these 2 troops for the time being. He first added 1 company to the city guard and the engineering corps, which was enough for the time being. With the war approaching, Tang Zheng had to leave a certain amount of funds to produce and purchase the main combat arms. The engineering corps had 300 people in 1 company, and the city guard corps had another 300 people in 1 company. In addition to the logistics troops of the field company and the logistics troops of the regiment, more than 400,000 gold was spent successively. Tang Zheng had only 3.5 million left in his hands. However, the number of his troops was rising madly. Tang Zheng began to buy artillery, tank soldiers, and helicopter combat teams. These were all purchased when he spent in advance, but no one was operating them yet. Those weapons have been upgraded to 3 stars, and the addition of personnel will be a powerful combat force. There are a total of hundreds of combat teams, with a total cost of 100,000 gold and more than 300 people added. After the end, Tang Zheng looked at the total number, and was surprised to find that after this wave of rapid troops, before the high-tech arms and main combat arms were counted, the number of his troops had exceeded 10,000, reaching 10,500. It feels really good to be rich. At this moment, Countless troops were appearing one after another around his official residence. Officers of all levels of the Zhuang army were also waiting here. When soldiers appeared, they would directly recruit them. The scene was grand but not chaotic. Everything was in order. Tang Zheng paused, flexed his fingers, and started the main part of recruiting soldiers. Chapter 162, the prototype of a warlord. 3 more chapters. Silver Alliance plus 12. 3,400,000 gold. Not too much, not too little. But Tang Zheng must ensure one thing when buying weapons with this money, that is, to suppress the current alliance forces. First, Tang Zheng bought 2 radio radar jammers. This kind of vehicle is of great significance to the current war. 200,000 gold vehicles are put into service. Then there are artillery. Tang Zheng already has a lot of artillery, but he still added 10 self-propelled howitzers and 10 artillery combat groups. After spending 310,000 gold, the funds dropped to 3 million. Next, Tang Zheng began to increase his armored core. The 99A main battle tank is definitely a type of army that Tang Zheng will focus on in the future, but now the funds are not particularly large. Tang Zheng first bought 20. Tang Zheng already had 40 light tanks before, and now there are 20 more main battle tanks, a total of 60 tanks. He even has 5 scimitar light tanks, but this type of tank has weak armor protection, and is easily targeted in group operations. Tang Zheng does not plan to let the scimitar tank appear this time. After these 20 main battle tanks were enlisted, Tang Zheng also planned to reorganize the armored forces. 60 tanks were divided into 2 armored battalions, Armored Battalion 1 and Armored Battalion 2. Each battalion had 30 tanks for the time being, and they would be expanded later when funds were sufficient. 20 main battle tanks cost 1.4 million gold, and equipped with armored soldiers, 1.43 million gold. There was still 1.5 million gold left in the funds. Tang Zheng considered it, and decided to buy 10 more Apache helicopter gunships. After looking at all the arms, the Apache helicopter gunship is definitely the strongest strike force at this stage. This type of aircraft can even withstand the shooting of anti-aircraft machine guns head-on, and ordinary individual missiles are difficult to cause fatal damage. It can definitely be called the Sky Overlord level. If there is an aircraft that can fight him, then it is only his own Reaper drone. 10 armed helicopters were enlisted, equipped with helicopter combat groups, 1.03 million. There was still more than 400,000 funds. Tang Zheng considered it, and equipped 2 more Reaper drones, 100,000 gold. With the remaining more than 300,000 gold, Tang Zheng would no longer buy high-end weapons, as he needed money elsewhere. He planned to equip the troops with Gatling guns first. However, the troops to be equipped will be his own direct troops. Tang Zheng planned to build the direct troops into a battalion, but now the funds are insufficient, so he can only buy a few people first. Tang Zheng bought 200 mobilized soldiers and let them join other troops, replacing 200 4-star mobilized soldiers. Then he requisitioned 100 Willys jeeps under the troops and let these 200 mobilized soldiers get on the vehicles. Each vehicle is equipped with a Gatling gun. These troops are the prototypes of the direct troops. Together with the mobilized soldiers and machine guns, a total of more than 100,000 funds were spent. There are about 230,000 funds left, and Tang Zheng does not plan to spend a lot, leaving it as a strategic reserve fund this time. But there is another type of soldier that Tang Zheng wants to buy and see. That is the War Eagle. Tang Zheng is still looking forward to this kind of Sky Raptor overlord. 300 gold is very cheap. Tang Zheng first clicked on one, and listed it as a priority purchase. Soon, a huge golden eagle appeared in Tang Zheng's room. Tang Zheng had seen the animal world before. Although the golden eagle was not small, it was definitely not as big as the one in front of him. Standing there, it was almost 1 meter tall, with its wings folded, and its body looked a little round. Its grey-yellow feathers, sharp eagle eyes, huge beak and claws all showed its strong fighting power. Tang Zheng liked it more and more. He came to the front of the War Eagle and squatted down. The big bird immediately came over and rubbed Tang Zheng's neck. "Good boy, let me give you a name." Tang Zheng thought about it and decided to call this first golden eagle Kunpeng. Kunpeng, from now on, you are my eyes in the sky. You must guard this territory. As he said, Tang Zheng hung a high altitude camera on Kunpeng. Kunpeng cackled twice, rubbed Tang Zheng's face again, and then flapped his wings. The huge wings spread out more than 2 meters and flew directly out of the window. There are many big trees in Tang Zheng's yard. Kunpeng flew to the top of the tallest tree and settled here. Looking at the time, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, midnight. Tang Zheng walked out of his official residence and came outside. The huge courtyard of his official residence was simply crowded with people. One by one, infantry units and tanks were constantly leaving the courtyard, otherwise the soldiers who joined the army later would have no place to stay. The soldiers were heading to their respective barracks under the command of the officers. Seeing Tang Zheng coming out, the officers gathered around. Tang Zheng saw their desire in their eyes. Yes, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. This time our Zhuguang army has become a regiment, and you will all be promoted. The original company commander will now be directly promoted to battalion commander, the original platoon leader will be directly promoted to company commander, and the squad leader will be promoted to platoon leader. As for the squad leader, it will be selected from the veterans. You can decide for yourself. Hearing Tang Zheng's words, the scene cheered. Almost everyone was promoted 1 level on the spot, and everyone was happy. Now the promotion not only means more people to manage, but also an increase in salary and benefits. It was fine that there was no salary before, but now everyone in the Zhuguang army has a salary allowance. Battalion commanders can receive a fixed allowance of 2,000 light yuan per month. With the strong purchasing power of light yuan, this is definitely not a small amount of money. The company commanders get 1,500, the platoon leaders get 1,000, the squad leaders get 600, and the ordinary soldiers get 300. Don't underestimate 300 yuan, which is equivalent to at least 3,000 yuan in the past Han month, which is a good income. Zheng also reported to Tang Zheng that the soldiers of the Zhuguang army have now received a month's salary, and many people have opened bank accounts and have their own savings. The officers congratulated each other, and everyone was smiling. Ji Yunshan was watching from the side, feeling a little anxious. Others had a large group of people under their command, but he was still alone. Only Chen Filong, a corpse king, was forcibly recruited by him. He immediately said anxiously, "General, I don't have anyone here yet." Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "Director Ji, I was just thinking about the battle just now, and forgot about you. Now I will equip you." Tang Zheng opened the system, and purchased 10 agents and 50 mobilized soldiers at one time. There is nothing much to say about the mobilized soldiers, but these 10 agents left a deep impression on Tang Zheng. If Tang Zheng hadn't equipped them with military uniforms, these few people would have been just the masses in the crowd. There are middle-aged men who look plain, and there are young men who look stupid. There are housewives in their 30s, and there are young and beautiful girls. If Tang Zheng didn't know that these agents all have special skills, he would never see anything special about these people. These mobilized soldiers will be enlisted now and replaced with enhanced 4-star soldiers. They will be considered as the armed forces of your military intelligence bureau. And these special agents are all excellent spy talents. You must lead them well. Ji Yunshan suddenly had 60 more subordinates, and he was immediately overjoyed. Finally, he was no longer a commander without troops. It seemed that the military intelligence bureau was going to stand up. However, he still remembered that the general said that the military intelligence bureau was a company level unit. He didn't know if it could be upgraded to a battalion this time. When he tentatively raised this question, Tang Zheng hesitated. The military intelligence bureau currently had only a few dozen people, and it was too difficult to upgrade to a battalion. But he didn't want to disappoint his men, so he thought about it and said, "Let's put it this way. The last time Ji Yunshan spoke, I heard him slander me on the radio, saying that I don't like women, and that I have a twisted mind. This is a rumor. But rumors are not groundless after all. Someone must have spread them. When you collect information and intelligence in the future, pay attention to this matter. It would be best if you can find the person who spread the rumor. After you do this well, I will assign people to your military intelligence bureau. Then your promotion to battalion commander will be justified." This. Ji Yunshan was speechless for a long time, not knowing how to answer for a while. Tang Zheng didn't pay attention either. After he assigned Ji Yunshan the arms, He saw that there were also political officers and electronic information soldiers. These two arms should also be assigned, but he didn't know where the electronic information soldiers were used. At this time, Guo Yun came to Tang Zheng and explained to him, general electronic information soldiers should first be used in the radar class. There is only one scientific research soldier, Li Shaoqing, in the radar class now, and the rest are mobilized soldiers. Their professional skills are not suitable, which may affect efficiency. They should be replaced by electronic information soldiers. Tang Zheng immediately followed suit and bought 8 electronic information soldiers and sent them to the radar class. As for the original mobilized soldiers, they will continue to stay there as guards. There is another place, that is the combat command center, and a lot of electronic information soldiers will be needed at that time. Combat command center? Yes, General, this department is affiliated with the regiment headquarters and is the center of communication for the entire army. Your orders can also be issued here. Data will also be collected here. For example, the camera of the War Eagle will transmit the picture back to the command center. It's just that the mapping needs to be completed. The next mapping will be this department. Our research institute is working overtime to rush it out and strive to rush it out before the war breaks out. Tang Zheng looked at the time. It will be tomorrow morning in a while. He originally planned to start the war tomorrow, but now the new recruits have just joined the army and need a day to adapt. It doesn't matter if the war starts the day after tomorrow. Can you complete the mapping of the combat command center before the day after tomorrow? It will definitely be completed before the day after tomorrow. Guo Yun promised firmly. Well, then wait until the day after tomorrow. After talking with Guo Yun, Tang Zheng did not immediately replace the heads of the Ministry of the Interior and the Public Security Bureau. After all, he was the one who delegated the power. Before the other party made any mistakes, he did not want to dismiss them for no reason, which would be criticized. However, Tang Zheng could also be sure that the heads of the two departments would definitely not be too clean. He called Ji Yunshan over and gave him some tasks. Director G, your military intelligence bureau should not only pay attention to military intelligence, but also collect civilian intelligence. The situation here is the same. The Ministry of the Interior and the Public Security Bureau have heavy tasks. If the leaders there have any problems, they must report to me in time. General, don't worry. Old G may not be very good at catching people who spread rumors, but this kind of people will definitely not get away with it. I will go back to the Military Intelligence Bureau for a meeting in a while, collect information widely, and develop a large number of informants to ensure that any disturbances in Ziguang City are under control. Tang Zheng nodded. Not only Ziguang City, you must look further in the future and collect information and intelligence from the surrounding areas. What do spies do? That is to infiltrate the enemy. Regardless of whether this base is our enemy or not, we must strive to obtain their first-hand information so as to make a choice that is beneficial to us. Tang Zheng taught earnestly, but he did not forget that, in order to be promoted to brigade commander, he must have at least 5 million survivors under his command and occupy 500,000 square kilometers of land. The road ahead is long and arduous, and we must start laying the groundwork from now on. Ji Yunshan also understood, agreed and turned away. He also had to carry out the work of the Military Intelligence Bureau. Tang Zheng also retracted his gaze and fell on his newly appeared troops. One after another, majestic main battle tanks and self-propelled howitzers have appeared in the yard. The 1st Armored Battalion, the 2nd Armored Battalion, and the Artillery Battalion are gradually taking shape. Apache helicopters also began to appear, and gradually the yard could not accommodate them. At this moment, it was already late at night, and the troops under Tang Zheng had exceeded 10,000, reaching more than 11,000. Tang Zheng now has the prototype of a warlord. But in the land of the Northern Territory, Tang Zheng still has one last stumbling block, and that is the Northern Territory Alliance. Thanks to the book friend, Jaya Crossing Joshi, for the 700 coin reward. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Love Tang Zheng. Dakengming, Zhao Piaoling, catch it. Tang Zheng held a round plastic plate in his hand and threw it away. Dakengming and Zhao Piaoling immediately ran to chase the plate. In the air, Kunpeng also flew down from the tree like lightning, folded his wings, and ran straight to the plate. The two dogs and a huge golden eagle wanted to catch the plate first and then exchange it with Tang Zheng for his mutant beef jerky. When they were about 30 meters away from the edge of the pool, Dakengming and Kunpeng approached the plate at the same time, and it was still unclear who would catch it first. Splash! The water in the pool rolled, and a huge tentacle broke through the air and grabbed the plastic plate. Dakengming braked urgently, and his dog legs made 4 grooves on the beach, almost hitting Tang Tang's mouth. Kunpeng also rose urgently, flew over Tang Tang's head, and after returning to the treetops, he quacked at Tang Tang in dissatisfaction. Tang Tang grabbed the suction cup and happily went ashore. This guy had grown to a length of almost 25 meters, with 8 tentacles spread out, and a huge lump crawled to Tang Zheng's side. The chrysanthemum-like mouthparts opened, and the sharp teeth inside gleamed. Tang Zheng looked at the mouth, that was like the gate of the yard, and then looked at the beef jerky in his hand, sighed helplessly, and threw a handful of beef jerky in. The beef jerky slid in through the gap between his teeth, without even touching his teeth. Tang Tang happily put down the plate, rolled and crawled back to the pool, and went into the water, revealing his hill-like head, staring at the shore with a sly look, obviously wanting to do it again. Tang Zheng clapped his hands. No more playing, no more playing. How many delicious foods can fill your stomach? I'm going to go out for a walk. He called the guard company commander Ingenuity over and asked her to pick some fruits from the fruit trees in the yard. After getting a small bamboo basket and filling it, Tang Zheng got on a Polaris all-terrain vehicle and left the inner city. Exiting from the southwest city gate, he came directly to the courtyard, where his father and his family were in the outer city. After the expansion of the city guards, there was an extra squad of soldiers guarding here. When they saw Tang Zheng coming, they immediately raised their hands and saluted. Tang Zheng nodded and walked in through the courtyard gate. After entering the door, Tang Zheng saw his father drying cabbage in the courtyard. "Dad, where did you get the cabbage?" Tang Yushan smiled when he saw Tang Zheng coming in. "I bought it in the market. An adventurer team found a vegetable field, dug out the cabbage from it, and sold it to the vendors in the market. Many people rushed to buy it. I squeezed for a long time before I got 20 cabbages. They are 1.5 yuan per pound. They are very fresh. Let Xiaoqiu make some dumplings for you tonight." Zhu Jingqiu, who was busy with his father, also said, "Yes, brother Tang, you have been here less these days. I see that you have lost some weight. Eat something delicious to replenish your body." "Okay, then let's eat dumplings. Here, you can try these fruits. This is the last batch this year. If you want to eat them again, you will have to wait until next year. You can take some, and I will take a few more to Nini." Ning Yue took the basket of fruits over, and Zhu Jingqiu took it, and went to the kitchen to wash it. After a while, he took out a small plate with a plate of fruits in it. Tang Zheng took the fruits and went straight to Tang Anai's room. "Tomorrow we will go to the battle. Today is a rare day off." Tang Zheng also wants to relax his mind, so he comes to spend a day with his family. When he arrived at Tang Anai's door, he heard a burst of laughter inside. Tang Zheng coughed and waited for a few seconds. There was a commotion inside. After it calmed down, he pushed the door open. When he entered the room, including Tang Anai, the faces of the 4 girls were red. Obviously they had just exercised. Several of them were wearing dance training clothes, probably practicing dancing. The other 3 girls were Tang Anai's besties. Tang Zheng rescued them from Fengcheng Dance Academy, and now they play with Tang Anai every day, and they will go back to their community at night. Tang Zheng is very familiar with them, and smiled and said, "Practice dancing. When do you plan to perform on stage?" Putting down the fruit, Tang Zheng sat casually on a chair beside him. A bold girl took the initiative to say, "Brother Tang Zheng, it depends on when you will give us a chance to perform." Tang Zheng thought for a moment. Zhuguang City really needs to be lively, but it's not possible now. The interior of Zhuguang Grand Theater has not been completed yet, and the date is not suitable. Tang and I couldn't help it. "Brother, let's hold a New Year's Eve party. I heard from Sister Xiaodili that the TV station has been established. Dad came back this morning and said that he saw someone selling TV sets. We should hold a party to enrich everyone's spare time. Yes, we will have a chance to show off our skills then. Tang Zheng saw the chattering of several girls and smiled. Okay, then do as you said. When it's the last day of December, we will hold a party. But you guys must perform well and don't let me down. Yes, General Tang. Several girls agreed in a funny way and then laughed. At this time, Tang Zheng noticed that Tang Enai was holding a white scarf in her hand. He vaguely saw his name and immediately said, "Nini, what are you holding? Let me see. Ah. This is not finished yet." Several girls wanted to protect it, and Tang Zheng immediately pretended to be serious and said, "This is the general's order." It must be said that Tang Zheng's habit of giving orders has been deeply rooted in his bones. Even if it is pretended, he is quite majestic. Tang Ni and the others did not dare to refuse and handed the scarf to Tang Zheng reluctantly. Tang Zheng took it and found that it was a pure hand-woven scarf. The scarf is white with dark patterns and the workmanship is very good. There are also a few words embroidered on it. There is love in the world, and I love Tang Zheng the most. Another very important point is that these 8 words look different, as if they were not made by the same person. Obviously, this was made by the 4 girls in front of him. Tang Zheng smiled. "Is this a gift for me?" Tang Enai and the others nodded in unison. "Yes, but it's not finished yet." "Not finished yet? I think it's beautiful." A girl added, "We also plan to embroider the 4 spirits of heaven on the 4 corners." Yes, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. Does Brother Tang Zheng know these 4 mythical beasts? Tang Zheng nodded. "I've heard of them." "Then you must know that these 4 mythical beasts are very majestic. When they are surrounded like this, the image of the black tortoise will be on the chest, a big turtle." Tang Zheng suddenly waved his hand. "Stop, there's no need to add unnecessary details. I think this is good, simple and elegant." Tang Zheng stood up without taking off the scarf. "Since it's a gift for me, I'll take it away. Ning Yui, give each of the children 2 fruits and 500 yuan each, so they can buy some small things. I'll leave first." After leaving the room where his sister was, the girls inside were still complaining to each other, saying that the unfinished scarf was taken away by Brother Tang Zheng. In the evening, Tang Zheng, his father, sister, Zhu Jingqiu, Xiaodili and others had a meal of dumplings stuffed with pork and cabbage. During the meal, everyone discussed the TV station enthusiastically. "Tang Zheng, you did a good job on this matter. Everyone can watch TV. Recently, I met some fellow villagers when I went out, and they all gave me a thumbs up." Tang Yushan's face was full of red when he spoke. Obviously, he thought his son was amazing, and his face was also bright. His fellow villagers all followed Tang Zheng from Tailei town to Ziguang city. Now they have already regarded this place as their home, and are the earliest batch of residents in the city. Little Dilly also bit her chopsticks and said, "I want to buy a TV set too, but I have to apply for a job at the TV station first. Once I become a reporter at the TV station, I will get a salary, and then I can afford it." Hearing about the salary, Tang Yushan said, "Son, we old people don't have much ability to work. Shouldn't we be given some salary now to ensure basic living?" Tang Zheng put down his chopsticks. "I have already made a plan for this. The Ministry of the Interior is making cards. The formal residents of Ziguang City will have one each month. Everyone's monthly salary will be directly deposited into the card by the bank. The elderly who are unable to work will have a fixed living allowance of 100 guang yuan per month. In addition, at the hospital, each resident has a medical fund of 50 yuan per month, which is also in this card. This money can basically guarantee the residents' medical expenses, but cash withdrawals are not allowed." After listening to Tang Zheng, Tang Yushan smiled and said, "Okay, with 100 yuan and 50 yuan for medical treatment, there will be no problem. If you save a little, it will be enough to spend." Tang Enai asked again, "Brother, what if the card is lost?" Tang Zheng smiled and said, "Facial recognition will be online soon. We can just scan our faces when the time comes." "That's great, but brother, do we minors get paid?" Tang Enai is not yet 18 years old and is a minor. Tang Zheng said with a straight face, "Minors go to school. He was stunned for a moment when he said this. His school has not been built yet, but this is also in progress. The east bank of Fengming River, close to the inner city, is his reserved campus. Ziguang Primary School, Middle School, High School, and University are all being built simultaneously. There is only one university, and 3 high schools are planned to be built, 6 middle schools, and 10 primary schools. But there are too many projects now, and these schools will not be put into use until next spring. In addition, the land in the city is not enough. Tang Zheng is studying whether to expand the territory, but winter is coming, and this expansion is not an easy thing. It seems that everything will have to wait until this battle is over. At this time, Wu Di, the communicator beside Tang Zheng, came over. General, Director Guo of the Research Institute is looking for you, and said that there is something important to report. Tang Zheng stood up and said goodbye to his father and others. He knew that Guo Yun had completed the map of the Combat Command Center. Chapter 164 Command Center. Back in the inner city, Guo Yun waited at the official residence. After seeing Tang Zheng, Guo Yun immediately praised, "General, your scarf looks so good." Tang Zheng laughed. He also thought that this scarf was good. Although it would be a bit childish to see the words "I love Tang Zheng the most" when it was wrapped around his neck, it did not prevent him from liking it. Guo Yun also brought the proceeds from today's light yuan exchange. As time went by, the survivors had fewer and fewer jewelry, and Tang Zheng's income began to decline. Now he can only get about 300,000 funds every day. Today it was a little less, more than 280,000. But this also brought Tang Zheng's funds to 500,000. After exchanging the funds, he took the map from Guo Yun. The location of the Combat Command Center is in the center of the inner city. Tang Zheng came to the reserved location and built it. Combat Command Center, price 300,000 gold. This is a huge exhibition hall style building, oval, with a curved roof. The command center does not have its own staff, which requires Tang Zheng to add soldiers. According to Guo Yun's request, Tang Zheng added 50 electronic information soldiers, and then asked the city guards to transfer a platoon of guards. After the addition was completed, Tang Zheng entered the command center. The office equipment was already there. In the center of the exhibition hall, there was a huge radar screen. The radar team transmitted the images to facilitate observation and judgment here in the command center. There were also countless small screens and radio stations around, which could communicate with the communicators of each platoon unit at any time. Every electronic information soldier also served as an operator to keep the troops in communication. Guo Yun came over with a person. This person was Tang Zheng's first electronic information soldier, named ZHU Chen. Electronic information soldier ZHU Chen, report to the general. Tang Zheng's practice of appointing officers was basically the first one, so he first gave ZHU Chen an official position. From now on, you will enjoy the battalion level treatment. The command center is listed as a battalion level unit, and you are the chief of staff here. Thank you, General. ZHU Chen will live up to his mission and work hard. Okay, now let's talk about our situation here. General, the command center is also a central control center. It can be connected to any radar radio station on the battlefield. Not only can it connect to any commander at any time through the communicator's radio, but it can also connect to the vehicle-mounted or airborne radio of every tank, every armored vehicle, and every aircraft to grasp the battlefield situation at any time. Even the perspective of the War Eagle can be cut in here at any time. General, you can buy more War Eagles. They are our natural scouts, and can help us grasp the situation outside the radar field of view. After listening, Tang Zheng opened the system and directly exploded a wave of War Eagles. The War Eagle is 300 gold, plus the high altitude camera. It is only 320 gold. Tang Zheng now has 200,000 gold in his hand, and he directly bought 100 War Eagles, spending 32,000 gold. After the purchase was completed, Tang Zheng directly released 80 War Eagles, and began to fly far away. As the dominant birds in the sky, War Eagles have the ability to survive in the wild even in the end times. They don't even need to return to the base, and can transmit information back in the wild at any time. Tang Zheng asked ZHU Chen, what is the maximum distance for War Eagles to transmit images? General, it is currently 3 times the radar field of view, a diameter of 900 kilometers. Not bad. Can it be expanded in the future? If the radar is upgraded, the detection range of war eagles will also be expanded. Tang Zheng calculated that the radius of 450 kilometers is not small. At least it can include Lombardy, Shuanglin, and even parts of Mobei and Liang into the detection range, which is enough for the time being. 80 war eagles went out for detection, and another 20 flew to the back of Tang Zheng's residence and settled in those big trees or on Guian Mountain. ZHU Chen continued, General, the command center has been established, and the images can also be transmitted to your portable system through the system. You can view any monitoring images you want to see through your radar screen. Hearing this, Tang Zheng felt good. With these, it would be more convenient for him to command operations. General, the command center can also control some unmanned equipment, such as drones, such as the Iron Dome missile defense system, which can be commanded by electronic positioning. General, you can build an Iron Dome missile defense system, and the air defense of our base will be very stable. Tang Zheng looked at the money in his hand. There were still more than 100,000 gold left. An Iron Dome defense system cost 100,000 gold. But he really didn't have much money for the time being. Although the war was about to start, the arsenal had already stored a considerable amount of ammunition, which was more than enough to support the war. Then build one, and build a few anti-aircraft guns. Tang Zheng first came to the southeast, southwest, and northeast corners of the city wall, and placed 3 anti-aircraft guns, spending 30,000 gold. The 105mm anti-aircraft gun pointed high into the sky to ensure the safety of the airspace of Ziguang City. Finally, Tang Zheng returned to the inner city and placed an Iron Dome missile silo on the turret of the giant cannon. In this missile silo, 20 anti-aircraft missiles can be used every day. Together with the naval guns, this silo has built a powerful defense system for Ziguang City. There is still not enough money now. If there is more money, we can put 10 or 8 of these things, and the air defense of Ziguang City will basically have no pressure. The money in hand is only more than 50,000 gold, which is basically back to the pre-liberation period. However, Chief of Staff ZHU Chen of the command center is very satisfied. Now the command center has started to work, and has established connections with various units of the army. Every radio station, every plane, every tank, and even every war eagle. Countless small screens are lit up, just like a huge monitoring center. ZHU Chen said while working, General, the monitoring system in the city should also be installed. At that time, every monitoring screen can be viewed at the Public Security Bureau or at the command center. Now some monitors have been installed in Ziguang City, but they are all in some major intersections and have not yet been popularized. It seems that this work must be carried out as soon as possible. After the command center was built, Tang Zheng's work here was basically finished. When he returned to the official residence, it was already night. Tang Zheng slept in a daze and woke up in the early morning. After getting up, Tang Zheng immediately began to mobilize the troops. Today is the day of the decisive battle with the alliance. Tang Zheng does not want to play any tricks. If the other party is waiting there with great fanfare, he will directly fight. Under his mobilization, 2 field battalions of the Ziguang army, an armored battalion, and an artillery battalion slowly drove out of the city. Mangai town. Early morning. Xi Jinping almost did not sleep all night. He got up early and looked in the direction of Ziguang City. He built a large number of fortifications near the township road on the east side of Mangai town. It is located about 5 kilometers from the center of Mangai town and has always been the main road for people to travel after the end of the world. The center of Mangai town cannot be reached because there are still more than 200,000 zombies there. If it is normal, these more than 200,000 zombies are nothing. With Xi Jinping's current 20,000 troops, it takes a little time to easily eliminate them. But now it is not possible. Xi Jinping knows that Tang Zheng may send troops at any time and the battle will start at any time. He cannot make trouble. Concentrating on building fortifications, not only did Xi Jinping send 20,000 troops to the battlefield, but he also recruited 30,000 farmers from the alliance to come here to work. Of course, these 30,000 people may not have been farmers before, but Xi Jinping didn't care. No matter what you did before, you have to work honestly now. No one dared to escape. Some time ago, many people were eager to run to Ziguang City, but they were basically caught by Xi Jinping and shot on the spot. Now in the Survivor Alliance, except for these high-level people, ordinary people are not allowed to listen to the radio, and they are not clear about the situation in Ziguang City. Xi Jinping knows that such days will not last long. If the Ziguang army cannot be defeated as soon as possible, someone may stand up and want to overthrow him, including his parliamentarians. Xi Jinping has been living in trepidation. It was not until the completion of today's construction that he felt that the initiative was back in his hands. The 3-kilometer-long defense position has completely blocked the road for the Ziguang army to come here. Deep trenches were dug out, crisscrossing each other. Countless sandbags were piled up to form walls. Xi Jinping set up 3 lines of defense, 1 kilometer each. Machine guns were set up at various key locations, and the buildings on the edge of the surrounding towns were also used by him as commanding heights. As for the key headquarters and artillery positions, they were set up by him on the edge of the town. This is a foothill, and he directly asked people to dig a cave on the side of the mountain as his temporary command location. On the other side of the foothill, across a small river, is Mangai town. Xi Jinping took great pains to choose the location of this headquarters. The cave can prevent the bombardment of the Ziguang army, and the small river isolates the zombies from advancing. Even if the Ziguang army wants to sneak attack his headquarters, they can only go around Mangai town and first pass through the zombies' territory. So this place is quite safe, and it is also the reason why Xi Jinping dared to set up the decisive battle here. He already knew the strength of Tang Zheng. More than 2,000 people would have to stay behind to defend the city. Even if Tang Zheng expanded his army in the past few days, the number would not be too large. Xi Jinping thought it was a dream to pass through his guarded positions. The only thing he was worried about now was that Tang Zheng would not accept the challenge and would rather give up this trade route than confront him head on. That would be embarrassing for him. These 20,000 people would have a problem with food and drink if they stayed here every day. If Tang Zheng turned his guns to attack the university city base, he would have to rush back in disgrace. So he was also worried these days, waiting for news from the Ziguang army. Last night, his spies in Ziguang city sent back news. There was a lot of movement in Tang Zheng's inner city, as if he was going to fight. Xi Jinping was so excited that he didn't sleep all night and waited at the position. It was not until this morning that he received the news that the Ziguang army had left the city. The total force was about 5,000, and Tang Zheng led the team himself. Hearing this news, Xi Jinping was finally relieved. Tang Zheng did expand his army, but that didn't matter. He had made full preparations. He had some key tactics that he didn't even tell anyone. As long as Tang Zheng dared to come, he would never return. Xi Jinping stood outside the cave, stretched out his arms, and looked up at the sky. After this battle, he would be like the huge mutant bird in the sky, flying freely. Another new plot unfolds, which needs to be carefully conceived. It's better to think about it today. I'll add it tomorrow. Chapter 165, The Clash of Scouts. Tang Zheng sat in the Hummer, and the large army rumbled forward beside him. His field troops no longer had to walk, and all boarded the vehicles. After he established the armored battalion, the armored vehicles under his command were assigned to the field troops. 2 armored vehicles can carry a platoon of soldiers. There were also military trucks accompanying them, and some soldiers with heavy firepower rode military trucks. For example, flamethrower soldiers, heavy machine gun combat groups, etc. In addition, there were motorcycles, jeeps and other vehicles accompanying them. In this way, the entire army did not need to walk. The current field camp can actually be called a mechanized infantry battalion. There were also heavy flatbed trucks carrying tanks, following the troops. They set out early in the morning, and at 9 o'clock in the morning, the troops were less than 50 kilometers away from Mangai town. In the Hummer, Tang Zheng leaned back in the seat and looked at the radar screen in the system. On the radar screen, the Alliance's arrangements and the basic situation of Mangai town can be seen. The area of Mangai Town is already outside the radar exploration range of Ziguang City, which is transmitted back from the perspective of the War Eagle. However, this kind of picture is not as clear as that explored by radar. It can only show the approximate layout. It is not like the radar screen, where it is clear how many light spots represent how many people. Tang Zheng needs to make judgments on many things by himself. Xi Jinshan's arrangement seems to be good this time. This position has strategic depth. Many fortifications have been built, and the command post is in the cave at the back, which can withstand artillery bombardment and airstrikes. As long as he doesn't come out of the cave, the decapitation operation will be difficult to implement. If we want to attack the command post, there are only two ways: frontal breakthrough, or sneak attack behind the enemy, or armed swimming across the river. But there are zombies on the other side of the river, and the command post has also arranged a beachhead position, so armed swimming is not feasible. And this guy has also deployed his armored forces and artillery forces in the position, which greatly increases the defense of the position, and it is difficult to break through from the front. How afraid is he of our Ziguang army? With 20,000 troops, he is still so cowardly. Tang Zheng was also a little speechless about Xi Jinshan's actions, but he had to admit that, although this method was stupid, it was the most effective against his side. The opponent's tanks, armored vehicles, etc. were all hidden in the defense positions of several kilometers, which undoubtedly made the attack more difficult for the attacking party. Tang Zheng was thinking at first whether Xi Jinshan's group would attack him while he was marching. Now it seems that he was overthinking. The other party had no such intention. Tang Zheng was still thinking about studying the map carefully and checking the weaknesses of the alliance, but the War Eagle suddenly moved. Someone shot at the War Eagle. Fortunately, the shot was not fatal. The War Eagle flapped its wings and quickly flew away from this area. But the screen was no longer shooting the alliance base, but returning to this side. Ning Yui, the guard platoon leader sitting next to Tang Zheng, said, "General, could it be that they found the War Eagle scouting them?" Tang Zheng said without comment, "It is not certain for the time being, but there is another possibility. That is, they think the War Eagle is a mutant bird, which may threaten the lives of the soldiers in their position, so they shot or drove it away." Tang Zheng felt that his judgment might be correct, but no matter which one it was, they could not continue to scout now. From this, it can also be seen that the alliance is very cautious. The convoy kept moving forward until it was more than 10 kilometers away from Mangai Town, and then it slowly stopped. The alliance's position is located in the southwest of Mangai Town, which is a transportation hub after the end of the world. The Ziguang army has now arrived in the northeast of Mangai Town. The distance between the two sides is only more than 20 kilometers, with Mangai Town in between. They can't move forward. If they continue to move forward, they will enter the range of the alliance's artillery. Tang Zheng and his team chose a high ground to stop. The engineers got off the car and began to check whether there were any minefields buried by the alliance nearby. After checking, they found that there were no minefields here, so Tang Zheng and his team stopped here temporarily. The soldiers got off the car, and the officers came to Tang Zheng's side. On the high ground, everyone in the Ziguang army complained about Xi Jinshan's behavior for a while. Luo Fei, the commander of the 1st Battalion, said, "General, Xi Jinshan is too cunning. He arranged the position like a turtle shell, and he hid inside the shell and didn't come out. The War Eagle's reconnaissance perspective is gone. This battle will be difficult to fight." Yang Yu, the commander of the 2nd Battalion, also said, "That's right, especially their armored forces are hiding in the position. It is obvious that they are going to hide to the end. If this battle goes on, our casualties will not be small." Jiang Heo, the battalion commander of the 1st Armored Battalion, said bitterly, "I came all the way here just to teach their armored forces a lesson, but you are not giving me a chance." Tang Zheng waited for the soldiers to finish speaking before he slowly spoke. "So in your opinion, what do we need to do well in order to fight this battle?" Several battalion commanders looked at each other. First, Wang Jinglong, the commander of the artillery battalion, said, "We must first eliminate their threats. For example, artillery is a threat to our offensive forces, and we should find a way to destroy it." Yang Yu, the commander of the 2nd Battalion, said, "Let their armored forces come out and annihilate them outside. This is in our best interest." Luofei, the commander of the 1st Battalion, said again, "It would be great if there was a way not to attack their positions head on. Letting them attack us is the best way." Tang Zheng nodded after listening. "You are right. We must let the alliance troops come out, otherwise even if we can win this siege, the losses will be heavy. But how to get them out? We have to think of a way. It is right to destroy their artillery first, and make them lose their long-range firepower. Without long-range firepower, they will sooner or later come out facing our artillery bombardment. But now we'd better figure out their internal arrangements." Ji Yunshan, "Does the Military Intelligence Bureau have any plans?" Ji Yunshan said from the side, "General, for this operation, the Military Intelligence Bureau and the Special Service Forces have all arrived with the army to carry out a joint operation, and they have a work direction. We are investigating the other side, and the other side is also investigating us, and I plan to take advantage of this." "Okay, then let's take a rest on the spot. The cooking unit is getting ready to cook." Zijinshin is determined to let us take the initiative to attack, but I just don't agree with him. On the east side of Mangai town, in the dense forest on the hillside, a reconnaissance team from the Alliance was holding a telescope on the top of the mountain, looking at the position of the Zhuang army from afar. They had been lurking here for a while, and finally waited for the arrival of the Zhuang army. Facing the powerful enemy of the Zhuang army, the Alliance has always been at a disadvantage psychologically. The battle against the zombies under Zhuang City clearly showed the difference in combat effectiveness between the two sides. Now facing the Zhuang army head on, everyone on the Alliance side is unsure. Otherwise, Zijinshin would not be so conservative and determined to defend the position. Not only did he ambush all the armored and artillery units in the position, he also made a lot of natural protection. He covered the tanks and cannons with branches and applied some anti-radar paint. The trenches were dug very deep, there were air raid shelters, and even a considerable amount of food and water were stored here. Several ammunition depots were built, all located deep in the position. It was difficult to find the specific location without close search. He was determined to fight the Zhuang army to the death here, and he was well prepared. Moreover, Zijinshin also sent out many such reconnaissance teams, trying to understand the situation of the Zhuang army, and know both himself and the enemy. Zabu is the captain of this reconnaissance team. The area where he is lurking is a key area, and it is the place where Tang Zheng is most likely to camp here, so Zijinshin also sent elite soldiers. Before the end of the world, Zabu was an excellent hunter on the grassland. He once confronted a wolf pack alone and killed 7 wild wolves with a dagger. He once chased and killed people who stole things from his house alone, killed 2 thieves with his own hands, and was imprisoned for several years. After the end of the world, he has always been the best soldier in Zijinshin's army, and now serves as the captain of the reconnaissance team. The few people who followed him were all people who rolled in the mountains and forests all year round before the end of the world. There were hunters, mountain runners, and mercenaries. Everyone has excellent marksmanship, as well as good reconnaissance and survival abilities. For example, Zhang Bao beside him is a scoundrel, but he is a good shooter and fighter. They didn't even ride motorcycles this time, but relied on their feet to shuffle through the forest. Here, Zabu was very confident that no one could catch him or defeat him in the forest. Withered yellow leaves fell in front of his eyes, and the wind on the top of the mountain made Zabu tighten his leather jacket. Putting down the telescope, Zabu said to the people around him, "Record it." A man next to him took out a pen and paper and listened to Zabu's narration. The Zhuang army has arrived and is now camping in the northeast of Mangai town. The number of people is no less than 5,000. The number of tanks is about 30, and the number of artillery is about 50. 6 helicopters, including 5 transport planes. About 50 armored vehicles. He introduced one by one, and the other side quickly recorded. Captain Zabu, the strength of the Zhuang army seems to be just so-so. Do we have to be so cautious and conservative? If it were me, we would just go out and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Zhang Bao listened for a while and was a little dissatisfied with the strength of the Zhuang army. Zabu patted his head. "Stinky boy, do you think you are the only smart person in the world? Speaker Z and the others have their reasons for making this decision. We just need to follow their orders. The young man who was recording next to him also said, "That's right, brother Zhang Bio, you should listen to the captain. This time we got the first-hand information of the light-chasing army. As long as we can return to the alliance, there will be a reward of 10,000 light yuan." After listening, Zhang Bio's eyes moved. "Then I will investigate carefully to see Tang Zheng's specific location." As he said, he took the high-powered telescope and stood up to investigate. "Be careful." Zabu wanted to persuade him, but at this moment, a dull gunshot suddenly rang out in the forest. Zhang Bio stood up, screamed and fell over, with a bloody shoulder. "Oh no, we are being targeted." Zabu relied on his experience and looked directly to the southeast. There were people in the forest, and a reconnaissance unit of the light-chasing army appeared. Chapter 166 Drone Bombing. Zhu Liu led 20 Special Forces members and followed the Military Intelligence Bureau to the forest. When the War Eagle was investigating, they found a figure in this area, but the exact location was not clear. After all, the forest was dense, and it was difficult to find people. Because this area was close to the Zhuguang Army's position, it must be investigated. As the captain of the Special Forces, Zhu Liu personally led the team to set off. In front of him, there were colleagues from the Military Intelligence Bureau, a total of 8 people, led by an agent, the first agent in the entire army, the deputy director of the Military Intelligence Bureau, named Han Yang. Zhu Liu, who was born as a scout, rarely convinced anyone. Apart from the great general, only Ji Yunshan and Ning Yue could make him look up to them. But Han Yang, the unprepossessing boy from the Military Intelligence Bureau in front of him, made him a little convinced. The other party's ordinary appearance, thrown in the crowd, cannot be found. But his kung fu is really good, climbing mountains and crossing ridges, as if walking on flat ground. At a glance, it is clear that he has received strict military training. Moreover, the people from the Military Intelligence Bureau said that Han Yang was also proficient in disguise. This person didn't say much, and his sharp eyes searched the forest. "Be careful, there are people nearby." Han Yang was the first to issue a warning, and then squatted down. Zhu Liu signaled everyone to stop, and then quietly approached Han Yang. "Are you sure?" "Yes, there is a cigarette, but left by the other party." Han Yang gently dug a piece of soil, and Zhu Liu immediately noticed that this piece of soil had been trampled by someone. Sure enough, a cigarette butt was dug out from under the soil. If Han Yang hadn't been careful, he would never have found it. The soil was just stepped on not long ago, and those people should be at 1 o'clock. How do you determine that it is at 1 o'clock? This is a grassy area, and there should be no one here, so the grass should be the same height. There is a piece missing from the high part of the grass there, and someone is crawling there and crushing it. After Han Yang's reminder, Zhu Liu also saw the clue. It seems that there are not many people, no more than 10 people. We can easily take them down here. It's about 70 or 80 meters away from us. Damn, if there are flamethrower soldiers coming over, it would be great to burn all these people to death with one fire. Han Yang shook his head slightly. Burning to death is not the purpose. Beating to death or capturing alive is not the purpose. These people can be used. As he said, he took out the silenced pistol and waited quietly. After a while, a man stood up in the bushes. Han Yang raised his gun decisively and shot him. With a scream, the man fell down, and the other party was a little confused. Zhu Liu was stunned for a moment. "Director Han, you are a bit of a wake-up call. Captain Zhu, act immediately. Anyone who runs around, catch them if you can, and kill them if you can't catch them." Zhu Liu didn't say anything after listening. He immediately waved his hand, and the special service soldiers quickly surrounded them. The wild grass in front was swaying, and the footsteps were rustling. The other party's personnel were fleeing frantically. The special service soldiers quickly chased after them, and gunshots began to sound from time to time. The enemy obviously would not sit still and wait for death. During their escape, they kept using rocks and trees as cover and shot at the soldiers from behind. Moreover, their guns were very powerful. Almost everyone had an automatic rifle and they should have carried bullets with them. The soldiers also kept firing back. The battle was very fierce for a while. "Zhang Bio, are you still okay?" Zabu was very anxious. He would not be like this if it was someone else, but Zhang Bao was an old brother who had been with him for a long time. He planned to let Zhang Bao take over his position in the future. The two of them had a brotherly relationship. Zhang Bao was sweating profusely at this time, and he covered his shoulder with one hand, where he was shot. "Captain Zabu, I'm fine for the time being, but don't worry about me. You guys hurry up and take the news back. What are you going to do? I'll cover you, otherwise none of us can leave. Hurry up." Zhang Bao was also a ruthless man. He took out a piece of white cloth with one hand and strangled the wound tightly, then picked up the AK-47 and fired in the direction of the footsteps outside. Although Zabu was reluctant, he knew that this was not the time to be fussy. If they didn't leave now, no one would be able to leave. He gritted his teeth and ran out first. "Everyone, run separately. Whoever returns to the position will bring back the news. These people are all veterans of mountain running. They know that running together will make it easier for the other side to catch them all at once. This way, running separately will give them the best chance of success." Several people started running without looking back, leaving Zhang Bao alone here. Zhang Bao fired a burst of bullets while covering him, and then he felt a sharp pain in his wound. Now that everyone else has run away, he doesn't want to stay here either. It's better to run away than to be caught or killed. His scalp felt cold, and a burst of bullets hit the tree trunk above his head, and wood chips flew. Zhang Bao didn't dare to delay, and rolled along the grass. He wanted to roll down the hillside, but before he started, someone suddenly appeared in front of him. A plain-looking man blocked his escape at some point. Zhang Bao wanted to pull out his pistol to resist, but it was too late. The other party raised his gun with both hands and pulled the trigger. Zabu kept running, feeling his lungs were burning. After so many years in the forest, this was the first time he felt so tired. The enemy's pursuers were obviously well trained, with excellent physical strength and marksmanship. He almost lost his life several times. Finally, he decisively rolled down from a hillside and escaped the pursuit temporarily. The sound of gunfire gradually faded away, and Zabu climbed out of the haystack after a long time, his whole body in pain. He looked up at the sky, which was very dark. Under the dark clouds, a huge eagle spread its wings and soared in the sky. Licking his cracked lips, Zabu looked down and saw a bright color. River. Great. Zabu ran over and came to the river. He drank a bellyful of water and recovered some strength. He relied entirely on his feet in the forest, but he also hid a motorcycle at a place where he entered the mountain. Now he could return to the Alliance position by returning to the motorcycle. After resting for a while, he set off. But just after walking less than 500 meters, he saw a man drinking water on the bank of the river. How come he looked like Zhang Bao in that familiar sheepskin coat? Zabu ran over excitedly and took a look. It was indeed Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao's face was pale, his shoulder was wrapped in white cloth, and he looked very weak. Zabu was very happy. "Are you alive?" "Thank God." Zhang Bao's voice was hoarse. "I almost died. I rolled down the mountain." "Same. I ran out that way too. I need treatment for dizziness." Okay, I'll take you back. Let's walk along the river. There are motorcycles hidden on the other side of the mountain. When we get back there, we can ride the motorcycles back." As he said that, Zabu helped Zhang Bao up, and the two walked along the river towards the direction of the mountain. The gunfire in the forest had stopped, and there were a few screams. Zabu knew that except for him and Zhang Bao, no one else had escaped. But this was enough. It was a victory to have obtained specific intelligence, and some sacrifices were inevitable. The two walked for nearly 3 hours and finally reached the mountain pass and found their motorcycle. Zabu took Zhang Bao on the car, started it, and quietly went down the mountain along the dirt road under the cover of night. It took more than half an hour to bypass Mangai town and finally return to the Alliance's position. When they arrived at the position, Zabu showed the pass and the defenders took them in. Zhang Bao said he wanted to bandage it, but Zabu was anxious to report the situation to his superiors, so he let Zhang Bao leave. Zabu was praised by his superiors and received a bonus. But when he came back, he didn't find Zhang Bao. He didn't know where this kid ran to. Zabu went out anxiously to look for him, but he went to several military medical offices around him and didn't find Zhang Bao. Some even said they had never seen such a person. Zabu didn't know where to look later, so he could only wait, waiting for Zhang Bio to show up. But he had a bad premonition in his mind. Today's incident seemed to reveal something wrong. Ding. Ding. There was a sound coming from the system. After Tang Zheng opened it, he saw that the Combat Command Center had received a location coordinate. General, this location was sent back by our special agents. It is located in the Alliance position, and is suspected to be a warehouse of the Alliance troops. Tang Zheng, who was already lying down, sat up immediately. Okay, send out the Reaper drone and blow up this warehouse for me immediately according to the coordinates. Received. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Tang Zheng actually did not use a considerable part of his military force this time. For example, his Reaper drone and his Apache are now on standby. After receiving Tang Zheng's order, 2 Reaper drones took off from Ziguang City. It was almost dusk at this time, and the drones took off from the streets of the inner city, silently, and no one noticed it. There were almost no mutant birds around the inner city. Because of the war eagles, the mutant birds nearby were driven into the mountains, so the drone took off smoothly. The Combat Command Center located the coordinates directly. The drone passed through the clouds, and arrived over the Alliance position in just over 10 minutes. In the Alliance position, there were anti-aircraft machine guns everywhere, and even individual anti-aircraft missiles, which were obtained at a great cost in Dalio. Their main defense was the helicopters of the Ziguang army. If any helicopter dared to attack the Alliance position, it would definitely suffer a devastating blow. However, these conventional weapons were very powerless against extremely advanced drones. So when the drone appeared, there was a commotion in the Alliance position. The guarding soldiers shouted and came behind the anti-aircraft machine guns and fired at the sky. There were also soldiers using individual anti-aircraft missiles. But these weapons couldn't even touch the tail of the drone. 2 drones flew over the Alliance position at high speed, and each launched 2 air-to-ground missiles. 4 missiles, with long tails, landed at the coordinates. It was a warehouse covered by branches. The missiles fell and exploded immediately. Boom. After 4 balls of fire, the ground suddenly shook. This warehouse had a violent secondary explosion. Chapter 167, Unexpected Positions, 3 more chapters, 550 monthly tickets plus. This warehouse is an arsenal of the Alliance. There are a large number of bullets, artillery shells, grenades, rockets and other weapons stored in it. This is the basis for Xi Jinshan to fight against the Ziguang army for a long time. Without the supply of weapons, how can he hold his position for a long time? When the arsenal was bombed by the drones of the Ziguang army, Xi Jinshan was furious. How is it possible? How did Tang Zheng know the location of our arsenal? Many people inside this arsenal don't know about it. How did Tang Zheng know it? Damn it, Tang Zheng is really cunning. He even has drones, and hasn't used them for such a long time. This is trouble. The furious Xi Jinshan walked back and forth in the command post. Beside him, other members of the parliament also looked depressed. One of the members said, "Speaker, we have to fight back." How to fight back? Xi Jinshan, who had already decided on the shrinking tactics, was a little dissatisfied. The councillor spoke up with courage. The enemy has drones, and there may be people from the enemy lurking inside our ranks. If this continues, we will be very passive. Taking advantage of the intelligence brought back by Zabu and his men, we can use cannons to bombard the enemy's artillery positions first. Otherwise, once the war officially begins, their artillery will pose a great threat to us. After all, we are the defenders, and we are inherently at a disadvantage. Another councillor spoke up. That's right. We don't have a lot of ammunition reserves, and now we have lost a warehouse. It's already a bit disadvantageous to continue fighting for a long time. Only by taking the initiative and knocking out the enemy's artillery can we win. Moreover, we now know their position. Speaker, we can't miss this opportunity. Xi Jinshan hesitated for a while, but still agreed with the councillor's opinions. According to the intelligence from the Ziguang City's internal response and the position reported by Zabu, he could indeed take action. Xi Jinshan issued a battle order and asked the artillery to prepare to fire according to the coordinates provided by Zabu. It was getting dark, and the sound of artillery was heard at the Alliance position. The original position of the Zhuang army's artillery position was suddenly engulfed in a sea of fire. After 3 rounds of continuous bombardment, the Zhuang army began to counterattack. The Alliance could certainly fire at the Zhuang army, but in doing so, their artillery positions were also exposed. As the Zhuang army fired back, the Alliance's positions were also bombarded to pieces. More than a dozen cannons became scrap metal under the Zhuang army's counterattack, and many soldiers died on the spot. However, the Alliance was also mentally prepared for this situation. They bombarded the second artillery position again according to the position where the Zhuang army fired. I don't know the specific bombing effect, but the coordinates should be similar. It is difficult to move a cannon. It needs a car to pull it to the predetermined position, then support the gun carriage, adjust the angle, load, and fire. This process cannot be completed without 20 to 30 minutes. They don't know the losses of the Zhuang army, but soon, they ushered in a second round of counterattacks. The rumbling shells fell, and the second artillery position was blown into a mess. Xi Jinping was very anxious after receiving the news, but his congressman persuaded him, "Speaker, although we have suffered losses now, the Zhuang army is also in trouble. Their artillery should have suffered heavy losses. If they hold on for a while, they will probably be silenced. At worst, both sides will have no artillery available, which is still beneficial to us." At this point, Xi Jinping had no choice but to bite the bullet and let the artillery continue to fire. The artillery of both sides fired back and forth across Mangai town. The rumbling sound of artillery lasted for more than 2 hours and finally subsided gradually. On Xi Jinping's side, all the artillery had been basically lost, with less than 10 artillery left, and almost all of them were damaged or malfunctioned, and basically unusable. Fortunately, the Zhuang army stopped firing, and they temporarily calmed down. An anxious night passed like this. The next morning, Xi Jinping had just gotten up when the Zhuang army officially launched an attack. Rounds of artillery shells from the opposite side poured down on the Alliance's positions like raindrops. Although the Alliance troops had already prepared for the battle, this almost one-sided bombing still left them helpless. The soldiers could only hide in the air raid shelters and endure the continuous artillery bombardment of the Zhuang army. Occasionally, some unlucky armored vehicles were directly turned into scrap metal by shells. There were also many places where defense was not in place, and many people became dead souls under the bombardment. Xi Jinping could feel in the command post that the artillery bombardment of the Zhuang army was obviously much more intense than yesterday. What's going on? Why did the artillery fire of the Zhuang army not decrease after a night, but increased instead? No one could give him a specific explanation, but the current situation was already very passive. The Alliance could only wait patiently for the Zhuang army's bombardment to end. After all, the outcome of a war cannot only be determined by artillery, but also by people. When it comes to positional warfare, it is time for them to fight back. Tang Zheng looked at the results of last night's battle and couldn't help laughing. After the purchase of his self-propelled artillery, he had already taken advantage of the night to leave Zhuang city in advance. Therefore, Xi Jinping only knew that he had artillery, but knew nothing about self-propelled artillery. They thought that he was just like them, with only traditional howitzers or something. The characteristic of self-propelled artillery is that it is easy to move, and you can move to another place after firing a shot. Yesterday, Tang Zheng knew that the situation on the position was leaked, so he immediately asked the position to change. Sure enough, after Xi Jinping's ammunition depot was bombed, he couldn't help but fire. When the other side fired, the position of the artillery position was exposed, and Tang Zheng's self-propelled artillery began to counterattack. The artillery of both sides fired back and forth, but in fact, the Alliance side was just fighting alone. Every time before they fired, the self-propelled artillery would continue to change positions. After more than 2 hours of bombardment, dozens of artillery on the Alliance side were completely silent. In this way, Tang Zheng finally completed his first step, which was to destroy the opponent's artillery and knock out their long-range counterattack force. The next second step is to drive the Alliance people out, so that they will no longer shrink in the position and come out to fight with him. For this goal, Tang Zheng also spent a lot of money. This time, he brought a lot of weapons and ammunition, among which the number of artillery shells was the largest. After equipping the artillery unit, Tang Zheng ordered the artillery to continue bombing the Alliance position. After the opponent had no counter-attack force, Tang Zheng completely let go of his hands and feet. Dozens of cannons rumbled from early morning to noon. At noon, the shells were refreshed, and the bombing continued until dusk. There is no doubt that the Alliance suffered a lot of losses in the continuous bombardment, but Tang Zheng did not expect that Xi Jinping could still hold on. Tang Zheng, who did not believe in evil, continued to work hard, only rested for a while in the second half of the night, and continued to bomb on the third day. The funds for 2 consecutive days, as well as some of the remaining funds in the early stage, were basically invested in the purchase of artillery shells. The Alliance's position was bombed down a lot, and those sandbag fortifications were basically all destroyed. But these people still did not come out. At 1 PM on the third day, when the artillery had used up the training shells refreshed that day, Tang Zheng held a military meeting. The meeting had only one topic, which was how to drive the Alliance out of their positions. At the meeting, after repeated analysis, everyone believed that the Alliance was already in a very difficult situation and could not hold out for too long. But the problem was that Tang Zheng could not hold out for too long. Once the cannons were fired, Tang Zheng's reserve fund would be used up. If this continued, he would not be able to hold out tonight and would be completely silenced. Moreover, the people on the Alliance side had basically entered the air raid shelters. If they continued to bomb, it would not make much sense. During the meeting, Zhu Liu from the Special Service put forward an opinion. General, I think we need an opportunity to get the Alliance to come out on their own initiative. Tell me, what opportunity? The reason why the Alliance is still holding out under such difficult circumstances is because we are quite far apart, and the Alliance now lacks long-range forces. In the process of them coming out, they will definitely be bombarded by our artillery fire. It is too risky to come out rashly, so they grit their teeth and hold on. If we give them hope, they will still have a great chance of coming out. Then tell me what you think is the solution? The solution is to shorten the distance between our positions. If we can be within 5 kilometers, I believe the Alliance will see hope and will not be afraid of bombardment. After all, at such a close distance, the Alliance will step on the accelerator and both sides will come into contact, and we cannot fire at our own people. Without waiting for Tang Zheng to answer, Ji Yunshan retorted to Zhu Liu, Captain Zhu, your idea is a bit wishful thinking. You only considered the situation of the Alliance, but we are within 5 kilometers of them. Do we also need a position to defend? Do we have to fight them face to face? If that is possible, why do we have to go to such lengths to lure the snake out of its hole? Wouldn't it be better to attack their position directly? Zhu Liu scratched his head. Director Ji is right. We lack a ready-made position. It must be said that Zhu Liu's proposal is very innovative, but it lacks a practical basis and is unlikely to be realized. The people present thought hard, but they couldn't come up with a good idea. Finally, Tang Zheng pondered for a while, opened his eyes, and proposed a bold idea. I think you all overlooked a place. General, what place? Tang Zheng pointed to the map, far away in the sky, close at hand. That is Mangai Town. Everyone was stunned. If it was a position, then Mangai Town with many buildings and blocks was undoubtedly a natural defense location. But the problem is that there are still 200,000 zombies in Mangai Town. People hide when they see zombies, so how can they take the initiative to run to the zombies? But the people present are also relatively smart. With Tang Zheng's guidance, they quickly figured out the key to the problem. Ji Yunshan took the lead and said, General, great. We can enter Mangai Town. We don't have to worry about the zombies. 200,000 zombies were a problem, but facing our current firepower, that is no longer a problem. What's more, we still have Chen Filong in our hands. These zombies can even help us at critical moments. As for Xi Jinping, he probably won't care about these zombies. Besides, in their opinion, fighting in Mangai Town is a fair battle for both sides. He will definitely not miss this opportunity and fight us to the death. Tang Zheng smiled and nodded. That's it. If Xi Jinping doesn't come out, we will take the initiative to send a step in front of him, and he will not be able to continue to shrink. In a small town with zombies, fighting is fair to everyone. It depends on whether Xi Jinping dares to fight to the death. After making a decision, Tang Zheng issued an order directly. The jeeps with Gatling machine guns set off overnight, using flares to annihilate some zombies in Mangai town, and then the entire army entered Mangai town. There is no danger, because there is a zombie king following us. Chapter 168 The Little Girl in Mangai Town. What? The light-chasing army entered Mangai Town. Are they crazy? Xi Jinping felt that Tang Zheng had made an incomprehensible and crazy decision. He actually chose a town with more than 200,000 zombies as a battlefield. This was definitely not a choice that a normal person could make. But at the same time, Xi Jinping also realized that this was his chance. Under the 2 consecutive days of bombardment by the light-chasing army, the situation of the alliance had indeed become very difficult. Almost all the fortifications built in the past few days were razed to the ground, and the number of casualties in the positions reached 3,000. Fortunately, the trenches and air raid shelters were dug deep, so that the soldiers had a place to stay. But the soldiers were almost at their limit, and everyone had severe tinnitus. If this bombardment continued for another 2 days, someone in the alliance would definitely go crazy. Unexpectedly, Tang Zheng gave up this advantage and entered Mangai town instead. After analysis, Xi Jinping and his councillors came to a conclusion. That is, Tang Zheng had no ammunition and their cannons had been turned off. Without artillery support, the Zhuang army was already at a disadvantage when facing the alliance. After all, the number of people on both sides was compared here. Tang Zheng had only more than 5,000 people, while the alliance still had more than 17,000 people. So they had to be forced to switch from offense to defense. If there were no other positions around, they could only risk entering Mangai town. The zombies in Mangai town were a threat, but definitely not a big threat. In front of more than 20,000 fully armed human soldiers, 200,000 zombies were not enough. So Xi Jinping and his men couldn't miss this opportunity. After a brief hesitation, Xi Jinping decided to give up his position and enter Mangai town to fight Tang Zheng to the death. However, the cautious Xi Jinping did not rush out. He was worried that Tang Zheng was deliberately luring him out. He had to make sure that Tang Zheng really entered Mangai town. After all, in his opinion, Tang Zheng would have to be busy dealing with those zombies in Mangai town for a while, and that would be his chance. On the Zhuang army side, Tang Zheng's direct troops were dispatched. He could have Chen Filang command the zombies directly and make room for his troops, but that would be too conspicuous and might alert Xi Jinping. So Tang Zheng didn't do that. He sent his direct troops out to quickly open up the road to Mangai town. On the direct troops side, 100 Willys jeeps rushed into the town. These days, the zombies in the town have been wandering around, attracted by the explosions back and forth, and some of them have lost their direction. Later, the alliance position was continuously bombarded, and the zombies were blocked by the river and could not find food to eat, so they still wandered around the town. After the Willys were dispatched, a large number of zombies were attracted again. A Gatling machine gun was mounted on each Willys. This huge 14.5mm caliber weapon showed its power for the first time. Driven by the Willys jeep, the 6 barrels of the gun body rotated wildly, and thousands of bullets could be fired every minute. The zombies along the street were blasted into slag by this machine gun as soon as they showed their heads. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, bones were broken, and smelly black blood flowed everywhere. Whether it was an ordinary zombie or a mutant zombie, it was hard to escape death in the face of this machine gun. That is to say, Mangai town is not big, and there are no second level zombies yet. Even if there are second level zombies, it is still impossible to resist the power of Gatling. The sound of machine guns resounded throughout the town. 100 jeeps shuttled back and forth, and the zombies died quickly. 40 minutes. After 40 minutes, 40,000 to 50,000 zombies in Mangai town were annihilated. Large areas of vacant blocks appeared in the town. When the machine guns stopped, some zombies did not chase the jeeps, but gnawed their companions' bodies on the spot. Seeing this, Tang Zheng felt that it was enough. These bodies were enough for the zombies to gnaw for a while. He just took this opportunity to enter the town. As for some troublesome zombies wandering on the streets, Tang Zheng gave an order to Chen Filang who had been following him. Give the zombies here an order now. Tell them to eat the corpses and don't get in the way. Chen Filang, who was thinking about making merit and liberating the zombies, immediately gave the order. But just after the order was given, Chen Filong suddenly felt dizzy and fell down. "What happened to you?" Tang Zheng was stunned. When Chen Filong came, he had let him rest. How come he fell down just after he started to control him? Chen Filong's eyes were dull for a while, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. He didn't know what this was, and he had never experienced it before. I suddenly seemed to be unable to control it, as if my brain was pierced by a needle. "Try again." Chen Filong nodded and tried to control it again carefully. This time, his control was much smoother, and he quickly gave the zombies an order. A large number of zombies staggered towards the corpses and stopped harassing the Zhuang army. However, Chen Filong's state was obviously a little sluggish, and he had to stop after controlling it for a few minutes. "General Tang, I need to rest for a while. I seem to have been injured just now. I need time to recover." Tang Zheng nodded slightly. The zombies are basically out of the way now. It doesn't matter for the time being. But Chen Filong's condition makes Tang Zheng a little confused. Could it be that his ability has weakened again? But there is no time to deal with this matter now. The official battle with the Alliance is about to start. The large forces of the Zhuang army began to enter Mangai town, quickly occupying the blocks, climbing high-rise buildings, and looking for shelters. No matter how strong his own side is, Tang Zheng will not underestimate the Alliance. After all, the other side has nearly 20,000 people, and bullets are blind. A rookie can also kill the special forces with a gun. Underestimating others is digging your own grave. So his defense is very solid. While the Alliance has not come out yet, he quickly arranges it. A residential community in Mangai town, on the top floor of a unit building. The windows are rarely broken, and the office supplies in the room have rotted, emitting a strong musty smell. Waves of gunpowder poured in, making the air in the room more turbid. A little girl was lying on the window, with bloodshot eyes, looking at the battlefield outside the window. The red eyes represented her identity. She was a zombie. But now the apocalypse has been going on for almost 4 months. Most of the zombies have evolved to a considerable degree, but she is still the weakest zombie. She looks only 5 or 6 years old, and her body is very thin. She was wearing a pink dress. The edge of the bubble was broken, but the damage was not serious. Compared with the ragged appearance of other zombies, she looked much better. Her face was pale. Her skin was also very white. Her 2 little hands had sharp nails, but there was no trace of flesh and blood inside the nails. She hadn't eaten for a long time. It's not that she didn't want to eat, but she couldn't find anything to eat. She didn't remember what happened before, but she vaguely remembered that whenever there was food nearby, she would be ruthlessly pushed down or squeezed aside by other zombies when she wanted to eat a bite. Zombies of the same kind will not devour each other, but when food appears, especially when they are close, they will still fight for it like wild animals. The strength of zombies is directly related to their body size. The body size of a little girl is undoubtedly the weakest. The other zombies would sweep her far away as soon as they raised their arms. She would even be stepped on by the squeeze. So she couldn't compete for food at all. She didn't even know the taste of those foods and had never tasted them. Gradually, the little girl developed an emotion, that is, fear. She was afraid of those who were stronger than her. The stronger they were, the more afraid she was. This emotion would not appear in other zombies. She was a special case. After being afraid, she learned to hide. She hid in this unit building and didn't dare to leave easily. She was hungry. She hadn't been starved to death for so long, and it seemed that she would not die for a long time. Until these few days, the situation changed. Some people came around the town. She vaguely knew that the kind of people who looked like zombies walking upright were called people. Humans are food, but they are also dangerous. It has been so long since the end of the world. She has seen zombies devouring humans, and she has also seen humans kill many zombies. They are dangerous creatures. She was afraid, so she suppressed her desire to devour flesh and blood and kept looking out from inside the building. Later, another group of people came, and the 2 groups were fighting. Their fight was even more terrifying. The flying things in the sky could produce large balls of fire and explosions. Their weapons were fired back and forth, shaking the earth. Gradually, the group that came later seemed to have the upper hand. They beat the people who came first so hard that they dared not show up, and then something even more terrifying happened. Among the people who came later, some cars rushed into the town and started a massacre. In the past, those zombies that would knock themselves down with a touch were shot crazily by those people, falling down in pieces and turning into piles of lifeless mud. She was even more afraid, trembling in the room, and she didn't dare to go out at all. But suddenly, she received an order. A zombie that seemed very powerful ordered her to go out and devour flesh and blood in the distance. Fear made her afraid, and she didn't dare to go out, so she instinctively resisted. She refused to carry out the order, and for the first time, she had the idea of resistance in her mind. Then, the order suddenly disappeared. The little girl was stunned for a moment, and suddenly, she felt her mind was clearer. She felt that she should hide more low-key instead of resisting directly. So after a while, there was another order, and she did not resist, but remained silent. The order disappeared, and she found that she was still free, and no one noticed her. The little girl raised her head, and there was some smart light in her red eyes. She felt that she didn't seem to be so weak. Chapter 169 Tank Battle. When Tang Zheng saw that the armored forces of the Alliance finally came out of the position, he finally felt relieved. It was not easy. In order to induce the Alliance to take the initiative to fight, he did not even transfer his own Apache. Apache also has another title, called Tank Killer. Its powerful mobility and Hellfire air-to-ground missiles are the nightmare of all tanks. If the Alliance sees the Apache, I'm afraid it will really retreat to the end. So in order to attract the Alliance, Tang Zheng let the Apache stay in Ziguang City. Now this move is right. Without Apache, Tang Zheng is confident that he can kill the armored forces on the opposite side. Mangai town is 3 or 4 kilometers away from the Alliance position. There was originally a large farmland area between the two. Of course, the farmland is now a wasteland, and the dense weeds have grown more than 1 person tall, and now they are completely withered and yellow. When the tank troops of the Alliance just set out, Tang Zheng sent out his armored battalion. 10 Type 99 main battle tanks and 20 Type 15 light tanks were directly dispatched and entered the wasteland area. On the Alliance side, Xi Jinshan saw the tanks of the light chasing army on a hidden high ground. 30 tanks. Tang Zheng is so arrogant. Today, I will take action against your tank troops and vent the anger of being bombarded these days. In the eyes of Xi Jinshan and others, the main result of the tank battle depends on the number of tanks on both sides. In order to build an armored force this time, the Alliance paid the price of 50,000 people, half of whom were paid for the armored force. Xi Jinshan waved his hand, and the Alliance dispatched all 60 tanks. The name of this tank is Octopus SD. It started at the end of the last century, and is still the main light tank of the Dailyo army. The performance is good and it is relatively durable. This tank weighs only 18 tons, which is a typical light tank in terms of weight. But in terms of firepower, its firepower is not weak at all. The 125mm smoothbore gun makes its firepower comparable to that of ordinary main battle tanks. Heavy firepower brings advantages and disadvantages. Its lightweight means that its protection is destined to be not too high. The weak armor is its biggest weakness. Basically, it will collapse if it is hit by a single shot. However, these problems are not a problem in the eyes of Xi Jinshan and others. The two sides collide within a few kilometers, and each other will fire a shot at me, and I will fire a shot at you. It is basically a war of attrition. The result of the war of attrition is that the side with more numbers wins. The commanders of both sides are full of confidence. The tank group rumbled into the wasteland and launched the first formal collision between the Alliance and the Ziguang army. On the Alliance side, the person who commanded the armored group to fight was a man named Cha Chang. This man was born in the Imperial Royal Army and was a military training instructor of the Alliance. He had been in the Alliance a long time ago and was discovered by Xi Jinshan and entrusted with an important task to help the Alliance train troops. The Alliance troops were trained by him at the beginning, although those troops had never achieved any brilliant results and were even annihilated by zombies under the Ziguang city. But it is obvious that without his training, the Alliance would not even have a team to show off, and Xi Jinshan still trusts him. This time when the Alliance armored forces went out, he was the battlefield commander and also a tank commander. Before setting off, he formulated a simple tactic. That is to advance in the middle, attract firepower, and then surround and annihilate the two sides. He divided the 60 tanks into 3 groups, 30 in the middle and 15 on each side. With this arrangement, he planned to never let any tank of the Guang army escape. The tanks rumbled into the wild grass, the metal tracks crushed the earth, and the tank duel between the two sides began. Xia Chang's tank walked in the first echelon, and the wild grass blocked his vision. However, he still skillfully operated the vehicle radar and kept in touch with his subordinates at any time. Check the ammunition. Check the fire control system. Pay attention to the position of the enemy. Xia Chang kept issuing instructions, making the observers and gunners busy. With the sound of the tracks, the two sides quickly approached. Commander Xia, the target has entered our range. Adjust the angle. The target is at 11 o'clock. The wild grass swayed outside the observation mirror, and the accuracy of determining the direction was not very good. Now it is very dependent on the radar field of view. Contact the number 7 tank on the left, and have them fire first. Xia Chang did not fire the first shot. This kind of head-on bombardment does not require much technical content, and firing first may not have much advantage. Instead, it is easier to be exposed. No 7 tank, prepare to fire. A tank located in front of Xia Chang on the left was the first to encounter the Ziguang army. After receiving Xia Chang's order, the Alliance fired the first shot of the battle. Boom. The 125mm smoothbore gun fired fiercely, and a shell flew out and exploded in the distance. Commander Xia, the wild grass affects the accuracy of the shooting, and it didn't hit. Waste. Be careful of the enemy's counterattack. Wild grass greatly affects observation, and can only rely on radar to fight, which makes the fledgling Alliance armored forces a little uncomfortable. Just after Xia Chang's order was issued, the opponent's tank also fired. A ball of fire exploded in the left front, and fire and black smoke came out directly from the number 7 tank. The turret was hit by the opponent's shot, and some of it was separated from the body. This tank is useless. Xia Chang's face was grim, and he was not affected at all. He calmly directed the number 3 vehicle behind him, and his own vehicles, to focus fire on the Ziguang army vehicles that had exposed their positions. 2 tanks fired at the same time, and one of them, who was unknown, hit the enemy tank. Well done. Xia Chang shook his fist fiercely, and finally vented his anger this time. He wanted to ruthlessly annihilate and completely defeat the Ziguang army and break Tang Zheng's undefeated myth. Otherwise this guy would become a nightmare for the Alliance. He turned the muzzle to look for other enemies. The number 3 vehicle continued to move forward, and it was obvious that the hit just now gave them confidence. But before the number 3 vehicle ran out a few dozen meters, the enemy's artillery suddenly came again. Boom. With the explosion, the number 3 vehicle broke down, and the entire turret was taken down. Fuck. The enemy's tank is actually fine. We may have encountered a main battle tank, which is not good. Xia Chang drove the vehicle and prepared to retreat a distance and circle around the enemy tank. But the enemy tanks were advancing at a very fast speed and soon encountered the Alliance troops. The tentative confrontation just now was over, and now was the critical moment. The Alliance troops had already penetrated deep into the battlefield, and they couldn't retreat, even if they wanted to, and they were far from each other's range. At this critical moment, an accident happened. The radar screen suddenly interrupted, and a sizzling sound of electricity came from the walkie-talkie. Hello, what's going on? Car number 6. Car number 9. You are running too fast. No 5. Number 13. Number 16. Have your specific positions changed? Where is number 21? Why didn't you follow me? Damn it, what's wrong with this signal? Xia Chang called in vain, and even slapped the walkie-talkie and radar screen with his hands, but there was no response at all. Without the radar, it would be difficult to fight in this wild grass. The Ziguang army seemed to be unaffected, and continued to fire. Boom boom boom. Explosions continued to sound one after another, and many tanks of the Alliance were destroyed at once. The tanks of the Alliance wanted to fight back, but they couldn't find the specific position of the enemy at all. The failure of the radar made them blind and deaf. They could only rely on their naked eyes to observe and roughly find the position of the light chasing army and then fire back. But the low hit rate in this situation can be imagined. After each blind firing, they would be hit hard by the light chasing army and the tanks would be blasted into scrap metal. Tanks were constantly being destroyed around them, and Shachang was indifferent, even if he shouted at the walkie-talkie. At this moment, Shachang realized that he was going to be finished. The radio radar was not faulty, but was interfered. If this goes on, it won't take long for the alliance to be wiped out. If it was only Shachang himself, he might choose to turn around and run, but now it's not possible. All the tanks can't be contacted. If he runs away, the other tanks will have no hope of survival. He struggled hard and tried, but failed to contact many times, and missed a short time to escape. Boom. A cannon shot from nowhere, and hit his tank body. A violent explosion sounded beside his ears, and the body of the tank shook violently. His brain seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, buzzing, and he couldn't see anything clearly. With multiple injuries on his body, he felt that he was going to die. But Shachang was still unwilling to give up. The team he led to face the enemy head-on was finished, but the alliance had tanks coming to outflanking. He looked around and saw that the 2 companions in the car were dead. The car was filled with smoke and the temperature was scalding. I have a second plan. I must send a signal. Shachang insisted on climbing out of the car and took out a signal gun. The signal flare had been installed a long time ago. He prepared it for the second plan. He thought it would not be used, but he didn't expect it to be used. That is to use white phosphorus bombs. This is a wasteland area. If the white phosphorus bombs burn, it will immediately become a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, radar and thermal imaging will fail. At that time, his side and the Ziguang army will be back to the same starting line. Resisting the loss of life, Shachang pulled the trigger and fired the signal flare. This was his last bit of strength, and then he half lay outside the car, feeling the increasingly hot temperature around him. The autumn grass turned yellow, and soon, a raging fire broke out on the confrontation positions of both sides. The tanks of the alliance were in place, and they saw the flares, and also fired white phosphorus bombs. The grass burned rapidly, and this burning would not last long, and would not even pose any threat to the tanks in motion. But this gave the alliance precious time. Shachang believed that their troops still had the strength to fight, and this was the last thing he could do for this armored unit he had built himself. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, The War is Raging. 3 more chapters, 600 monthly tickets plus. An autumn wind blew, and the fire spread rapidly. The tall grass was burned to the roots in a few minutes, revealing the original appearance of the wilderness. The tank troops of the alliance finally faced the light chasing army head-on. The ground was burning with residual fire, and the wilderness was filled with black smoke. Everyone showed their true colors. The 30 tanks of the alliance that faced the enemy head-on were all destroyed, and not a single one was left. The light chasing army still had so many tanks, but only a few of them were black on the body, and they looked like they were bombarded, but the situation was not serious. This made the alliance very curious. Why were the tanks of the light chasing army so resistant? Those main battle tanks were resistant, so why were the light tanks not destroyed? How could they know that the tanks of the light chasing army could be upgraded? These tanks were built by Tang Zheng before, and now they are all 3 stars. Compared with ordinary tanks, 3-star tanks are much stronger. Whether it is from the power, range, or armor protection, there is a huge improvement. The barrel will not become thicker as a star is upgraded, but the armor can become thicker. So it looks like a light tank, but it actually has the armor of main battle tank. The unbelieving alliance has no way to retreat, and the battle started as the flames faded. This time, the 2 sides did not have any fancy moves, and they fired at each other with a rumble, and it was clear who was better. 30 to 30, chasing and fighting on the field. One tank after another was destroyed. The destroyed ones were all tanks on the alliance side. On the side of the chasing light army, there was only one Type 15, which was damaged by continuous concentrated fire, and had to temporarily withdraw from the battle and drive back to the rear for repairs. This was also the only result achieved by the Alliance in this tank duel. One of the opponent's tanks was damaged, unable to intercept, and had already fled. The Alliance retaliated by bombarding a tank fiercely. After achieving this result, the morale immediately plummeted. The chasing light army is playing dirty, disguising the main battle tank as a light tank. What else can you afford to do? After losing more than 20 tanks in a row, they completely lost their desire to fight and wanted to retreat. However, the Zhuang army, which had already gained an absolute advantage, would not give them any more chances. They followed them and were determined to destroy all the armored forces of the Alliance. The 7 or 8 tanks behind the Alliance fled desperately, which was also considered to be the last contribution. That is, they ran away with the tanks of the Zhuang army. The lighter the vehicle body, the faster it ran, and it seemed that it could continue to run for a while. Xi Jinping was almost stunned to see the end of this tank battle. He never dreamed that the battle would end in such a disparity. He knew that the Zhuang army was strong in combat, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. 30 tanks against 60 tanks on their side, but only at the cost of one tank being injured. They completely wiped out their own tank troops. Seeing this situation, Xi Jinping was about to collapse. If he was rational enough, he should not continue to fight at this moment. Although the tanks of the Zhuang army chased his remnants and went far away, they would come back soon. But Xi Jinping had no choice. If he surrendered now, he would be a prisoner, and he would be dead. The act of selling people alone was enough to kill him hundreds of times. Xi Jinping almost hysterically issued the final battle order. Go. All troops rush forward. Tang Zheng is now in Mangai town. We still have an absolute advantage in numbers. Now their tanks have left, and their cannons have stopped firing. We still have a chance. As long as we take down Tang Zheng, everything will be reversed. The parliamentarians were also tied to the same boat with Xi Jinping. At this moment, they had no choice but to give orders to the troops to launch an attack. On the Alliance side, more than 10,000 people came out in full force. Without tanks and cannons, they still had armored vehicles and jeeps. The soldiers drove the vehicles, rushed across the field, where the tank battle had just broken out, and rushed towards Mangai town. Seeing the Alliance coming out in full force, Tang Zheng's heart fell to the ground. The strategic purpose of this battle was fully achieved, and this was the result of his own considerable hidden strength. By avoiding the active attack on the Alliance's position, Tang Zheng was able to minimize the losses on his side. He heard shouts of killing from afar, and the people of the Alliance kept shouting to capture Tang Zheng alive. This made Tang Zheng feel very interesting, and he really wanted to see if the other side had this ability. He took the initiative to enter the town of Mangai town, and waited for the arrival of the Alliance troops here. The other side had no tanks and artillery, and the long-range power was greatly reduced. The only thing worth noting was the helicopter unit of the other side. However, since Tang Zheng came here, he had not seen the helicopter of the other side, and it did not participate in the battle. As for where the other side went, Tang Zheng did not know before, but now he knows. Because the command center has reported that the helicopter unit of the other side went to Zhuang City and went to steal the home. Seeing this, Tang Zheng, who had been worried about the whereabouts of the other side's helicopter, was completely relieved. There was no suspense in this battle. I hope that the Apache troops on my side can catch up with this battle. If they come late, they may not even get a sip of soup. This is very likely. In order to attract the opponent's armored forces to fight, Tang Zheng did not send his armored 2nd Battalion to the battle. Now the 2nd Battalion still has resentment, saying that they did not catch up with the battle. At this moment, Tang Zheng even hoped that Xi Jinping could make a few good moves, otherwise this battle would be too easy. When the Zhuang army and the Alliance went to war, it was already afternoon. After the tank battle, when the Alliance's main force came over, it was already close to dusk. The Alliance convoy approached and opened fire from a distance. It seemed that they knew that they could not win this battle, and they were also worried that the opponent's tank troops would come back quickly. The Alliance's firepower was very fierce. All the vehicles set up machine guns and fired at Mangai town from a distance. There was a burst of irregular strafing, and the momentum was very loud. This was also what Zijinshan asked, and it was necessary to show the momentum of the alliance and ignite the blood of the troops. For this last battle, he even personally led a supervision team to support the battle from behind. If anyone dared to be a deserter and retreat, he would be shot on the spot immediately. So this wave of offensive by the alliance was still very impressive. But whether it was Zijinshan or others, they knew that this kind of empty gun was meaningless, and the Zhuang army would never be scared. What really determines victory or defeat is street fighting. The real purpose of the alliance is to let the soldiers rush into the town as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Zhuang army counterattacks and a large number of deaths will cause the army to collapse. It is different when entering the town. After it turns into street fighting, the soldiers do not know the death situation of their own side. They can only rush forward by inertia. It is not so easy to escape or surrender. Fortunately, this section of the charge is very short, and even if they die, they should not die many. But they still underestimated Tang Zheng's viciousness. Tang Zheng has always been unwilling to bring too much killing to ordinary survivors or ordinary soldiers. If there is a chance, he is even willing to save these people. But that depends on the situation. Now these people are rushing up frantically. If they do not annihilate their living forces in advance, it will bring trouble to themselves later. Tang Zheng will not do such a thing. So when the opponent rushed to about 400 meters away from the town, Tang Zheng's direct troops went into battle. This is the first time that the Gatling machine gun has appeared in combat after the end of the world. And there are 100 guns, and they appear in an organized manner. These jeeps rushed out of the town and came to the edge of the town, firing wildly at the alliance troops that rushed up. At the beginning, the alliance was able to fight back a few times, but with the full firing of the Gatling gun, the alliance was immediately suppressed. It was simply a metal storm. The dense torrent of bullets hit head-on like a rainstorm, forming a deadly stream of light in the dusk weather. The alliance's jeep was easily blown up by these streamers. 100 machine guns swayed left and right, and anyone who dared to show his head could immediately return to the embrace of Mother Earth. Ding 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 ding. Boom 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 boom. Countless gunshots were connected, and continuous explosions sounded on the alliance side. Not to mention that the jeep could not resist. The armored vehicles on the alliance side were the same. After a series of sparks bloomed, the armored vehicles only resisted for a while, and then they were constantly blown up. Some alliance soldiers had to abandon their cars and flee, lying helplessly on the ground unable to raise their heads, and some were even crushed to death by their own troops' vehicles. The charge of 20,000 people was very large. The people in front stopped, but the people behind were still charging. This made the soldiers of the Zhuang army shoot more recklessly. In front of the position, there was already a fire rising to the sky. 2 minutes. The crazy shooting lasted for 2 minutes, and the barrels of the Gatling guns began to glow red. The direct troops began to retreat and return to the town. In just these 2 minutes, the casualties on the alliance side exceeded 6,000. More than 1/3 of the 17,000-man team was wiped out. If the opponent had not retreated on his own initiative, Zijinshan suspected that his troops would have been wiped out here. Fortunately, the distance was short enough. Fortunately, the opponent withdrew, and fortunately he arranged a supervision team so that the battle did not collapse like this. After killing hundreds of people who attempted to be deserters in a row, Zijinshan's troops insisted on entering Mangai town. During this process, many people were sniped and killed by the snipers of the Zhuang army, but Zijinshan no longer cared. Charge. Rush forward at the fastest speed. Concentrating the power of machine guns and rocket launchers, the alliance forces forced open a street corner in Mangai town, and then rushed in. Seeing that the troops finally entered Mangai town and started a street fight with the Zhuang army, Zijinshan breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he already knew the result of the street fighting. It is impossible for the alliance to win. It is just a matter of delaying time. But Zijinshan still won't admit defeat. He still has a trump card that he hasn't played. The helicopter attack on Zhuang city is one move, but now it seems that distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. He still has one last trick, which is the decapitation operation. Zijinshan no longer stayed on the battlefield to command, but quickly returned to the command post, where 50 elite soldiers had gathered. This is the real elite, not the previous mob. Not to mention that everyone has received strict military training. The most important thing is that these 50 people are all mutants. This is his trump card. The special forces enter the battlefield and go straight to Tang Zheng, the bandit leader of the Zhuang army. Chapter 171 Xi Jinshan's backhand. Brothers. Xi Jinshan made an on-the-spot mobilization in his command post. You all come from various bases of the Alliance and have basically followed me for a long time. It can be said that we are very familiar with each other. You have all seen how the Alliance rose in the Northern Territory and then gradually declined. It can be said that with the light chasing army, the Alliance will continue to sink until it disappears completely. My personal honor and disgrace, Xi Jinshan, is small, but I feel bad that my brothers have suffered with me. So we must fight. Now everyone can see how strong the light chasing army is. I don't want to say discouraging words, but we really can't beat them. And now the hope of the Alliance depends on the brothers. Tang Zheng is very arrogant. Now he is in the town and doesn't take us seriously at all. As the saying goes, arrogant soldiers will be defeated. If people like Tang Zheng are not dealt with, is there any justice? The hope lies in you. I, Xi Jinshan, will not say any sensational truths now. As long as Tang Zheng is killed, I will give 1 million light yuan to every brother who comes back, and everyone will be promoted to the position of company commander. We will share the happiness in the future. Come on, pour some wine. Someone around was already prepared and handed some wine bowls to these mutants. Xi Jinshan also poured a bowl of strong white wine and raised it high. It's uncertain whether you will live or die this time. I, Xi Jinshan, would like to offer you a glass. When you return victorious, I will set up a celebratory drink and we will not leave until we are drunk. Cheers. Xi Jinshan drank the bowl in one gulp. The mutants present were also excited and drank the wine one after another. Crack. Xi Jinshan smashed the wine bowl, and the others also smashed their bowls to pieces. Speaker, let's go. These mutants had followed Xi Jinshan for a long time. They were all pulled back from the brink of death and cultivated by Xi Jinshan. They have always been his secret force and are loyal to Xi Jinshan. At this moment, under the catalysis of alcohol, they all put life and death aside. Xi Jinshan nodded heavily and watched this force quietly set out from the command post, swam across the river armed, and then headed straight for Mangai town. The direction they were heading was not the direction of the wasteland, but bypassing Mangai town and launching an attack from the rear. They did not have to face the frontal defense of the Zhuang army here, but they had to face zombies. However, at this time, everyone's fear of zombies had dropped to the lowest level. After all, those staggering and scattered creatures would hardly pose a threat to an elite group of mutants, unless they were surrounded. Night had already fallen on the earth at this moment. This group of people moved quickly and secretly and soon disappeared into the darkness. When this force left, Xi Jinshan's command post became quiet. Most people had already gone to the front line, and there were only dozens of his personal guards in the command post. Contact the helicopter unit. Soon, his subordinates connected to the captain of the helicopter unit. Speaker, this is 001. Go ahead. Where are you? Report to the speaker. We are still 50 kilometers away from Zhuang City. We are expected to arrive within 10 minutes and launch the attack 8 minutes later. Have all the targets been locked? The tasks have been assigned. Their trading hall, the office building of the Ministry of the Interior, the office building of the Public Security Bureau, the Military Intelligence Bureau, the Special Service Team, and the Zhuang Bank, as well as the giant cannons in the inner city, are all among our targets for this bombing. Xi Jinshan said in a deep voice, I will add another task. Send 2 helicopters to attack the small courtyard in the northwest corner of their outer city. It would be best if we can capture Tang Zheng's family alive. This is very important. Do you understand? Understood. Once we succeed, we will report to the speaker immediately. Go ahead. I wish you good luck. Xi Jinshan ended the call with a gloomy face. He asked the people around him to leave and turned back to a small room in the command post. He opened the door of the room and found a safe inside. He opened the safe and found a lot of things inside. First of all, there was a lot of light yuan. The face value was 1000, a total of 5 million. Then there are some gold bricks, some high quality jade and diamonds, packed in several boxes. In one of the small boxes, there are 20 serums placed side by side, which he bought from Ziguang City at a high price. In another box, there are zombie crystals. There are 100 first level crystals and 10 second level crystals, which are the accumulation of Zijinchen over a long period of time. Finally, there is a stack of documents. This is what he has collected during his long time as the speaker. It contains the locations of various important facilities in Hanyu. Not many people know these things in the end of the world. For example, there is a nuclear power plant in a certain place, which place has a gold mine, etc. There are even some studies on the evolution of zombies, the development of serum, etc. However, his research is still relatively superficial, and there has been no breakthrough in the research on serum. But Zijinchen has saved some data and information, which are very valuable. Zijinchen thought about it, put all these things into a bag, and then came out of the small room, and called a personal soldier over. This is the personal soldier he trusts the most. He handed the bag to the personal soldier, and the two went out from the back door of the command post, and came to a forest. There is a helicopter parked here, a small civilian aircraft. Zijinchen put the things of his personal soldiers on it, and closed the cabin door. If the helicopter unit or the mutant suicide squad can bring him good news, then he will not take this last step. If the news is bad, Zijinchen will be ready to run away. This personal soldier can fly a helicopter. It is still night now, and he can sneak away quietly without anyone noticing. Looking at the personal soldiers beside him, Zijinchen asked, "Why did you go out for so long today?" "Speaker, I'm a little nervous. I have a stomachache, and I squatted several times." The personal soldier's voice was hoarse, and his voice was changed. It can be heard that he was a little angry. Zijinchen patted his shoulder. "Don't be nervous. No matter how hard the battle goes, I will definitely take you away." "I understand, Speaker." Zijinchen sighed slightly. If possible, he really didn't want to leave. He didn't have many places to go. After the matter was exposed, he couldn't stay in Hanyu. He couldn't even go to Dalio, where there were many Hanyu people. If he was discovered, he might be killed. He could only go to the north of the desert, to some sparsely populated places, or even to foreign countries. By handing over these materials, he believed that he could also gain a foothold abroad. I hope it won't come to that. Above Ziguang City, the helicopter troops of the Alliance entered the 20-kilometer range. On the radar map, the situation of Ziguang City can be seen clearly. Even without the radar map, looking from the distance from the plane, you can see the dim lights in Ziguang City. The colorful lights shine far away, a prosperous scene, as if the end of the world has never come here. Damn it, we are fighting for life and death, but you are still feasting and revelry here. Wait a minute and we will throw missiles and bombs to you, and see if you can still be happy. The captain of the helicopter gritted his teeth, and flew quickly to Ziguang City. Suddenly, the alarm sounded on the radar screen. A missile is approaching. No, there are anti-aircraft missiles in Ziguang City. Retreat. 20 helicopters of the Alliance were flying in formation. Suddenly they encountered a missile attack, and were in a panic. The pilots turned around, and tried to fly away. But the missiles had been discovered. The helicopters were not fighter jets. It was not so easy to escape. In the night sky, missiles dragged long tails, and plunged into the formation of aircraft. Boom boom boom. Groups of fireworks bloomed in the night sky more than 10 kilometers away from Ziguang City. 12 of the 20 helicopters of the Alliance were destroyed on the spot. Some were broken into pieces, while others fell down in a spiral, and fell to the ground, exploding again. The captain of the helicopter escaped by chance, and flew back desperately. He didn't dare to approach Ziguang City anymore. The military forces of the two sides were no longer on the same level. Who would have thought that there was a missile defense system here? Those who know this are just a survivor base, and those who don't know it would think this is the temporary palace of the Hanyu Empire. The planes that survived by chance all tried their best to fly back, but then something even more shocking happened. In Ziguang City, a group of huge helicopters had already caught up. The captain was a military fan, and through the radar screen, he felt that these planes were not Hanyu's planes. Damn it, this is a pash. The captain shouted desperately in the intercom. He knew it was over. Not to mention that they only had 8 helicopters now. Even if all 20 were there, they could not be the opponent of the 10 Apaches. Apart from being shot down and turned into a pile of meat paste, his only way to survive was to surrender. He slowed down, no longer tried to escape, and the plane landed, which was a sign of surrender. He wanted to notify his companions, but when he turned around, he saw that his companions were almost landing. Fuck. I, the captain, am not as fast as you. The helicopter troops all landed, and then the pilots all came out of the cabin and surrendered to the chasing Apache. After the Apache formation arrived, it also landed, and at the same time, a transport plane that followed took all the prisoners on board. Some pilots from Ziguang City arrived and seized all 8 helicopters of the Alliance. Although these helicopters were not as good as Apaches, they were still aircraft after all, and the cost was not low. They could be used by the Public Security Bureau or the Special Service in the future. Even if they were sold on the market, they would definitely make a lot of money. At this point, 12 of the 20 helicopter units of the Alliance were destroyed, and the rest surrendered, and the entire army was annihilated. Chapter 172: The Destruction of the Suicide Squad. The destruction of the coalition helicopter unit did not have any impact on the battlefield. In Mangai Town, the battle has entered a white-hot stage. Groups of coalition troops are scattered in the streets and alleys of Mangai Town. The troops of the Ziguang army are also scattered in various blocks, setting up layers of defense and engaging in fierce exchanges of fire with the coalition troops. Just as Tang Zheng expected, in this kind of street fighting, the defending side has a great advantage. The snipers of the Ziguang army occupied the high ground and continued to snipe the coalition troops. The soldiers were also in the bunkers. The combination of rifles and grenades also brought great trouble to the coalition troops. The coalition troops also looked for bunkers to hide. As long as they could hide, they would not easily show their heads. They just kept sticking their guns out and firing a few times outside. The battle was fierce and cruel, and people were constantly shot and fell. It was difficult to kill the Ziguang army. The bulletproof vests and helmets gave them strict protection, protecting their heads and internal organs from being hit. Even if they were shot, they were usually injured, and then their comrades would call the medical team and report their location. The medical soldiers carried magazines and drove all-terrain vehicles, shuttling back and forth on the battlefield, transporting the wounded, and returning to the town building. This was not only where Tang Zheng was located, but also the medical rescue center. The guard company, the direct troops, and the medical troops were all in this building. This was the center of the battlefield and the final location that the Alliance forces wanted to take down. At this time in the town building, the communicator kept calling and contacting the communicators of the battalion commander and company commander of the troops below. The medical soldiers shuttled back and forth, and simple beds were set up one by one to treat the wounds of the soldiers directly. The medical soldiers also had a full range of supplies, including wound medicine, hemostatic drugs, and anesthetics, so that the wounded soldiers could receive timely treatment. And Tang Zheng was on the top floor of the town building, drinking tea and waiting. The soldiers of the guard company and the soldiers of the direct troops occupied every window here, and protected it very tightly. Tang Zheng also knew that the ultimate goal of the Alliance was himself. However, it is definitely not an easy task to kill him. Tang Zheng has heavy protection and radar monitoring. It would be good if he could kill others without being noticed. At this moment, Tang Zheng has learned that the helicopter unit of the Alliance was completely wiped out under Ziguang City. This means that another force of Zijinshan has been eliminated. This battle seems fierce, but it is nearing its end. Zijinshan has lost his war potential and is not far from defeat. At this time, Tang Zheng did not know that Zijinshan had arranged a trick, which was the sneak attack of the mutant death squad. The group of mutants had come around from a distance and reached the edge of Mangai Town. Captain, we are about to enter Mangai Town, but the battle is now all over the main streets of Mangai Town. If we take the main street, we will soon be involved in the war. In a dark corner on the edge of the town, the mutant team is already in place and can enter the town at any time. As the captain who is commanding on the spot, he needs to determine the route to advance at this moment. The captain thought about it and decisively gave up the idea of entering the town from the street. If these 50 people join the battlefield, they may help a certain local area, but they will soon expose themselves. They are not here to fight to the death with the Zhuang army, they are here to assassinate Tang Zheng. As long as Tang Zheng is killed, it is meaningful to annihilate the whole army, otherwise it will be useless, even if more Zhuang army is killed. The captain thought about it and pointed to the residential area in front of him where there were many shadows. We go there, other places are not hidden enough. Captain, there are a lot of zombies there. That's right, it's because there are enough zombies that it is a blind spot that is easily overlooked. We go there and walk 1 block to the town. There is no such natural shortcut in other places. The team members did not speak, indicating that they would obey the captain's arrangement. Zombies are indeed a blind spot in human thinking. I believe that the Zhuang army could not have thought that they would suddenly come out from the place where the zombies are everywhere. With the determination to cross the knife mountain, the team resolutely entered a residential area full of zombies. The little girl was in the room, watching the battle outside the window. This battle lasted for a long time, and her gradually clear mind also saw some clues. A strong human led his subordinates to occupy this place, and was about to defeat the other side. This strong human was too powerful, and those horrible weapons made the little girl very scared. She needed some strength to protect herself. As she was thinking in her mind, many zombies came downstairs where she was, waiting for her orders. The little girl was a pure-blooded zombie, and she could clearly feel the thoughts of other zombies. They were eager for flesh and blood, eager to devour. The little girl had not devoured meat for a long time, and she was not looking forward to it, because she could feel that those ordinary meats were of no use to her. If she wanted to eat, she had to eat some essence. For example, the meat of mutant beasts looked delicious. In addition, she vaguely remembered that there were many delicious foods among humans, and the taste was much better than dry meat. But now she was a little afraid of humans. The man who occupied the town now left a terrible shadow on her young mind. So she didn't dare to contact this person's subordinates. Feeling the devouring desire of the zombies under her, the little girl didn't dare to let them go out and contact the human subordinates, so she could only find another target. There was nothing to eat in the town. Even cockroaches and rats were eaten by zombies. The little girl's red eyes scanned back and forth in the night, looking for something to eat. At this time, a group of people entered the little girl's field of vision. These people came in with guns and climbed over the wall from the back of the community. They kept shooting with guns and killed the zombies under their command. The zombies rushed up and were killed. The little girl was a little angry. She was very insecure now and didn't dare to face that human. She could only find some zombies to protect herself. But these people also came to kill her subordinates, which made her feel bullied. After being bullied for a long time, the little girl wanted to resist. So she stared at the group of people with wide eyes and pointed with her little finger. She opened her mouth and wanted to issue a few syllables of instructions, but she didn't say it and could only issue meaningless syllables of RR. But the zombies she controlled understood, and a large number of zombies began to move in that direction. There were about 20,000 zombies in this residential area. The little girl screamed twice, and these zombies formed a circle, gradually besieging this group of people. The 50 mutant death squads never dreamed that they would be in a bitter battle in this community. Just now, this group of zombies was not like this. They were staggering and disorderly, and they were knocked down like wooden stakes. But in a blink of an eye, the situation suddenly changed. The surrounding zombies ignored the battlefield not far away and rushed over like chicken blood. The number was incredible. No matter how they killed, these zombies kept getting more and more. A powerful mutant couldn't dodge in time and was jumped directly on by an agile zombie. The zombie bit his neck and blood gushed out in large streams. The mutant was not a free kill and grabbed the agile zombie's head and broke the zombie's neck directly. But just like this delay, a large number of zombies rushed over and directly overwhelmed him. Next, it was the most common scene in the end of the world, sharing the food. After the blood and flesh flew everywhere, a mutant quickly disappeared from this world. There were more and more such scenes, and the situation was on the verge of getting out of control. No, if this goes on, Tang Zheng won't even see his face, and he will be killed by zombies directly. First team, follow me to charge, the others cover. This death squad is really ruthless. In this situation, there are still people who volunteer to cover. Dozens of guns fired fiercely, knocking down a large number of zombies. The captain led 10 team members and rushed forward quickly from this gap. There was only one chance, and he must seize it. In the darkness, a group of zombies appeared in front. Kill these zombies, they can rush out of the community. As long as they are out of the community, the town is in front. The captain quickly opened fire. Da. In the darkness, bullets fell on the zombies, sparks flew. This is a group of armored people. Hundreds of armored soldiers formed a copper wall and iron wall, completely blocking the gate of the community. The members of the death squad fired desperately and in vain, but they could not break through the last group of corpses. Only the desperate shouts were completely drowned in the surging tide of corpses. The wind blew in the sky. The wind at the end of October became very cold. The cold wind blew over, mixed with snowflakes. It's snowing. This is the first snowfall in the Northern Territory since the end of the world, a month earlier than in previous years. The two sides of the battle fought fiercely in the wind and snow. These soldiers of the Alliance were able to fight to this extent, and today they performed beyond their level. But they themselves didn't know that there were less than 4,000 people in the army of 20,000 who could still fight with guns. If they knew that the casualties were so huge, the army would have collapsed long ago. Now the darkness covers too many things to allow them to persist. However, the arrival of the northwest wind mixed with snowflakes caused the fighting will of the Alliance troops to decline rapidly. Wearing thin clothes, some of them could not resist the cold wind and began to retreat into the bunker. The cold wind gradually calmed their heated minds, and they realized the preciousness of life and that this battle was already very difficult. Xi Jinshan's supervision team also joined the battlefield at this time. However, the supervision team only had 300 members and could no longer have any decisive influence on the direction of the battle. The Ziguang army, realizing that the Alliance's will to resist had declined, also switched from defense to strategic counterattack. However, most of these more than 3,000 people were now retreating in the bunker and were unwilling to show their heads easily. If this continued, this tug-of-war might have to continue for a few more days. Tang Zheng saw that the Alliance seemed to have no tricks, so he ordered a full counterattack. The 1st Armored Battalion, which had annihilated the Alliance's tank group, also returned to Mangai Town at this time and joined the battle. In the direction of Ziguang City, the Apache helicopter unit was also rushing over quickly. Chapter 173 Victory, 3 updates, Silver Alliance +12. A crossroads 300 meters away from the town is now the main battlefield for the battle between the two sides. Corpses are lying in all directions at the intersection. The two sides of the battle, each relying on the building, are shooting back and forth. From time to time, a rocket passes through the night and falls into the opposite building, causing a violent explosion. The Alliance soldiers are still resisting stubbornly. This kind of battle with cover is the most troublesome to fight. It was not until the sound of metal tracks rang out that the battle scene changed. The tanks of the Ziguang army entered Mangai Town from various blocks. It is the most stupid to use people to fight this kind of siege. Only this kind of steel behemoth is the main force of the siege. About 300 Alliance soldiers occupied a 5-story building at the intersection and were fighting tenaciously. But when the tanks entered the battlefield, the Alliance soldiers were suddenly panicked. No. Tanks are coming. Fire, fire, don't let the tanks fire at our buildings. It's useless to shoot at tanks. Where are the rocket launchers? Here they come. An Alliance soldier quickly ran to the window, but before he could raise his rocket launcher, a hail of bullets came from an unknown direction. Da. The Alliance soldier didn't even have time to scream before he was shot to death at the window. The second person quickly took over, rolled under the window, and picked up the rocket launcher. As soon as he showed his head, a sniper rifle sounded from the tall building opposite, and the bullet hit the sole. The pierced helmet fell to the ground with a clang, and blood and brains were sprayed everywhere. A supervisor of the Alliance picked up the rocket launcher for the 3rd time. He jumped violently, came to another window, raised the rocket launcher, and fired it out. Boom. A ball of fire exploded on the tank body. The supervisor fired a shot, and quickly squatted down. Ding 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 ding. Bullets from the heavy machine gun landed on the window, causing concrete debris to fly everywhere, but he managed to escape. A burst of cheers suddenly rang out in the room. Being able to destroy a tank of the Zhuang army boosted their morale. But soon someone discovered the problem. The Zhuang army tank that was bombarded by the rocket launcher actually adjusted its muzzle without any damage. The rattling sound of the turret turning was like the prelude to the arrival of the god of death. "Be careful," someone shouted to the supervisors, but it was too late. The tank fired. Boom. There was a tremor, the stairs shook, and the flames swept. The supervisors who had just been complacent were torn into pieces on the spot, and there was no body left. Not only him, but also more than a dozen people around were swept into it by the power of this cannon. A big hole was blown open in the building, and a biting cold wind whistled in. Following the cold wind came a long fire dragon. "Flamethrower!" someone shouted sharply, but it was in vain. The flamethrower's fire dragon rushed in from the big hole and turned more than a dozen people into human torches. The Alliance soldiers ran and cried. Some fell headfirst from the upper floor and soon there was no movement. Some people struggled in the flames and eventually turned into charcoal. The cruel war frightened the Alliance soldiers. They abandoned the floor they were guarding and started running to the upper floor. But the situation on the upper floor would not be much better. The tanks of the light-chasing army had entered the streets and alleys of Mangai town. The outside world was already ruled by the light-chasing army. Flares were fired, lighting up the night sky of Mangai town and the battlefield filled with wind and snow. The tank's ruthless turret kept rotating and fired fiercely at the buildings. After each bombardment, there were Alliance soldiers who were unable to resist and died. The Alliance soldiers who ran to the upper floor were again fired upon by 3 light-chasing army tanks. The stairs began to crack, and someone screamed and fell from the cracks. The Alliance soldiers who could not go down could only continue to take risks and run up the stairs to the top floor. They ran to the rooftop and crawled on it, lingering on the building that was about to collapse. They were already confused by the brutal battle. They only knew their current situation and did not know much about the overall predicament of the Alliance. The members of the supervision team were still shouting in vain on the walkie-talkie, asking the speaker to provide support in this direction. At the beginning, there were still people who answered them and recorded their needs. But later, no matter how they called, no one responded on the other side of the walkie-talkie. "Brother, I'm cold." A young soldier shivered in the cold wind on the top of the building, not knowing whether he was scared or blown by the cold wind. The man he called brother was not much better at this time. His hand holding the gun was frozen white and his teeth were trembling. "Don't be afraid. Don't be anxious. The speaker will not give up on us." The Alliance soldiers were still cheering each other up, and lights appeared in the sky. "There are planes. The planes are coming. They should be our planes, right? Of course they are. We have purchased 20 planes. They must be joining the battlefield now. We are saved. We are finally saved. Come quickly. There are wounded people here who need treatment. Hurry up and attack the tanks of the light-chasing army. With those things here, we can't fight this battle." The Alliance soldiers cheered, waved their arms, and called for the arrival of the helicopter. The helicopter flew over. Under the illumination of the flares, people could see the outline of the plane. This plane is so big. No, this is not our plane. This is an Apache. Hide. The helicopter suddenly opened fire. The Apache helicopter is equipped with a 30cm cannon. This weapon with huge lethality is simply impossible to resist. With the fierce shooting of the helicopter, the floor of the building was penetrated. The ground seemed to be overturned by the power of the bullets, and the upper floors were instantly killed and wounded. The Alliance soldiers on the verge of collapse on the building had nowhere to hide. At this time, someone suddenly shouted from the Apache, "Listen, Alliance soldiers, lay down your weapons. We will not kill you if you surrender. You have 5 minutes to lay down your guns, line up downstairs, stand in an open area on the street, and surrender unconditionally to our light-chasing army. Anyone who hasn't surrendered downstairs in 5 minutes will be killed." As the shouting began, more and more Apache helicopters joined the battlefield. Planes circled over Mangai town, and aircraft cannons occasionally fired. There was a building completely occupied by the supervision team members, and the resistance was fierce. Facing such a stubborn guy, the light-chasing army had no mercy, and the Apache helicopters directly launched missiles. After several consecutive missile bombardments, the building was directly blown down. The building collapsed, and all the resistance personnel inside were buried. With the end of this attack, the Alliance soldiers finally cleared their minds. Facing the light-chasing army tanks all over the streets and the Apache helicopters hovering in the sky, they knew that these were forces they could not resist. Finally, someone put down his gun, walked out of the building, and squatted in an open area on the street. Someone started it, and the morale of the Alliance was like a flood that had been opened, completely draining away. People kept shouting to surrender, and walked out of the building with their hands raised. More and more people appeared, and came to the crossroads near the town. The soldiers of the light-chasing army also came out of the building, and under the guidance of military dogs, they searched for the Alliance soldiers who were still hiding in a building. Some were injured, and they would rescue them. Some who still tried to hide, or resisted stubbornly would be shot directly. Clean and neat, never dragging their feet. As time passed, the gunfire in Mangai town finally stopped gradually. The Alliance soldiers who were still vigorous before were shivering in the cold wind. Occasionally, a flare was launched into the air to maintain visibility at night. Snowflakes fell on their faces, and they could see each other's faces clearly. At this time, the Alliance soldiers were shocked to find that their number had dropped to only more than 3,000. Moreover, many of these people were injured, with bloody heads and ragged clothes, just like a group of migrant workers who had just climbed out of a mine. At this moment, they realized how vicious Siege Inchin was, and how stupid they were. With the cover of darkness, they didn't know the progress of the war, and they foolishly fought here, thinking that they could win the battle. But in the end, everyone was dying, and they didn't get any results. The light-chasing army was like an invincible mountain, smashing their self-proclaimed strong military force. The alliance was finished, and there was no hope at all. They could all imagine that the light-chasing army would be unstoppable and sweep through the 12 alliance bases, and their speaker would never be able to stay on the speaker's throne again. It was estimated that he would either commit suicide by shooting himself or be captured. But the alliance soldiers did not see their speaker among the captives. But it didn't matter anymore. The battle was over, and being captured was a relief. They could no longer face death and start a happy life of labor reform. This kind of thing is not something they imagined out of thin air, but it really exists. Those who were captured by the Zhuang army were not the first batch. They are living well now. They participate in some not particularly heavy labor every day, such as repairing roads, laying water pipes, and building buildings. The Zhuang army will provide meals every day, and there are warm beds to rest at night. And after completing the number of working days stipulated by the Zhuang army, they will be free. This is an opportunity. Surrender and labor reform, and then join Zhuang city naturally, and never return to the alliance. So the alliance soldiers who have recovered have no resistance, and are dominated by the Zhuang army soldiers, and start to walk out of Mangai town. The Battle of Mangai town, which lasted for nearly 4 days, finally came to an end. On the rooftop of the town building, Tang Zheng's figure appeared. With the help of the light of the flare, he watched the alliance prisoners being escorted away. The victory of the battle made Tang Zheng refreshed. From now on, in the northern region, the Zhuang army will have no rivals, and will dominate alone. With a heroic spirit rising in his heart, Tang Zheng couldn't help but open his arms and face the cold wind. Let the blizzard come even more violently. As the sky goes by, a gust of wind swept over. Tang Zheng did not move, but the scarf on his neck was swept by the cold wind and flew directly into the air. Tang Zheng stretched out his hand, but failed to catch it, and could only watch the scarf fly to the residential area in the distance. There was a world of zombies, and a large number of zombies wandered there. Tang Zheng sighed helplessly. At this moment, he really did not have the energy to continue to annihilate the zombies in Mangai town. This scarf embroidered with the 8 characters "There is love in the world. I love Tang Zheng the most" was lost in Mangai town. Chapter 174 The Birth of the Little Devil. The captives of the alliance were gathered in the wilderness of Mangai town, where they were registered and counted. The Battle of Mangai town lasted for 4 days, during which the Zhuang army wiped out the 20,000 troops of the alliance. Among them, the Alliance had more than 7,500 casualties and more than 8,400 injured. There were also about 4,000 people, all of whom were captured by the Zhuang army. The Zhuang army destroyed 60 tanks of the Alliance, of which 45 could be repaired and used. 80 armored vehicles were destroyed, of which only more than 30 were worth repairing. Many artillery positions of the Alliance were destroyed, more than 40 cannons were destroyed, and 12 cannons were seized. 12 helicopters were destroyed, 8 were captured, and none of the destroyed ones were worth repairing. There were more than 300 other vehicles of various types, most of which could still be used, such as some trucks and jeeps. A large amount of food and medicine, as well as a small part of the munitions reserves, were cleared from the Alliance's positions. The Zhuang army was not without losses either, with 52 killed in battle and more than 300 injured. Most of the soldiers who died were new recruits who had just joined the army. However, there were no losses in tanks and helicopters in this battle, nor were there any losses in artillery units. The battle was over, but the story was not over yet. The counting of prisoners lasted from night to dawn. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the prisoners were loaded into vehicles by the Zhuang army and escorted back to Zhuang city. What awaits them will be a long period of labor reform. However, among this group of prisoners, the 12 members of the Alliance, including the speaker Xi Jinping, were not among the prisoners. And according to other sources, these members did not return to their respective bases, but just disappeared. The 12 bases of the Alliance are now leaderless and the order is very chaotic. Especially after the news of the defeat of the Alliance was broadcast, the situation immediately went out of control. The University City base and several other Alliance bases have begun to burn, kill and loot. The troops have basically come to Mangai town. The base is only under the jurisdiction of a small number of public security personnel, and they cannot suppress the mercenaries and adventurer teams at all. These people have transformed into robbers and murderers, and wantonly carried out criminal actions in the base. Ordinary survivors trembled, and hid in their homes, hoping to escape. Mercenaries and adventurers, armed with guns, walked through the streets and alleys of the base, snatching things they thought were valuable, and snatching women they liked. Those who dared to resist, were immediately shot on the spot, with extremely cruel means. Some members of the Public Security Bureau not only did not control them, but joined the team of these thugs to loot the survivors in the city. Some survivors could not bear it, and had to escape from the base by all means, hoping to have a chance to survive. Some people also asked for help through the radio, hoping to get help from the Zhuang army. In view of the serious situation, Tang Zheng did not let the infantry and treatment work in Mangai town continue for too long. All the wounded were loaded and taken away to Zhuang city for treatment. The 2nd Armored Battalion, the 3rd and 4th Field Battalions, and the Army Aviation Battalion, which had been on standby, quickly set off to various places to quell the riots. Tang Zheng himself took a helicopter directly with the Apache formation, and took off to the University town base. That was where the riots were the worst, and now only Tang Zheng could go and clean up the mess. When the plane took off, Tang Zheng glanced at the direction where his scarf flew. He felt a little regretful about the loss of this scarf. It seems that he can only ask Tang and I and the others to knit another one for him, and it must be exactly the same as before. The little girl in the pink dress shrank her neck at the window. Just now, she thought that she was discovered by the human strongman. The other parties looked down from the plane window, made her a little scared. Although she was already a corpse king, Tang Zheng's strength made her more afraid. It was not until the other party's plane left Mangai town and disappeared into the sky and the place was completely calmed down that she plucked up the courage to walk out of the residential area. The battle was over and Mangai town was deserted. The bodies were buried, the wounded were all taken away, and the town was quiet. The north wind blew away the smoke, and there was a thin layer of snow on the ground, covering the traces of the battle. The little girl was still wearing her pink dress, but there was a white scarf around her neck. The scarf was accidentally blown down from the upstairs by the human warrior, and fell into the zombies. The little girl took the scarf without hesitation, and tied it around her neck. She didn't know why she did this, but she was a zombie, so she didn't need to find out why she wanted to do anything, so she just did it. like a treasure. She tied the scarf around her neck clumsily, but she was too small and the scarf was very long, so she had to wrap it around a few more times. She wrapped the thick scarf around her neck and tucked the end of the scarf back to prevent it from falling off. Coincidentally, the 4 words "I love Tang Zheng" the most were right on the little girl's chest. Very conspicuous. But the little girl was a zombie. She couldn't read, even when she was not a zombie. She was just a kindergarten kid, and she didn't know these words. The little girl came to the center of the town and looked around in a daze. It had been a long time since she came out and walked so casually. In the past, she was afraid of other zombies and afraid that they would bully her. Now she is still afraid, but she has become much stronger and is no longer afraid of other zombies and ordinary people. The only person she is afraid of is a human warrior who just left. The little girl stood outside for a while and decided to leave here. Zombies have no habit of migrating, but she is different. She is the zombie king and can make any decision. She wants to leave here and stay away from this human warrior. If she can avoid coming back, she should not come back. This place makes her feel scared. She wants to lead the zombies away, but these zombies are walking too slowly. The little girl came to the town building where the human warriors had stayed before and stood on the roof, trying to find a direction. Caw. A huge mutant crow flew over her head. The little girl suddenly had an idea and wanted to try flying. She raised her little hand and waved to the crow. The crow, which was originally flying freely, paused for a moment and then was summoned by the little girl without any resistance. The mutant beast was controlled by the zombie king. This crow was very big. After the mutation, it was even bigger than the eagle before the end of the world. Moreover, its wings were strong and powerful, with a wingspan of nearly 2 meters. The little girl sat on the crow's back easily with her petite body. She was leaving here. She was going to find a new place and then control countless zombies and mutant beasts to become very strong. That's right. She wanted to become stronger, as strong as that human warrior, so that she would never be afraid of anyone again. She could still remember the name of that human warrior. Tang Zheng. That was the one who was fighting against the strong man, and he shouted when he charged. She remembered the words such as catch Tang Zheng and kill Tang Zheng. Becoming as strong as Tang Zheng was the little girl's belief. She could control zombies and mutant beasts, and she would definitely become very strong. The little zombie queen grabbed the crow's back and flew into the wind. In her slightly opened mouth, a pair of small and sharp tiger teeth were looming, and they were already showing their edge. The scarf with the words "I love Tang Zheng" the most on it was very conspicuous on his chest. The helicopter faced the wind and arrived near the university city base. When it was still dozens of kilometers away, Tang Zheng saw the thick black smoke over the university city base. The base was on fire, and there was not just one fire point, but many. This has already shown the chaos inside the base, which made Tang Zheng very unhappy. After defeating the Alliance, Tang Zheng's mentality has changed. He still remembers the prompt in the system that, if he wants to upgrade to brigade commander, the number of survivors under his command must be 5 million. And now in the system's completed tasks, the status of that task is 40-29/500000. This proves that the number of survivors under his command is currently 400,000. The number of 370,000 was the number calculated by the Ministry of the Interior a few days before he set out, and he was specifically reported to him that the current registered population of Ziguang City has reached 400,000. Although the actual population of Ziguang City is as many as 600,000, there are still 200,000 people who have not officially registered their household registration files in Ziguang City. The system also calculated the number of people according to this. Others can only be regarded as floating population and have not yet settled down in Ziguang City. So Tang Zheng needs population, and the population of the Alliance's 12th base has been regarded as his own people. Now these people are burning, killing, looting, and killing their own people in the city. This is unacceptable. Tang Zheng's face was as gloomy as water, and he directly gave orders to the Apache troops of the Army Aviation Regiment. Quickly enter the University City base. If you see people making trouble, you don't need to ask for instructions, just execute them directly. Armored 2nd Battalion and Field 3rd Company, hurry up and get there. I want to deal with these lawbreakers. The Apache formation that received the order immediately accelerated and flew directly over the university city. At this time, the streets of the university city were already in chaos. Groups of thugs ran through the streets and alleys, holding guns, robbing women when they saw them, and killing others at will when they saw them. Some of them were still wearing the uniforms of the Public Security Bureau. At this moment, they also turned into demons and joined this carnival feast. Some people hid in the house and refused to come out, so they set fire outside to force the people inside to leave their homes. Countless bodies fell dead on the streets. They had survived for so long in the apocalypse, but they did not die at the hands of zombies, but at the hands of humans. Seeing this situation, the pilots of the light-chasing army could not stand it. After receiving the order from the superiors, the planes arrived and immediately began to strike deadly at these thugs. The 30cm caliber aircraft cannon directly poured down the rain of bullets of death. When these thugs saw the helicopters, they were still shooting wildly, but the Apache's protection did not even care about the continuous shooting of heavy machine guns, and these people's rifles were not even worthy of tickling. The bullets fell, and the streets were immediately filled with blood. Countless thugs were directly turned into minced meat and mud under the impact of the metal torrent. Blood and brains gushed out, and the broken arms flew into the sky. If there were a large number of thugs, and they were concentrated, it would be even simpler. One air-to-ground missile would kill them all. 10 Apaches circled over the city, and their firepower represented Tang Zheng's will. In this land, anyone who violated the general's will would be punished. Chapter 175 Suppression and Purge. The suppression activity at the university city base lasted for 5 hours. When the 2nd Armored Battalion and the 3rd Field Battalion of the Zhuang Army arrived, they immediately joined the battle to eliminate bandits. The only thing that the mercenaries and adventurers who knew they were guilty of heinous crimes could do was to resist, which also gave the Zhuang Army a reasonable excuse to kill. Tang Zheng issued a death order. In war, everything should be kept simple. There is no need to show mercy to the enemy. The Zhuang Army has no shortage of prisoners now, so they will be killed without mercy. The battle between soldiers and bandits took place in every corner of the city, and the Zhuang Army refused to accept the surrender of these people. The mercenaries and adventurers were far inferior to the Zhuang Army in terms of firepower and combat awareness. In this battle, they have always played the role of being slaughtered. There are also those members of the Public Security Bureau. They are used to being domineering in normal times. At this moment, facing the guns of the Zhuang Army, their performance is not as good as those adventurers. Some people cried and begged for surrender, but the Zhuang Army did not give them this opportunity at all. They were greeted with only cold and ruthless bullets. Some mercenaries resisted stubbornly and tried to take hostages to negotiate conditions. But Tang Zheng simply refused and asked the Zhuang Army to open fire. Whether the other party took hostages or not, the result would be the same. It was not that Tang Zheng did not want to rescue the hostages, but the situation in the university town was somewhat special. This has always been the headquarters of the Alliance and the vanguard of the anti-Zhuang Army. Although Zijinshan is gone now, there are still many people here who have been brainwashed by the Alliance for a long time and do not like the Zhuang Army. Some opponents even volunteered to serve as hostages at this time, hoping to take the opportunity of the Zhuang Army to release people and leave here. Tang Zheng did not have time to influence those opponents one by one. The air here was too turbid and needed blood to wash it and let the people here realize what kind of person he, Tang Zheng, was. At this time, the only way for those who still tried to oppose him to disappear completely was to make them disappear completely. At the same time, this approach could also deter some people who were ready to make a move. Although the saying of killing a chicken to scare the monkey is old-fashioned, it has always been very useful. Moreover, once this loophole is opened, they think that holding hostages is useful, and if they all follow suit, there is no need to fight this battle. The soldiers of the Zhuang Army also faithfully carried out the general's orders and implemented the orders very thoroughly. Facing the enemy who resisted stubbornly, they directly used weapons such as tanks and rocket launchers to fight, and even blew up the houses where they were hiding, and did not care about the life and death of the hostages inside. Faced with such a Zhuang Army, those who made trouble were desperate. They had no way out, and could only be eliminated continuously. During this process, there was a team that was unusually active in the city. That was the members of the Military Intelligence Bureau led by Ji Yunshin. In a private house, 3 people from the University City base were waiting for Ji Yunshin's reception. They usually stayed in the University City base, but they had another identity, that is, Ji Yunshin's informant. After Ji Yunshin became the director of the Military Intelligence Bureau, the Military Intelligence Bureau became the most expensive department of the Ziguang army. He kept applying for funds, and a large number of guangyuan were spent. These guangyuan were not spent in vain, but were used to bribe informants. Not only the University City, but also the Alliance's 12 bases, and even some other bases, have Ji Yunshin's informants. For example, the few people who came today all have certain status in the University City base, and even have considerable information. Ji Yunshin, dressed in black, came in from outside, and several people stood up nervously. Ji Yunshin looked at several people and said directly, "Have you brought everything?" "Yes, Director Ji, this is the list I compiled." A person who used to work in Xi Jinshan's headquarters building directly handed over a list. It records some people who are more loyal to Xi Jinshan, and even marks their addresses. Ji Yunshin took the list, and looked at it, and put it away without saying anything. The second person also handed in a list. He was from the Alliance forces, and the list he handed in was even more shocking. It not only contains names, but also detailed records of Xi Jinshan's trafficking of people abroad, and trading weapons from abroad. Some of those who have participated, and are still alive are on this list. After reading it, Ji Yunshin also put the list away. The third person also handed in a list. The names on this list included people who were strongly opposed to the light chasing army on a daily basis, but most of them were civilians. In order to fight against the light chasing army, these people even provided a lot of support supplies. Ji Yunshin looked through it again, and said with a little dissatisfaction, "Isn't there a list of people that Xi Jinshan has placed in Ziguang City?" Several people looked distressed. "Director Ji, only Xi Jinshan himself knows about that kind of confidential matter. Others have no access to it at all." Ji Yunshin also knew this. After complaining, he said directly to several people, "Now, the 3 of you will each lead one of our action teams to find the people on the list and kill them." "Ah, we lead. This is not very safe. Once people know, we won't be able to live like human beings." Ji Yunshin sneered. "Who are you afraid of knowing? Now whoever knows must shut his mouth. If such a person jumps out, that's perfect. Just catch him in one fell swoop. As for you guys, after you finish this matter, go to Ziguang City to settle down directly. I will handle your household registration for you. In addition, each of you can get 100,000 light yuan. I will not give you time to consider it, because you have no choice." The 3 people looked at each other, and finally nodded with gritted teeth. Ji Yunshin was right. The alliance was a thing of the past. They were now working for the Ziguang army, and the future would be the world of the Ziguang army. According to Ji Yunshin's instructions, 3 action teams set out. Each team consisted of 2 military intelligence agents, 10 military intelligence soldiers, and 20 special service soldiers. This matter was decided after he discussed it with Zhu Liu and simply reported it to Tang Zheng. The current riots in the city are actually a good opportunity. Taking advantage of the riots, some discordant voices can be completely eliminated. In this way, the University City base, the second largest base in the northern region after Ziguang City, will naturally fall into the hands of the Ziguang army. The 3 action teams set out, and, under the leadership of the insider, began to enter the homes of some people in the University City. The team's action speed was very fast. They went from house to house, and each action would not take more than 5 minutes. No one knew that many influential people in the University City base died silently in this riot. Even if someone later suspected the cause of their death, others would only blame the thugs. The large army of the Ziguang army was suppressing bandits in the open, while the Military Intelligence Bureau was operating in secret. The killing was going on in the open, and in the dark. From early morning until noon, the gunfire in the University City base gradually subsided. The bodies of the thugs who were killed were lined up from the south gate of the University City base to the north gate. No one on the street dared to open the door and walk out. Only the tanks of the Ziguang army rumbled past. Those who had different thoughts in their hearts were as quiet as chickens at this moment. They began to realize that Tang Zheng, who was able to wipe out the Alliance troops, was definitely not a merciful person. It seemed not a wise thing to continue to oppose Tang Zheng for the sake of the Alliance that had become a thing of the past. Of course, there were some stubborn people who still had a fluke. After all, according to the news they received, their chairman Xi Jinping had already run away. Running away means that he is still alive, and being alive means there is still hope. Tang Zheng entered the city and walked into the Alliance headquarters building of Xi Jinping. The most prosperous place in the former northern region is now deserted, and there is no staff in the building. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, which is a true portrayal of the current situation of the Alliance. The current university city base has been put under military control by the Zhuang army, and the troops have taken over. The former staff of the Alliance have now been dismissed and return home. Tang Zheng did not send officials from the Ministry of Internal Affairs here, but directly opened the system and began to increase troops here. During the 4 days he fought with the Alliance, Zhuang City had accumulated more than 700,000 funds, which had been brought here by the troops and directly exchanged by Tang Zheng. In addition, Ji Yunshan's secret operation this time also brought Tang Zheng a little surprise. The families of the powerful figures in the Alliance that they cleaned up collected more than 1 million funds. This made Tang Zheng's long depleted funds exceed 2 million again, which was considered a small fortune. Tang Zheng could even think that these people collected funds and probably went to Zhuang City to exchange light yuan, but reality did not give them this opportunity. They did not get light yuan, but the funds eventually fell into Tang Zheng's hands. From this, we can see the extent of the internal corruption of the Alliance under the rule of Xi Jinping. Tang Zheng opened the system and selected a military unit. Political officer, price 300 gold. Tang Zheng also learned about this military unit. It is specially used to help Tang Zheng deal with government affairs. Except for their average military skills, they are excellent talents in other aspects. Tang Zheng spent 30,000 gold in one go to buy 100 political officers. Now not only Zhuang City needs these people, but also the 12 bases of the Alliance. Soon, political officers began to appear in front of Tang Zheng. The first political officer was a man who looked to be in his 30s and had elegant manners. If Tang Zheng did not buy military uniforms for these people, everyone would appear in black uniforms. These black uniforms are the kind of workplace suits, similar to casual suits. Tang Zheng also equipped each political officer with a silent pistol for their self-defense. The first political officer reported to Tang Zheng. His name was Chen Jing. After a brief conversation, Tang Zheng appointed Chen Jing as the director of the Internal Affairs Department on the spot. It's just that Chen Jing's current post is in the university city. When the situation here stabilizes, Tang Zheng will find an opportunity to transfer him to Zhuang City. The rest of the administrative officers appeared one after another, and Tang Zheng also gave them positions. The previous administrative officers were all dispatched by Tang Zheng to the 12 bases. The riots in other bases are much better than in the university city, because this is the base camp of the Alliance, with the largest number of people, and there are also many mercenaries and adventurer teams, so it is the most chaotic. Now each base has the Zhuang army stationed, and the field troops are scattered everywhere, one company after another. Military control is not a long-term solution. Tang Zheng gave these administrative officers some tasks, which is to stabilize the situation as soon as possible and appease the people. Winter has come, and Tang Zheng doesn't want to involve too much energy in these things. Now that the battle is won, it's time for him to digest the fruits of victory. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.